Podmortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA plus community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are also available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were graciously made available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development. Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary, Women in Conversation, is slated for a September release, and we're looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program. Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Reneé Hunter-Vasquez, joined as always by my co-host, my husband, and my brother.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
Hi, I'm Travis Hunter-Sayapin.
This week, we're recording live from the Clown Café discussing the 2022 supernatural slasher sequel, Terrifier 2. This film was written and directed by Damien Leone. After the cult success of Terrifier and its star, Art the Clown, fans were rabid for a sequel. While still satisfying its reputation for gore and kills, Terrifier 2 injects a more focused narrative, introducing a new cast of characters with their own backstories and motivations. With its impressive practical effects, intriguing new final girl, and daunting runtime, Terrifier 2 was a resounding success for many horror fans. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Natalie De Guzman, Britlin, Joe Bates, Wade Pack, Brian Glass, Molly Gerhart, Martin Shaw, Ashley Barnes, Karen with the Y, Haley, and Manny Paz. We want to thank them all for their support as well as the suggestion. This film was also one of the winners of our March Patreon poll. So thank you to all of our patrons who participated and voted. If you want to help us pick an episode, join us on Patreon at patreon.com/thepodmortem. So, what did you guys think of Terrifier 2 the first time you saw it?
I don't remember the first time watching, like when exactly it was. I think we watched it together.
Yeah.
I remember, I'll be honest, I remember liking it a little bit, just a tiny bit. I think the first one was a certain type of fun, and then leading into this one, I was a little more like, oh, okay. Watching it for the show, I will be honest, I didn't get as much enjoyment as I did maybe the first time I watched it. Look, Art's still my homie. He's a clown.
Yeah.
He's a killer clown. So,
That's your thing.
I'll give it to him. Whoop, whoop. But he's the homeboy that you don't really want to take with you anywhere. It's like, no, he's going to get us arrested or he's going to fuck the party up. Don't tell him that we're going out. Like, just don't.
Well, the shit on the walls.
Yeah, it's
that's
too
a bit
much. It's too much.
But the movie, I'll be honest, it really didn't do a lot for me. I think there was a certain point of the movie that I got to that I was just kind of like, oh, this is all we're doing. Like, this is it. Okay. I'm hoping that the third one answers some questions that I do have. But I mean, for me, I'm going to be 100% honest. This movie was just, it was okay.
I get that, and I agree. I remember the first time watching it, there was a lot of hype surrounding it.
Yeah.
I remember social media was going wild.
Mm-hmm.
I remember we got Screambox just to watch it.
Yes.
And I think like one of the things that I really appreciate about it is this independent spirit that runs throughout.
Yeah.
And seeing something so small get so successful is very inspiring, very encouraging.
Yeah.
And I love to see how much people love these films.
Yeah.
I will admit I was not the biggest fan of the first Terrifier film, content-wise.
Right.
I think the same with this one. I really appreciate how it really is a showcase of practical effects.
Yes.
And in this age, to see a film and a franchise championing that
Yeah.
is always going to be a good thing.
Yeah.
I think that is probably my biggest positive. That the technical side of that, the music in this film is fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah.
I really like some of the camera work. I will say I appreciate the lighting. It reminded me a lot of the raspberry and blue lighting in Argento's Inferno, and I wonder if it was like an influence.
Oh, okay.
But I think that they do some good work there. I like the attempt to expand on some kind of story and mythology, like a sequel should do if you're going to try to make it into something bigger and grander.
Yeah.
I like some of the character work. I think Sienna is a really good character.
Yeah.
I think Lauren Levera is a fantastic performer. And, dude, Art the Clown, David Howard Thornton, great actor.
Yeah.
He performs his part so well, and he agitates you.
Oh, he'll agitate you.
But I think that for me, I just don't vibe with this very much. And I think that for me, it's just like, I feel like maybe the splatter stuff just doesn't work for me.
Okay.
Because I think that it gets to a point of being so gratuitous that it doesn't even have the effect that it should on you anymore. And it kind of grows a little dull.
Yes.
And I feel like especially because of the runtime.
Right.
Where we have like 2 hours and 20 minutes and it is a lot of the same stuff where it's just like, oh, so this is going to be this, okay? And it is over and over and you're like, the showcase of special effects is great.
Fantastic.
But narratively and thematically, you're like, I'm just kind of, I'm falling out of it.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I agree with both of y'all. It's so funny that I feel like these films are so loved. I feel like it's kind of like you love it or you hate it kind of a thing. You get it or you don't. And so for all three of us to be like, yeah, it was pretty good. Like it's just funny to me. But I again, John Paul and I watched it. We did, the three of us get Screambox to watch it because we were like, after the first one, pretty interested, pretty hyped to see where it was going to go. And I'll be honest, watching this, and I do have my problems with it. I want to see the third one more now because I want to know what the hell we're doing. He said, Leone said, because I watched a lot of interviews, read a lot of articles, that you're supposed to have questions at the end of this. He said it is a slow unraveling of what we're getting to. And so, I mean, this is his baby. This is all him. So I have no choice but to believe him. Okay. And we'll see. I mean, now there is a fourth one coming. So I don't know. We'll see.
I think there are, you mentioning that there's definite parts in this film where it seems like things are left intentionally vague and you feel almost like it definitely is like the middle of a trilogy. And I would have thought that 3 would have been the cap, and to learn that there's 4.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so we're probably not going to get all the answers we're looking for.
Probably not in 3, no. Yeah. But that being said, I do appreciate, you can really tell that this was more focused on a narrative because I know that a lot of people that don't like Terrifier, that is a valid complaint and I will say even in this film, sometimes it does almost feel like we're going skit to skit of just watching Art do his thing instead of following, and then this happens. And this. So I do feel like this film was more focused in that regard. And that is something that I do appreciate. because I do like this one a little bit better than I did Terrifier proper. But I wholeheartedly agree on just the gratuitousness. And anybody who's listened to more than a couple episodes of this show, I love the effects. I love the gore. I love specifically the practical effects. And these films, whether you like them or you don't, they excel at practical effects.
Yeah.
That is undeniable.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate it. There, that aspect of it I really do love, but I think that it is the gratuitousness, and and maybe it is childish of me, but I think that when I'm consuming anything, and I did dabble in like reading some splatterpunk horror and stuff like that, I feel like when you're trying to shock me, when I feel like your goal is not to entertain me, not to scare me, not to make me dig a little bit deeper or think deeper or create an allegory, which, don't even get me started. Leone posted some very fucking disappointing things on social media that leads me to believe that you don't have any allegories here, like whatever. But I just go the complete opposite. I'm not going to be shocked. In fact, I'm bored and I'm going to go take a nap.
Yeah.
Like it feels like it's just like, okay, like we get it. He's gross. I don't know. It's hard for me to explain.
He is.
He is.
Oh, yeah.
He is. But it's like, it's this weird tightrope that I don't even fully understand within myself, because I go from absolutely eating it up with a spoon to being like, oh, really? Now that's too much.
Yeah.
You know what it's almost like, and this might be not the best comparison, but you ever hear a kid curse?
No, I don't think that's a bad comparison
You don't?
at all. No.
Because a kid says something, you're like, oh, dude, I can't believe it. And it's funny for a second, and then it's like over and over, and you're like, all right.
Yeah.
No, yeah, because the way, and I know they're two totally different movies, but I understand, because for me, it was the same. Like I'm saying, after a certain point, it's like, okay, this is really what we're doing. And I know the sadness has a lot of problematic and crazy shit's going on. I never was bored once in the sadness. I didn't once was like, oh my God, like there's a story, there's stuff going on, and there's a lot of violence and a lot of gore and a lot of everything in that movie. But I'm watching it and I'm like, oh, this is fucking crazy.
I think the difference, and maybe it's been a while since I watched The Sadness. I did love it. I wasn't expecting to, but I did. I think the difference there is how extended the sequences are in Terrifier 2 versus The Sadness, where it's boom, 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 boom. This, I'm like, God damn, like we've been here for 5 goddamn minutes.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because there are times in The Sadness that I was like, oh, come on. Like I would roll my eyes or whatever.
It's very over the top.
But it's not as lengthy of sequences. You're exactly right.
Yes.
I think that's what it is, and that lends itself to another issue that I have is it is that runtime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I feel like, and I wouldn't even say that the pacing is bad, except for I think we spend a little too much time in a couple of those scenes. But I'm not like, God, I'm not necessarily checking my watch, but I just don't feel like this film sustains almost 2.5 hours. For me, it doesn't.
I feel like I did have a few moments of issues with pacing where it's just like certain scenes, it feels like, okay, I probably would have cut here. Or even shots at some points where you're like, I feel like we're lingering too long.
Yeah.
And it just, that adds up, Yeah. I feel like it could have used another pass to the editing.
I can see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, but like you were saying, T, just the independent spirit of everything. Leone wore so many hats. I think that that's incredibly admirable. Like I can't say enough the work with the effects, that synth score.
So good.
Right to my heart. I absolutely loved it.
I did too. I would have liked a little more. I don't know if it felt. I'll be honest. I told your sister I do like it, but it almost felt like elevator music or stock music sometimes.
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, that's cool, but like, let's get something else I can dance to or something. I was dancing to it. Where's Michael Myers Halloween? The second, the second one.
I was dancing to that. I was dancing to the Clown Cafe.
Oh God!
God.
I got it.
We'll get there.
Song of the summer.
Not for me. Not for me.
It's an earworm.
It is.
At the very least.
It's been stuck in my head for days.
Yes. But yeah, I'm excited to get into this one. This one was on the poll, It was on the poll when he had posted that stuff about like there's no commentary, whatever the fuck he said.
Yeah.
And I was like, now I hope it loses. And then it ended up tying with Hell House. And I'm like, you know what? I am glad that it won because this is one that we've been meaning to do for a while. The runtime is so daunting. Like we really wanted to really dive in and do it justice. And I think that our Patreon really gave us the opportunity to do that now. But before we do, I wanted to get into production a little bit. So I got all this information and the information that's kind of peppered throughout the story from multiple sources: Bloody Disgusting, Fangoria, Nightmare Nostalgia, Slash Film, Rue Morgue, Dread Central, and several interviews with the Horror Hour.
Oh, cool.
So Damien Leone actually went back and rewrote the ending of the first Terrifier because as they were filming, he knew he wanted to make another one. So he had to go back and leave the door open. So he felt like the first film was a showcase for art as a villain. And after, like I said before, a major critique being the lack of story, he really wanted the second one to focus on the characters. So this was interesting to me. I can't remember what interview I read it or watched it in, but he did say that he was the gore and the over the top of all of that was boring him. And he really did want to focus on more characters and story. But at the same time, he knows what the audience expects from a Terrifier, from Art the Clown.
Yeah.
So I feel just as as the creator, I feel like that's got to be kind of a difficult needle to thread. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Trying to satisfy your audience, but also satisfy your own
Exactly.
creativity.
But he said that this was the first thing that he ever got to write without having to juggle a day job. So he spent 3 months working on the script from about 7 o'clock at night to 4 or 5 in the morning. And as he's working, he's not giving any thought to the runtime. He said that a lot had to be cut out to get it down to 2 hours and 17 minutes.
That's wild.
Yes. But he said that no studio was okay with even the first 5 minutes of the film, so he was going to have to go the indie route again. He had some backers, but he also turned to crowdfunding to supplement for all the effects in the film, because despite this being the second part of this franchise, he wanted the over-the-top craziness that you would get in like a part 6 or a 7 of a regular franchise.
Okay.
Or of another franchise.
All right.
So he did an Indiegogo campaign for Terrifier 2 with the goal of $50,000. In the first 24 hours, it surpassed $100,000.
God damn.
Wow.
By the end of the campaign, Terrifier 2 had made $217,127, more than 400% of that original $50,000 goal.
Damn.
So with the bag secured, Leone intended to pass off some of the effects work because it was all on him in the first one. So he contacted a company with hopes that they would do about 40% so that it wasn't all on him. But when they couldn't come to an agreement on what they would be paid, they dropped out.
Wow.
According to Leone, he and his producer, Phil Falcone, did, by his estimation, 97% of the effects. When that team had dropped out, everything paused. And he said that Falcone was like, if we don't just start, we're never going to. So they started and would film until it was time to stop and build the effects work and the prosthetics and everything. Then they would start filming again. So it was a bunch of start and stop. And then production was halted because of COVID. And after all of this, Terrifier 2 released in 2022 as a financial success. And because of that and its following, the third installment arrived 2 years later. And now with the fourth in the works, it's safe to say that Art the Clown is sticking around.
Ending with a rhyme.
Yeah, I tried. Now, before we torture this film, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, then let's cut loose. Now, this film relies heavily on having already seen Terrifier. If you haven't, go watch it or listen to episode 134 of our show as a refresher. The film opens with a siren blaring into the night as we pan from the trash on one side of the street over to the road where a police car flies by, its lights cutting through the darkness. Teenagers, played by Robert Privatera, Rachel Keefe, and Jamie Root, sprint by. In a dark alley, fog gathers as the lone source of light rocks, creaking in the breeze. Through the thickening fog, we see a silhouette, someone with a small hat sitting jauntily atop his head and a swollen bag of tricks slung over his shoulder.
Wonder who that could be.
I don't know. I guess we'll find Be patient.
I'm sorry. I'm just excited. I really think, as far as comparatively, the first sighting of this character, we'll say, in this film, spied in silhouette, billowing fog, darkness, much improved.
Yeah.
From just seeing this dude down the street.
Yeah.
I was like, this is not an entrance for a person, we'll say.
For a person
who we've not met yet.
Yeah.
In the morgue, though, the coroner, played by Corey Duvall, is on the ground. He grunts as he pulls himself along. Behind him, malfunctioning lights flicker and wild electricity zaps. Still, the coroner pulls himself along, even though behind him, Art the Clown, played by David Howard Thornton, advances. His black and white face paint and garb is punctuated by smears and streaks of bright red blood. He looks down at the coroner, his disgusting teeth bared in a smile. Art's makeup, they said that it used to take over 2 hours to apply, but by the end of production, they got it down to about an hour.
Oh, good.
Okay.
I was like, God damn.
Yeah.
But I thought it was interesting because Leone said that Tim Curry's Pennywise to him is the king of scary clowns.
Okay.
So he wanted to go in the complete opposite. He didn't want to do anything like that. So he didn't want him to talk. He didn't want any color and he didn't want any hair. I thought it was interesting that the inspiration for the way that he looks comes from the clown in the Twilight Zone episode 5 Characters in Search of an Exit.
That's great.
Right?
Yes. And honestly, you can see it the second you hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also think that there is a little bit of an homage to Tim Curry's Pennywise later in this film.
Right.
And I think that's pretty cool. Another thing I think is really cool is that we are picking up immediately where we left off.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I forgot. I'm going to be honest. I forgot what happened. What's going on with him in the first one. And then seeing this, I was like, oh, yeah.
But the coroner makes his way to the phone and is able to pick it up, although both of his hands, as well as his entire front, is covered in blood. Still, he manages to dial while Art stands across the room, admiring his own reflection in a mirror. One of his eyes seems to be gone. The 911 operator, played by Julie Azrian, asks for his emergency, but the coroner can barely stammer, his bulging eyes fixed on Art. Art is sticking his fingers curiously into the space where his right eye once occupied. His questing fingers reach to the back of his head and find a gaping exit wound. The coroner chokes on his own blood as he finally loses his footing and slumps to the floor. The operator consoles him, telling the coroner to stay on the line and she'll dispatch help. But Art is using 2 fingers painted with the blood from inside his own skull to write on the mirror. A-R-T. Art.
I know this is kind of his thing because he did it in the pizza shop, right?
Right.
Yeah, and
right.
I do prefer this medium to that medium.
Yes.
Because it's poop.
Yeah, but we know who you are.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to write your name on the wall.
Allow him to reintroduce.
Yeah, I guess.
But with his little project complete, he turns his attention back toward the coroner, but his eyes fall upon a steel mallet. Art picks it up with a filthy hand and advances on the coroner once again. He's still on the ground, bleeding and choking, unable to communicate with the 911 operator, who is still trying to coax a response from him. Art quietly takes the phone and sets it gently back in its cradle. The coroner looks up at him helplessly, weakly raising a hand to defend himself, but Art brings the mallet down swiftly, connecting with the coroner's forehead. The resulting spray of blood paints the medical posters on the wall. We see the alley again. The light creaks and sways in the gathering fog, and music swells as the silhouette, Art comes closer. In the morgue, he continues to beat the coroner, dislodged teeth skittering across the floor with a spray of blood. Once he's done with the mallet, he tosses it to the side to go at the coroner's face with his bare hands, sinking in his fingers and tearing it apart as the coroner flails and screams. Art rips out the coroner's eyeball and holds it by the nerves to inspect it. The coroner writhes on the floor, a bleeding, screaming mess, as Art folds the eye into his own vacant socket. He turns to the coroner with his grin intact, unfurling his hands as if to show off a completed trick. The coroner's eye bulges blindly from Art's face. Art points at it and then back to the coroner as he laughs silently. He's having a blast.
He is.
I did read in one of those interviews that Leone said that Art mocking his victims was a nod to the hitchhiker in Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Okay. He did mock Franklin pretty.
He did.
He did.
Pretty hardcore.
And that was a lot just for the eye. You could have just pulled his eye out.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he tends to go overboard.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Finally, he picks the mallet back up, and as the coroner grits his toothless gums, Art slams it down on his face again and again until the coroner finally stops moving. But now, he is reaching the end of the alley where there are pulsing lights of police cars bathing the area in red, technically making Terrifier 2 2022 a giallo film.
You are.
And even I'm not thrilled with this one.
Yeah. What are you doing to us?
You didn't have to say it.
No.
I did.
No.
I did.
Isn't there more script?
Yeah, there is. There's a lot more. But in the morgue, with no more use for the coroner's eye, Art plucks it from his head and tosses it to the side. He rips the coroner's skull apart, revealing his slick brain. Art cups it in both hands and raises it up with reverence. He takes a trash bag and dumps its contents onto the ground before getting to work and dumping the coroner's instruments into it. He goes to a table and picks up a bottle of fluoroantimonic acid, 100% spectrograde. The bottle warns, freeze, corrosive, hygroscopic.
I have no idea what this means.
I did read that this is real, but that it is so corrosive, it would eat through the glass bottle. Like, you can't even store it like that.
Oh, yeah. Is it like that stuff that they were like you can only put in rubber bucket?
Like on Breaking Bad? Yeah.
That's
maybe
what I
like
was
that.
thinking.
Yeah, because it was like, actually, you can even store that. I was like, okay, well, all the shit that you just saw, and you're going to actually the glass?
Like, well,
okay.
Everything else is accurate.
No shit.
You can put someone else's eye in your eye. That's fine.
And
I
they're
wouldn't
going to watch you
recommend
do
that,
it.
though. Yeah.
But I draw the line at storing dangerous chemicals. But Art continues to steal and go through the coroner's things, even going so far as to pat the decedent's body and dump the change from his wallet onto the ground.
When I saw this, I was like, oh, his greatest crime is coming. He's going to steal this guy's identity.
Now, he walks to the end of the alley with that bag slung over his shoulder as the police speed by. They take their lights with them as they depart, and Art's grin deepens in the shadows. Art enters a laundromat where loads of clothes thud loudly in the machines. As he pushes the door open, he passes a man leaned back in his chair, his head pressed against the window behind him as he slumbers, snoring. The door swings shut and Art struts past, setting his trash bag down next to the coin machines. He proceeds to go back to retrieve a hanger and then strip butt-ass naked, peeling off his bloody costume. He flexes his hands once they're freed from the filthy fingerless gloves, and he deposits the clothes into a washer, dropping the change in and starting the cycle. As the man continues to sleep, Art picks up a newspaper and finds a chair of his own. He cackles silently at the headline, "Head-on crash kills family of 4." His smile is wide, his face animated, but when electricity zaps and the machines slow to a stop, his face droops in disappointment. So here's the thing, okay? I get why this is funny, why it's supposed to be funny.
Right.
You feel like Bart without a soul?
That's exactly what I was about to say. I know that this is funny. I'm just not laughing. Like, I don't know what it is. It feels... I truly don't know how to explain it, but I understand the depravity and I understand what we're saying about Art the Clown, that headline is funny to him. Something about it just does not hit for me.
Yeah.
It's just, man, Art's edgy. Like, we get
We totally get it.
I think it's that. We already know, and just seeing what he's capable of doing,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we need to see him getting a cheap laugh off of other people's misery. I get that's his whatever, but it's like, come on, dude, really?
It's like, I don't know what it, I really don't know what
it's like,
it is.
I didn't think he was reading Family Circus.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
I knew.
It's just like, oh yeah, I get it. I don't know, because I'm not like, how dare he laugh? I mean, I don't know why it just does not work for me. And I know so many people love Art. They love his antics. They love these movies. Take a deep breath before you get upset and start typing. Because I love that you love this, and I understand why it's funny and what it means.
Right.
It's moments like this where I'm like, oh yeah, I get the value of it. It just doesn't hit for me.
Mm-hmm. And that's fine.
Yeah.
But Art looks around with his remaining eye and turns toward the room behind him, where the little pale girl, played by Amelie McLean, sits. She wears her own black and white costume, her face painted similarly to Art's, high, thinly arched black brows, pointed black slits painted vertically down her eyes. Half of her hair hangs limply, and the other half is teased into a high and frayed ponytail, sticking out of the white hat parked jauntily on her head. She smiles at Art, bearing similarly stained teeth.
They say imitation's the most sincere
Yes,
form
true.
of flattery.
True.
But I will say, just on sight, I was like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, I will be honest. I still have questions about this little girl that I don't fully understand. I can just stop it there.
All right. It's interesting that it's kind of like the inverse, though. His hat's black, hers is white.
Exactly, yeah. So I had wanted to talk about that, actually. Leone had said that the little pale girl was originally designed as a little girl from the 60s with the yellow sundress and a sunflower in her hair, until Halloween of 2017, when Leone was getting tagged in pictures of girls and women dressed as Art. And so he was like, well, I can just do that. And the black and white is inverted.
Oh.
So where Art's costume is black, hers is white, and vice versa. And I thought that this was interesting. They did her top and bottom teeth backwards. So her bottom teeth are on top. So it looks like, what is wrong with that? You know what I mean?
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Because her smile did seem very strange.
Right.
Art looks at the girl sourly, but she continues to smile brightly at him. She stares wide as she offers him a wave, and Art reluctantly returns the favor. Suddenly, a puddle of dark blood pours, splashing into a puddle on the floor between her black and white socks. So I did read that this was a nod to Reagan peeing in The Exorcist.
Oh, okay.
I did. I thought that.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I didn't catch it at first, but after I read it, I was like, oh, it absolutely is. Yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't. Yeah, what I thought, because of how Art was introduced in the previous film, it's like it's just always just diarrhea.
Oh,
her diarrhea is nasty.
Yeah.
Landslide.
But it is dark and it looks gross.
It
does.
I feel like I was like, why? But I get it.
I don't. I don't.
I get the nod.
Maybe that's how these demons introduce each other.
No.
And how do you do, sir?
Splash.
Yeah, I don't know.
But Art looks down at this before looking back up at the girl. She stands and walks over to him. The score is ominous as the two smile at each other. The little pale girl raises her hand and squeezes the end of Art's nose. She takes a curious finger and pokes and rubs where his missing eye should be. All the while, they both grin and laugh silently. Art pantomimes his eye flying out, and the two only laugh harder. The girl brings her hands together in a soft clap and extends one toward Art. He understands quickly, raising his own hands, clapping, and then gently slapping hers. The two engage in some patty cake, but the clapping of their hands rouses the sleeping man. He wakes and squints his eyes, trying to get a clearer view of what he sees across the room. Art the Clown sits, naked, save for his boots, face paint, and the newspaper neatly folded in his lap. His trash bag occupies the chair behind him, and he plays patty cake with the air in front of him. The man looks at this confused, but Art sees the little pale girl rocking an invisible baby in her arms, and he mocks her movements. The two applaud each other enthusiastically as the man continues to stare.
Is that rocking of a baby meant to be foreshadowing?
Oh,
okay.
I must say, I didn't know where we were going with this little pale girl. I did not expect for her to be, I guess, kind of a hallucination, maybe, on behalf of Art.
That's what confuses me, because this shot right here where the guy doesn't see her,
Yeah.
that's what I thought she was. But then
Later.
Art should be the only one that can see her then, and that's not true.
Yeah.
I thought, I was like, is she what drives him? Is she like the manifestation of his evil? And then I was like thinking, potentially, I didn't know that she was also going to be miming with him. So I was like, maybe she'll be his voice box.
Right.
She'll be, while he's doing his stuff, she's like saying stuff. But no, they're exactly the same.
That actually
Yeah.
could have been kind of an interesting dynamic to give him a voice in that way.
Well, what I had hoped, because I forgot about the little girl, and then watching it, I was like, damn, for me, I think it would have been cooler if it would have been kind of like what you're saying, but maybe a shadowy figure like in Longlegs instead of getting this.
Right.
I understand what you're going for. Me personally, I don't like it.
Okay.
If you're going to make her a little girl from the 60s or 70s, whatever, have her dressed that way, but be bloody. I think, to me, it's more scarier if a child who's hurt or somebody from back in the day is leading you to do these bad things, but they look normal. Oh, you went through suffering, or you went through something. Now you're a demon controlling this dude or something, or you're helping him get revenge or something. Like, the girl is just him.
A girl,
Yeah,
a little
but a girl.
Yeah.
I think that is what makes it kind of an odd choice creatively, to have it be just a carbon copy.
Yeah.
But we cut to Art pulling on and zipping up his freshly laundered uniform. He happily mops up the floor to the laundromat and grabs his bag. But when he turns to leave, the mop falls, and we see that the handle has been broken off. As Art strides toward the door, he passes the man that was watching him. His mouth is permanently agape, his eyes permanently staring. Blood pours down his head from the broken mop handle stuck through the top of his skull. It continues to run down through the hole beneath his chin, darkening the front of his shirt. It cuts to black, and we get the title in bright red, Terrifier. With the crackle of electricity, the number 2 sits right behind it in bright white. And I think I forgot to give that man's credit. He is Thomas Smith, the poor guy in the laundromat.
I did want to say very quickly, I watched this interview with the Empty Crypt that was done with the production designer / set designer / costume designer, Olga Turka.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wearing many hats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which often happens in independent features.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very interesting because she had started as the costume designer, she said, and then I guess there was somebody else slated to be the production designer, but it just didn't work out. And so on set, Leone was like, hey, do you want to be production designer? And she's like, I'll be right back. And she goes and Googles what a production designer does. And she's like, all right, yeah, I could do that.
Yeah.
And it's such a cool story of just taking every opportunity given to you. And she seemed really cool.
Yeah.
But I learned that, with most productions like this, wherever a costume gets filthy throughout the period of the film or over the course of the film, you have like a bunch of different alternates, and you're like, okay, well, this is like after this happens. Like we talked about in Ready or Not.
Yeah.
Where they were like...
The dresses.
Yeah. So many dresses. This, everybody had one costume except for Art the Clown, who had 2.
Oh, my God.
And that's it. And so they would wash it, and I was like, I don't know what detergent you're using or what this blood is made of, because that's amazing.
Yeah.
That you're able to, because this thing gets filthy.
Well,
Yeah.
I would hope that we're using some kind of hydrophobic material that we're like, I would be so stressed out. And I can't believe the costume that Sienna has later. They only had one of those.
Yeah.
That's why.
I would be so stressed. We cut to a bedroom, and synth plays while we pan across lit candles and burning sage, whose healing smoke curls into the air. We see a Queen Phoenix poster on the wall and glide over desks where we see costume armor and equipment like tools, a hot glue gun, and scissors. Sienna, played by Lauren Lavera, plucks a pair of these scissors out of a cup and gets to work cutting. As the music plays and we get more shots of her working on her costume, carefully cutting, sanding, molding, and spray painting, credits are interspliced. Sienna makes a cuff and fits it around her arm before moving on. She fabricates and paints shoulder armor and tries it on once she's adorned it with spikes. A gleaming sword shines, and a back piece of huge and ornate angel's wings sprawl on their stands, and Sienna comes over to spray the feathers. The spray colors the very edges of the white feathers a bold gold. The montage and credits finally finished. Sienna blows out her candles and sets them back down beneath the impressive wings.
I actually really liked this little scene.
Yeah.
The little montage of her putting this costume together, the synth track in the back. I think that it was a pretty cool introduction to her character and what this will mean.
Right.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I did like this. We all like cosplay stuff. We've built stuff and whatever, and I will agree, I did enjoy this.
This is, I was endeared, or she was endeared to me immediately.
Mm-hmm.
This being our introduction to her.
Right.
Yeah, thumbs up. I did read that Leone said that the character of Sienna Shaw has been in his head since about 2008, and that he wanted her to be his Ripley, basically.
Okay.
He said that art needs a Batman to his Joker. And this character that he had thought of separately, he was like, oh, it's her.
Well, I mean, every villain should kind of have a counterpart.
Yeah, well, you have to. I think that's kind of what was missing in the first one. But when Lauren Lavera auditioned, she had never even seen Terrifier.
Yeah.
So she auditioned and then she was going to watch it. But before she could, she got the call back. And so she was like, maybe I shouldn't and just keep doing what I'm doing. So she never even watched Terrifier until she booked Terrifier 2.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And then she said she watched it again and again. But Leone said that when she came in to audition for it, she was his first and only choice. When he met her, he was like, no, that's Sienna.
Okay.
Well, she is a real highlight.
She's great. That's the thing. I feel like I have a very difficult relationship almost with this film because there is stuff that really works for me, and then sometimes it's undercut by stuff that really doesn't, or there are just things that flat out don't. But Sienna, I love her. I love Lauren Lavera's performance. I love this character. I really, really like her.
I want to. I just feel like I'm not given enough for me to do that properly.
Things happen pretty quick. But I mean, I like her. I think a lot of it is performance.
Yes.
And she's given some really good moments to shine later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like actions that you're like, when you think of them in context, you're like, okay, that's actually really good.
Yeah, yeah.
But it is, exactly as you're saying, where it's like you get these really good things and then there's also just so much around it that just, you know.
But Sienna goes down into the kitchen and starts to look through one of the drawers. Standing nearby is her mother, Barbara, played by Sarah Voigt, talking on the phone through a headset. She tells the person on the other end that their husband is the only one listed on the policy. But when she tries to flip the chicken sizzling in the pan in front of her and sees that it's scorched, she shouts, "Bitch!" But then she quickly has to reassure the customer that she wasn't talking to her. So I think that was chicken. At first I thought it was bacon.
I don't know. I just hope you like it crispy because it is burned.
It is.
Yes. Yeah.
Not quite.
Yeah.
Sienna calls to her, asking if they have a tape measure. Her mother shields the microphone on the headset, frazzled, and says that she doesn't know before inviting her to check in the drawer by the microwave. She brightens her voice again to address the customer, advising that next time their husband is going to have to be the one to call about the policy. All she can share is that the policy is still active. Sienna skirts past her mother to check the aforementioned drawer and quickly finds the tape measure inside. She sidles past her mom again and starts picking at a plate of food on the counter. Barbara smacks her and admonishes her, asking if she really can't wait 5 minutes. She tells Sienna to go get her brother. And once Sienna leaves, Barbara continues to deal with the person on the phone, assuring them that her manager is only going to tell them the same thing. I will say I identify heavily with the switching back and forth between your real voice and the customer service voice. Because I don't know who that bitch is. Later in the dining room, she sits with her children, Sienna and her brother Jonathan, played by Elliot Fulham. As she serves the plates, Barbara asks her son if he's decided what he's dressing up as tomorrow. Jonathan says that he has, the Miles County Clown. Sienna stiffens and warns her brother simply, "Don't do that." Jonathan asks why not, and Sienna tells him, because it's beyond disrespectful. Confused, Barbara asks what they're talking about. Sienna informs her mother that Jonathan is wanting to dress up like a real guy who murdered 9 people last year. Barbara looks at her son in shock, and Sienna continues to scold him, asking if he has any idea how insensitive that is, not to mention sick. Barbara agrees and declares that he is not doing that. Jonathan argues that it's just a costume, but Barbara tries to explain it to him. How would he feel if, God forbid, he attacked someone in their family and then people went on to celebrate him? Because that's basically what Jonathan is doing. Sienna adds that you don't see people dressing up as Jeffrey Dahmer or Charles Manson, which you do, unfortunately, see that. But Jonathan thinks that they're both overreacting, though, adding the fun fact that Charles Manson never actually killed anyone. And he is right.
No, he's right about Charles Manson.
He is right.
But everything else is out of line.
Right.
Yes.
I will say, though, what she says about, how would you feel if this in our family, etc., foreshadowing.
True.
But, and he was celebrated after, doesn't that feel like a bit of a meta commentary or critique?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feels like it.
It feels like it, but apparently it's not. Yeah.
It's not.
Because he doesn't have commentary or messaging. Just throwing that out there. But Barbara puts her foot down. She said no, and that's it. The family starts to eat in silence, but Jonathan has another fun fact. Did you know that the Nazis used to inject children's eyeballs to see if they could change color? This is the line for Barbara, who yells her son's name with frustration, and Sienna thanks her as she continues to eat her potatoes. Potatoes as well, maybe foreshadowing.
Yeah, okay. Let Sienna punch him in the arm.
Just once.
Just once.
Just
yeah,
one time.
just once. Not hard.
What was that frog thing that people used to do? Or they,
oh my God,
Yeah.
yes. That hurt. Why did they call it that?
Because you hopped after? I don't know.
Sure.
It hurt real bad.
It did hurt.
I got to admit, this being the introduction to Jonathan, I was like,
Yes.
I don't know if I'm going to like this
Yeah,
kid.
I think that that's something else. And I wonder, too, because Leone had said that he wrote without any thought of any time constraints, of any runtime, of anything, and that he really was prioritizing character. And so I wonder if there is character development that we lost in cutting it down, and probably in the final cut prioritizing these prolonged gore sequences. Because Jonathan, I was like, oh, somebody needs to keep an eye on that kid.
Yeah, I think it was too much.
Yeah.
This is too much to introduce us to him.
It's like, well, when you're bringing up the Nazis, But also, as Barbara, I'd be like, yeah, that is true, and that's horrific. Like, what is there? Are you learning about that, or is there something you want to talk about?
Yeah,
do you want to her being like, shut up? Be like, I don't think that's the way, but
I also feel like
she's frazzled.
That or a 2-piece. He'll learn. He'll learn.
Sienna punch him, Sienna frog him or whatever.
She burned the chicken.
Yeah,
She did.
I thought there also could have been more time given to Barbara and her whole situation of grief that she's going through.
Yeah, because that's not really explored. That's true. But again, it does leave me to wonder, because we do get some pretty intriguing, to me, character moments in this that I wasn't expecting going into Terrifier 2.
Right.
I don't think that I'm really going to be treated to interesting characters. I wonder how much of it we lost. I wonder how much development was in that original story. I do. But we see the outside of their house, adorned with Halloween decorations, before joining Sienna later in the kitchen as she washes dishes. Barbara asks what her plans are for tomorrow night, and Sienna shares that Megan Melanie is throwing a Halloween party. Barbara says that that's nice. She asks if Sienna is going with Allie, and Sienna nods, adding, and Brooke. This gives Barbara pause, and she fixes her daughter with a look before asking, "She's not driving, is she?" Sienna grins that she's taking an Uber. Barbara's like, "What, so you can get shit-faced? What do you think I am, stupid?" I was like, Mom.
No.
Jeez.
Take a breath.
Yeah.
What I do like, though, maybe as a mom and maybe as a mom that had a lot of intuition about my friends, that I was like, whatever. Well, as soon as she says Brooke, she was like a red flag went off, and that is not wrong. You know what I mean? From things that we learn later. But Sienna sighs, wondering if they have to do this every time she goes out. She reminds her mother that she doesn't even drink, and Barbara replies sarcastically, "So you say." Sienna opens the cupboard to put seasoning away, but a box of cereal falls out, crashing and spilling its colorful contents on the ground. Barbara laments that Jonathan never closes his goddamn boxes. She gets on the floor with a small broom and dustpan and starts to clean it up. I was stressed out because I was like, please close and pick up that box first.
It was too close.
Yes.
It was way too close. Sienna continues to dry the dishes and broaches a difficult subject carefully. She asks her mother if she ever worries about Jonathan. Barbara asks what she means, and Sienna is like, We cut to Jonathan's room where his Art the Clown costume hangs on the back of his door. He sits at his computer, his eyes wide as he scans an article on the screen. Halloween Mayhem. There's a picture of Tara Hayes, played by Jenna Cannell, next to the paragraphs that detail the news of her and Dawn's murders. Jonathan scrolls further to another picture of Tara in her costume and a selfie of her and Dawn Emerson, played by Catherine Corcoran. Down in the kitchen, Barbara dismisses this, calling Jonathan an oddball. Sienna says that he was on his computer looking up serial killers when she went in there earlier, and now he's talking about Nazis and the Holocaust. She starts to say more, but Barbara tells her that it's just a phase. It'll pass. Sienna reminds her mother that she said that a year ago.
A year ago?
Yeah.
In his room, Jonathan pulls a scrapbook out of his drawer and flips through the pages of Drawn Monsters to an article with the headline Halloween Horrors taped on one of the pages. Tara and Dawn stare back at him in black and white. Jonathan looks from this back up to the computer in front of him. But downstairs, Barbara points out that Jonathan lost his father, and Sienna shoots her a look before asking, "And I didn't?" Barbara just looks at her, and Sienna adds that you don't see her crying out for attention. But Barbara counters that she wishes Sienna would from time to time. Keeping everything bottled up is not healthy. Sienna just warns her mother not to be too surprised if she finds a dead animal in Jonathan's bedroom, and Barbara snaps back, telling her to watch her mouth.
I honestly thought this was leading in several directions that it does not lead into at all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
One, I thought would be pretty interesting as far as maybe not leaning so heavily on a supernatural thing with Jonathan.
Right.
Another thing I thought was about their father.
Yeah.
And who he potentially was. And again, I think I'm incorrect.
Yeah, you're not correct, because neither was I. I had a pretty strong theory that Art's the pappy.
Yeah.
That's what I thought for the majority of this movie.
Me too.
But it's not.
No. I thought it was going to be like a big reveal at the end or something.
Yeah, no, I absolutely thought that.
I never thought.
I absolutely thought Art was their father.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's collecting these articles because they're, like that.
And
Okay.
I think that it's categorically false.
Yes.
I don't think that that's like, well, maybe in 3. Like, I think that we're just wrong.
Okay. The only reason I didn't think that, I'm going to be honest, I was too busy kind of a little flabbergasted at the mom being mad at Sienna for being worried about her brother.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, look, she's having a conversation with you. She's not yelling. She's not, Mom, you got to listen. And she was literally talking to her mom and saying, hey, look, I'm worried about my little brother. This has been going on. And for a year, if your kid's talking about Nazi shit and this and that for over a year, there's a problem.
That's
you should have taken care of that immediately. I'm sorry. But but it was, I didn't think that, but I could see that. And you know what I mean? I could see that. It was just really weird. I was kind of scratching my head like, well, she's worried about her brother. Why are you telling her to watch her mouth?
I think that there is, an element of, she has so much on her plate already. And it's like, that's my son. Like, I know that you're my daughter, but like, that's my son and I'm going to defend him. He's just a little weird. Like, there's nothing wrong with him. But it's like, it just comes off like you're saying.
Yeah.
I thought that it was more potentially leading towards that twist that never comes.
Yeah.
Where she is aware of who her husband was.
Oh, okay.
And she's
okay.
afraid that her son is following in the footsteps of him.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, in the way that she does act about him when he's brought up, and because the reactions are a lot, and she is grieving as well. But it does almost feel like, no, like we're not doing this. Like it does kind of feel like that.
Yeah.
Defensive.
Right.
In his room, Jonathan scrolls through crime scene photos, including one of Art, his mouth gaping and his eyes blocked with a black bar. The photo is captioned, "The suspect known as Art the Clown."
The eyes blocked, I guess, is because he was missing an eye, but it did look like they were trying to protect his identity.
It did.
It's like everything else kind of gives him away.
We know. He scrolls further and finds the name Art written in blood on a mirror. The caption reads, "A madman's signature."
So this is an intriguing thing as far as timelines are concerned, because this beginning of the film that we saw, Art waking up in the coroner's office, doing all this stuff, going to the laundromat, killing this guy. This newspaper article is like, oh, that was 1 year ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that the timeline was a bit confusing for me. Even when we sat down this morning, I was like, wait a minute. But I that's what it is. What happened with Tara and Dawn happened 2 years ago from tonight.
Yes.
And then that interview with Victoria Hayes happened last year.
No. No. It's what happened that night with Tara and Dawn was 1 year ago.
Okay.
And then that interview with
it's tonight. Yeah, see,
Yeah.
I'm still a little confused.
Yeah, I thought this was all the same night going forward. I have no idea that anything had passed. I was confused watching it.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
What comes up is there's a moment later at school.
Yeah.
Where somebody mentioned something that I thought was like a year ago.
No, but it
was
just happened.
Yeah.
Yes, literally last night. Because I guess the part of Terrifier, there was that kind of little twisty twist to get the timeline correct in that one.
Right.
Yes.
And there is a moment in this film that is a scene from Terrifier that was reshot for this film to kind of give it a little bit of continuity in that way.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's not. There is no last year.
Yeah,
or anything.
No.
So
None of that.
it is. I'm like, I'm trying. All right, I'm trying. I'm like Charlie with the fucking string on the. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out.
Would it have helped?
Pepe Sylvia.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would it have helped? I got boxes full of Pepe.
Yeah.
If there were, like, after the Terrifier 2 title card, 1 year later.
Probably because the timeline kind of being a moment of you thought this, but it's actually this. That being a moment in the first one, it maybe would help to clarify, because it really looks like he did that, washed his clothes, and then went straight on what we're about to see.
Yeah.
That's how it read to me. And so, yeah, even this morning I was like, wait, what? Because no, that was a year ago.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're all on the same page now. But further down on the page is a police sketch of Art under the header, "Who is Art the Clown?" Jonathan stares at this with wide, intrigued eyes, running the cursor down Art's cheek. Now, again, I thought this was some kind of like idolizing.
Yes.
You're trying to dress up as him. You're looking at, like, it seemed like he was very, I mean, I don't know, because it's not where we go.
Right.
I did hear on commentary that the sketch was done by Damien Leone.
That's cool. In the kitchen, Barbara turns it around on Sienna. She recalls when Daddy took her fishing for minnows or macaws, but Sienna corrects her, minnows. But to Barbara, it doesn't matter. Her point is that Sienna's father found her cutting the heads off those fish. She guesses that Sienna didn't think she'd remember that, but Sienna just shrugs that she was a lot younger than Jonathan when she did that. Barbara maintains that she was still old enough to know the difference between right and wrong. She hands over a roll of paper towels, asserting with finality, "Your brother is fine." And this as well, her cutting heads off a fish, that does seem like a little bit of foreshadowing.
True.
It does, but you do cut the heads off the fish when you fry them up, and like you
She's
don't
like,
eat
"No,
it."
you're sick."
Yeah, I know.
Later in Sienna's bedroom, the synth pulses as she airbrushes a small piece of her costume. Jonathan comes in with a knock, asking if she has any super glue. Sienna finds a tube and looks it over, reasoning that there's a little bit left. She asks what happened, and Jonathan presents his tiny Art the Clown hat. He holds up the string and tells her that it came off. It is hilarious to me that Sienna's like, you cannot wear that. And he's like, hey, it broke. Can you help me fix it? Sienna reminds him that he isn't supposed to wear this tomorrow, but Jonathan compromises that he won't paint his face. Sienna is frustrated, but Jonathan implores her to come on. It's too late to get another costume. She tells him to hand it over, and she takes the glue to it, fixing it. She glances up at her brother and asks how he was able to grow another foot since dinner. Jonathan boasts that he's the tallest kid in his class, but Sienna warns him to not forget that she can still kick his ass. When Jonathan counters, not for long, Sienna shoots him a grin. He shifts his attention to the piece of her costume in front of her and commends that it's sick. When he asks how much she has left, she shares that she's just finishing up the skull. Jonathan picks up a sketch of the armor, and with a nod, he tells her that it's just like their dad's character. In fact, Sienna draws almost as good as their dad now, and Sienna thanks him. So their father being an artist, I thought that it was kind of cute. Leone said that Sienna's name comes from Bob Ross using the color burnt sienna all the time.
Aww.
And since her dad is an artist, it was kind of a little tribute or a nod to Bob Ross.
Okay.
I think that's great.
Yeah.
I was thinking their father was an artist, and if you just shorten that a little bit.
Yeah. But Jonathan turns and picks up the sword on its stand. Waving it around, he asks if this is part of her costume. Sienna scoffs that it's not. If she walked out of here with that, she'd get arrested in 10 seconds. But Jonathan guesses that no one would mess with her, that's for sure. Sienna just warns him to be careful with it because the blade is razor sharp. The glue job on the hat finished, Sienna hands it over. Jonathan thanks her before quickly switching the subject. He asks her if she thinks the Miles County clown is still out there. Sienna doesn't understand why he's so obsessed with this clown all of a sudden, but Jonathan points out that they never found his body. What if he's still out there? Sienna asks if that's why Jonathan wants to wear his costume. Does he think that if he ran into him, the costume would make the clown all cordial? Jonathan scrunches up his face at the word cordial, and Sienna explains, friendly. She tells her brother not to worry about it. Even if he is still alive, she's sure he's gone far away from here. Jonathan nods and thanks her again for fixing the hat before exiting the room. So this does give a little more insight to Jonathan.
Yes.
Him being afraid and maybe wearing this costume is kind of like an armor for him, but that does not really reconcile with the kid that we just sat with at dinner.
Yeah, that's the only thing for me. I do understand that, but then he needs to act a different way.
Yeah.
I do wonder, I mean, that is kind of a good explanation as far as like all the research, maybe. Like the more you know about something, maybe the less you could be afraid of it.
Right.
I do the same thing, or I did the same thing with WebMD. It became a real problem.
Yeah, don't do that.
But I do think that can be a coping mechanism to deal with that fear. And maybe if you become that thing, you maybe won't be afraid of it, but how much do you become that thing, which is what I was afraid of for this character.
Yeah. Well, in the way that he was like, I bet nobody would mess with you.
Exactly.
Like, I thought that maybe something was going on at school. Like, I don't know. I think maybe just me reading too much into it, maybe, because like his friends seem a little fucked up, but he seems fine. He doesn't seem like he's being bullied or anything.
They honestly seem more fucked up than he does.
Yeah, but again, that's a little different than from how we were introduced to him.
Exactly.
It seems more of an infatuation than it does a worry.
Yeah. And then we get this scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. Later, Sienna lies in bed as a storm rages outside. She lies with the remote in her hand, watching House on Haunted Hill in 1959.
We love to see it.
On the screen, Nora emits blood-curdling screams when she's confronted with Mrs. Slides, her face contorted unnaturally. And in response, Mrs. Slides just glides out of the room. Nora continues to scream, but Sienna's eyes are growing heavy and she starts to doze. But just as a sobbing Nora tries to seek consolation from Lance, the screen glitches and gives way to a cartoon. Sienna watches sleepily as a screaming nun opens fire on cannibalistic priests. But the screen gives way once again to another show. The host, played by Leah Voisey, wears stripes and overalls as she sings for us to drop on by the Clown Café. Children sit nearby. I say children, they're played by adults. I don't know if they're supposed to be portraying children. I don't know. I was a little confused. But they're excitedly eating cotton candy, caramel apples, and popcorn. But Sienna is still dozing. The cheery song continues, beckoning us to drop on by the Clown Café. The grub is downright gruesome, but your appetite's so big, 'cause food's a little funny. Food's a little funny. Food's a little funny at the Clown Café. Sienna is sleeping at this point, and we leave her to join the crew on the set of the Clown Café.
I heard on commentary this Clown Cafe song was written by John and Al Kaplan. He referred to them as the Kaplan brothers. I don't know if that's like their working name.
Okay.
But it was actually sung by Leah Voisey. So she is singing this.
Okay.
She sounds good.
Yeah. And from what I read, the Kaplan brothers wrote this song in 2 days. I feel like it is catchy as all hell.
It's very catchy. It definitely gets stuck in your head. The lyrics,
It's all right.
yeah.
But it stays stuck. I've been singing it for days and I can't stop. I can't stop.
We watch the monitors that capture the musical number as people hang and swing from playground equipment on the set. The host continues to strum her banjo and sing, her face painted like a clown's with a grinning overlined blue mouth and a blue star over her right eye. A long line forms behind her at a food truck with the name Clown Café in lights and a drawing of Art the Clown depicted on the side. The host sings, "Drop on by the Clown Café, your favorite meals on wheels. The menu is disgusting and it's full of special deals. Nothing here is good for you, so grab yourself a tray, 'cause food's a little funny at the Clown Café." The host continues to back up where she stands against a mural painted on a brick wall lit with lights. It depicts children, all holding hands and dancing in a circle with Art the Clown at its center. He grins, bearing awful teeth with a bright rainbow painted behind him. We return to the playground equipment where the kids play and smile. The host continues, "Drop on by the Clown Café. Double up your order quick before it runs away, 'cause food's a little funny at the Clown Café. Why not visit after school and have yourselves a bite? An appetizing appetizer's certain to delight. We haven't got it right unless it makes your teeth decay, 'cause food's a little funny at the Clown Café." Someone sits above the playground's ladder, and when a loud buzzer sounds, she raises her head. We see that it's Sienna with colorful clips in her hair, a floral shirt, and overalls. Freckles are drawn on her cheeks, and her braided pigtails are twisted up, defying gravity. The host comes back over with the others, and they all sing the chorus together, but Sienna is the only one that looks confused. The host finally wraps up the song, but once she's done singing, Sienna hears someone crying out. It's a nun, played by Gloria Young. She sits next to an unhoused man with long hair, played by Roberto Ham, holding a sign that reads, "Help me." The nun rings a bell feverishly, demanding that someone feed this man. She turns her attention to Sienna and asks her, "How about you? He's hungry. Will you feed this man?"
I will say very quickly, Roberto Ham was a set builder in the art department, so that's pretty cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sienna looks over at the host, who is laughing with the rest of the crew, despite the nun continuing to cry out, asserting that the man next to her is not invisible. And again, my overthinking ass, this feels like commentary for something. These quote unquote children being entertained by something horrific that we see, gorging themselves on what they've announced is
not good for you.
Not good for you. and everyone ignoring this person that actually needs help and attention. It felt like something, but I guess that he said that he doesn't do that, so it's not, I guess.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was confused seeing it, but I did hear what he said, so I chose to ignore it.
Yeah.
Because it means nothing.
Well, yeah, that's what he said.
It's a nun.
No.
Okay.
Well,
It's
there's
not-
none
It's
there.
not.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean none.
Santa continues to look around and spots a TV playing a commercial for new Art Krispies from Sugar Plum. The announcer boasts fun little surprises in every bite before his voice breaks off in a cackle. And this is David Howard Thornton doing the commercial voiceover, which is pretty funny.
That is really cool. And surprises, it's debatable.
It is debatable. Santa looks closer at the box, which depicts Art the Clown beeping a tiny horn and pouring a pitcher of blood into the cereal, which is littered with razors. The box reads Art Krispies Bloody Rice Cereal with Marshmallows. At least it has marshmallows.
The marshmallows are fine.
Yeah.
None of that's nutritious.
No. It says terrifyingly delicious. The little boy on the commercial, played by Wesley Holloway, shovels down his breakfast. But when we see the bowl, the cereal is writhing with skittering bugs, razors, and shards of glass. And the announcer brags, glass, insects, and razor blades. I was like, yeah, we see. The kid crunches on his mouthful happily, and when the announcer shares that there's a special prize inside every box, the boy thrusts his hand inside the cereal box, wondering excitedly what he got. Plucking her banjo, the host pipes up that speaking of surprises, kids, there's a very special guest with us today. Sienna eyes her suspiciously as the host continues that for a guy that doesn't speak, he sure makes a lot of noise. All the way from Miles County, please welcome Art the Clown. She fans out her arm toward the food truck, and Art leans out of the window, waving to the gathered crowd. Sienna trembles with fear as the score dips dark and then rises to whimsical carnival music. So these people waiting in line to eat the horrific food from the Clown Café food truck, these extras are people that donated and supported the Indiegogo campaign.
Okay.
How cool.
That is
Yeah.
fucking awesome. Like, what a cool opportunity that they gave them.
Mm-hmm.
Art drops Sienna a wink before pulling himself back into the food truck. He appears behind it, riding his tricycle by the playground as he waves. Everyone besides Sienna is overjoyed to see him, laughing, applauding, even grasping out at him as he rides by. And he comes back to take a victory lap, slapping everyone a high five. Finally, he jumps off of the tricycle and looks around before spotting his bag of tricks. He goes back over to the playground as everyone watches with a smile. Art sets down the heavy bag and pulls out a colorful lollipop. He presents it happily to one of the kids hanging from the monkey bars. He forcefully stuffs it into the boy's mouth before moving on. He presents the next person with the caramel apple, and the next girl goes rabid for the box of popcorn he gives her. Everyone laughs as they eat their treats, but it's finally Sienna's turn. When he thrusts something wrapped in newspaper toward her, she tries to refuse it with the shake of her head, but Art continues pushing it toward her impatiently before she finally takes it. Once she does, everyone applauds her. Panting and fearful, Sienna tears open the newspaper. Art busies himself inside of his trash bag when Sienna unveils a box within the paper. She lifts the lid to find a dark heart still thumping on a bed of writhing worms. The heartbeat takes over the soundscape, and Sienna watches in horror as black blood begins to fill the box. The host laughs as she plucks on her banjo. The crowd gathered at the Clown Café clap excitedly and cheer, and Art is still searching for something in his bag. The other people on the playground gobble their snacks as the nun speaks up with her bell again, imploring them to stop what they're doing right now. She sees that they're feeding their faces, but she implores them to feed him. He's so hungry. Sienna pulls her hand from the box and frantically shakes loose the black glue clinging to her fingers. The nun continues to yell, hectically ringing the bell, and Art looks up excitedly from the bag, having finally found what he's looking for. A machine gun.
No.
Yeah, I don't think Pennywise would be happy about that.
No,
No.
I'll be honest with you. The way that I deflated when that's what he pulled out of this bag, it's just, for lack of a better word, it's just so boring.
Yeah.
For it to just be a gun. And the imagery of a gun and these people dressed as children hanging from a playground. Again, it feels like you, Poochie, it feels like you have something to say. Do you? And so, yeah, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse, but what he did post on social media, it seems like in the face of Lauren Lavera and David Howard Thornton, who have been very outspoken about, we'll say, current events. It feels like it's just disappointing It's just disappointing.
I will say on commentary, he put it very simply and said that he knows that art with a gun is a controversial thing in the horror community, period. And the idea of guns, period, is a controversial thing. But he said he just liked the idea of art being black and white and it being like an old school kind of like a gangster thing of just seeing this visual with a Tommy gun in particular. So it really wasn't.
It really didn't mean anything.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of thought put into it, really.
I will say maybe it's me, and I don't feel like I'm sensitive to a lot.
No.
But I think that maybe, especially in our time right now, when you are mixing guns with the imagery of children at play or children at all, I think that you maybe should be mindful and either have something to say or maybe just have regular ass people hanging from this playground.
Yeah.
I feel like everything about this Clown Café sequence, it's seemingly pointing to something.
Yeah.
But it's not. And I mean, it is, there are things that he discussed on commentary regarding the narrative.
Right.
But nothing at all regarding metaphor or symbolism with all of this imagery that is so clearly saying something.
To me, that's what I thought. And I know that people are listening and they're like, he's fucking Art the Clown. He's here to kill people. Like, just shut up and watch it. And I get that. But I think that I feel as though Leone, although, you know, and I was like, I'm not going to bring it up. Maybe I'll bring it up a little. Maybe I'll bring it up once. And I keep bringing it up because it really did bother me, what he posted, because it feels, he does feel, when you listen to him speak, T and I were talking about it this morning, like a very thoughtful filmmaker.
Yeah.
It feels like he really does respect, no pun intended, the art. And so I just, when I see something like this, it feels like you are trying to say more. It feels like you have the floor and you are trying to use your platform to, even if, you know, somebody has to be looking for it or somebody has to peel back layers to find it. It feels like you are saying something with this nun, with this starving man, with this imagery of this gun. But to learn that, nah, not really. It's just like, oh, okay. It does feel a little...
It's disappointing.
Deflating, yeah.
Well, I'll even come on the other side of that because I know that you guys like, you know what I mean, social commentary and all that, and I'm more of I just want to live in the moment,
right,
and enjoy whatever I'm watching.
Right.
For me, this doesn't work because, for one, Art doesn't drive a food truck, so none of this means anything. Anything he does doesn't have to do with food unless he's shitting in the pizzeria bathroom and making shit ducks and wiping it on the wall or whatever. Nothing that he does has to do with food.
He's not Sweet Tooth.
No, he's not.
No!
I feel like
Sweet
if
Tooth
you,
is great, though.
yeah, he is. He's better. If we have that, if you introduce that in there somewhere, or any kind of he does a bit like that, then maybe, this is a bit that makes up or links to whatever. This all feels very added because I need to make Art more crazy, or I need to set him up to do something that nobody's gonna. It just didn't. None of this worked for me.
I get that.
And I think that maybe in the context of a nightmare, you allow for some imagery.
Right.
But the way that it seems, at least from what Leone says about this sequence, is that this is not a nightmare.
Yeah, that was odd for me too.
Yeah, I didn't understand that either.
It took me, I don't think I got that at all the first time I watched it.
No.
And then watching it again, I'm like, okay, I understand what it means narratively.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I just think maybe it's the execution for me. And I will say that we've already talked about this. This sequence goes on for a really long time.
It does. I think it's like 9 minutes or something.
Oof.
It goes on for a really long time.
Cut that.
Art opens fire, mowing down the Clown Café patrons, shooting the face off of a waiting pilot played by Thomas Rickman. He turns to the supposed playground kids, shooting them as their snacks fly in a haze of their blood. Their bodies drop, and Sienna loses her grip on her gruesome gift. The black inside oozes onto the ground. Finished, Art drops the gun and walks off. Popcorn is strewn in a pool of blood. A body sways lifelessly on the swing, and the banjo music for the Clown Café song starts again. Shot in her leg, Sienna grunts as she pulls herself toward the slide in hopes of escape. Art has wandered away, though, and found himself a flamethrower. He walks over to the host, who is happily playing the banjo again, and he wastes no time in lighting her on fire. She continues to dance and play as flames engulf her, and in her bed, Sienna stirs fretfully. But at the Clown Café, Art has set any remaining survivors on fire. He happily plays with the torch in the chaos, but lost in her seeming nightmare, the Sienna still in her bed is sweaty and twitching. The Sienna at the Clown Café, though, is able to crawl over to the set where the Art Krispies commercial was being filmed. The little boy that was just so happily eating his cereal is dead in his chair, blood pouring from his mouth. Sienna pulls the cereal box off the table and thrusts her hand inside, wincing at the instant pain. This is when she catches Art's attention. He looks over at her as she pulls her hand from the box, embedded with shards of glass as bugs scamper across. She looks up and locks eyes with Art, who is advancing toward her steadily, and she steels herself before reaching back into the box. When her hand touches something, she reacts with surprise and seeming relief, but she breathes heavily as she stares up at Art, who stands over her with his torch. We see the wings of her costume stretched out in her room where Sienna still struggles with her nightmare. But at the Clown Café, she pulls her sword from the cereal box. She holds it in front of her when Art blasts with the fire. Sienna screams, but the sword protects her from the flames like a barrier. But now she wakes up in her room to see that the wings are engulfed in flames.
So definitely now, for sure, supernatural.
Right.
Yeah.
I am going to talk a little bit later on about how really fucking masterfully done some vis effects were that were added to this film. But just as an example, there were a couple flames set on these wings and the rest are all added digitally.
That's wild.
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed.
It looks great.
Before we get too far from the Clown Café,
Mm-hmm.
I do want to talk about the composer of the film.
Okay.
We already talked about who composed that Song of the Summer, as I mentioned.
Right.
But Paul Wiley was the composer for the film. He actually scored Terrifier, Terrifier 2, and he did score Terrifier 3.
Okay.
But I learned on the Empty Crypt that apparently Leone is very hands-off when it comes to the compositions, aside from the selected tracks, which he did pick for the film.
Mm-hmm.
But he basically gave Wiley free reign. He's like, here's some temp music and some ideas of what I was thinking, and go for it.
Well, he was right to give him room to, because this score is fantastic to me.
And I was a massive fan of the work that he did on the first film.
Right.
The main theme of Terrifier is fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And his inspirations, he talked a lot about doing these simple note motifs that kind of recall Halloween and A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right.
Yeah.
And I can absolutely get with that.
Mm-hmm.
But he said this scene in particular, normally, he says when it comes to the big murder scenes, he scores them while watching or after watching so that he can time the crescendos and the dynamics and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to other sequences, sometimes all he has is the script and he'll write a score based on what he reads. For this sequence, whenever it came to like the circus music and then the big crescendo with the Tommy gun or whatever, he said that he was basically just told a time. And he's like, so I want circus music for this little bit and then it to go from there.
Right.
And he was able to score and it would do it so well. It fit perfectly.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was just really impressed by that.
Yes.
There was one more thing that he mentioned that I had not considered at all, but was very intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
He said when you have movies with silent killers like Art, like Michael Myers, he said you don't think about it, but the score is their voice.
Oh.
Yeah, all right.
I like that.
And I was like, okay, because now you think about it more and you're like, well, yeah, when it is whimsical, like as instead of him actually saying something, it's speaking for him.
Yeah. But the fire alarm squeals as Sienna's hard work melts down to the candles and burnt wings and dripping glue. She tries to beat the flames away, but it's no use. Even the sword is flaming on its stand. Finally, she gives up and flees the room. She runs out into the hallway where Jonathan stumbles out of his own room asking what's going on. Barbara comes sprinting down the hallway and tells her children to go outside. She realizes that the fire is coming from Sienna's room and she peeks inside. Thinking quickly, Barbara rushes for the fire extinguisher and is able to put out the flames. Later, Sienna sits defeated at the table as Barbara paces. Angrily, she asks if Sienna really left candles burning on her dresser all night. She's like, what are you, fucking stupid?
Dude, I busted out laughing. I have some critiques as far as what I feel direction is concerned.
Yes.
With some line readings, but that
Agreed.
line reading was fantastic.
Sienna is adamant that she didn't do anything. Those candles weren't lit. But Barbara demands to know how her goddamn room caught on fire then. When Sienna admits that she has no idea, Barbara repeats this, adding mockingly that it just spontaneously combusted out of thin air. And Sienna quips, I guess so. Before Barbara can lay into her, she notices that Jonathan is watching on the stairs. She snaps at him to get back to bed because he has school tomorrow. Jonathan is shocked that he still has to go to school, but Barbara booms at him, yelling, what did I say? And Jonathan sprints back up the stairs. When John Paul was watching this, he was like, that's Jackson. And it made me laugh because like if the wind blows too stiffly, Jackson's like, they'll make us go to school in anything.
Yeah.
Barbara turns back to her daughter, warning that she's going to kill them one day between the chemicals and heat guns and staying up till 4 o'clock in the fucking morning doing God knows what. Frustrated, Sienna tells Barbara for the 100th time she wasn't using chemicals and she didn't leave the candles burning. She pleads with her mother, why can't you just believe me? Barbara starts with, because... but quickly relents and offers for Sienna to stay in her room and she'll sleep on the couch. Sienna says that she doesn't mind sleeping on the couch, and Barbara just tells her sternly to go to bed before leaving the room. Sienna sulks at the table. I did read that this was kind of mirroring a real fight that Leone had with his own mother. He had been melting a sulfur-based clay on the stove, and his mom woke up to a house full of smoke.
Well, I mean,
I think rightfully pissed off.
Hell yeah. And I get it. And I would be very mad too. I think for me, the only small bit of a problem I have is this kind of reads more of Sienna's doing bad stuff. You're a bad kid or whatever. Dude, you see that I'm in my room building shit. It's not like I'm making weapons or I'm any kind of weird you see me building cosplay stuff
because she is like, and you're doing God knows what.
Yeah,
it's like the art, not the art. Well, it is art.
Yeah,
yes.
It is.
But I mean, the result of my work is readily available.
Yeah,
it's right there.
You see what I'm doing. I
the
think,
art of my work. It's early.
Well, I mean, but you're right.
Yeah,
I think that this would have worked better maybe if we saw Sienna being reckless with anything ever.
Yes.
Because I don't think that if my kid has a track record, and she was working very meticulously, blowing out the candles, picking up after herself, like I understand that nobody wants to wake up to a fucking fire in the middle of the night, but it does read a little like, see, this is a habit. It feels like.
Not to pass the buck, but your son is a serial killer.
Yeah.
Like, can we focus on that instead, please?
I'm just trying to make it When Sienna returns to her bedroom, she looks at the charred wreckage of the gorgeous wings that she had built. She peels a piece of the melted feathers off sadly, but something catches her eye when she looks down at the blanket of ashes dusting the top of the dresser. She pulls out her sword, which is somehow completely unharmed and unaffected by the fire. And we did see the sword engulfed in flames.
Yes.
Yeah.
This made me so sad to go back and see those wings because they were gorgeous.
Yeah.
I was like, it hurt me. But the next morning, Sienna comes downstairs and pours herself a cup of coffee. Barbara breaks the news that she was able to keep what was in the bottom drawer, but the rest is ruined. She's throwing these ruined items in a trash bag, and Sienna nods in defeated understanding. Barbara tells her to make sure to park in the garage when she gets home. She doesn't want the car getting scratched up because the people next door are always throwing eggs and shaving cream.
Foreshadowing.
Yes.
I also thought it might be a little bit of foreshadowing, and I know I'm going back a little bit, but the way that she picked the sword from the ashes, almost like a phoenix rising.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Queen Phoenix is on that's the poster or whatever. Interesting. John Paul doesn't look convinced.
We're trying.
It's a little like, hey, I'm telling you what's happening.
A little bit. Sienna holds her steaming coffee, but is staring blankly. After a beat, she asks her mom if she remembers that sword her dad got her. When she shares that it was on top of her dresser last night, Barbara looks up from pouring her own cup of coffee and offers that they might be able to get it repaired. She asks if the damage was bad, and Sienna shares that it's fine. There's not a mark on it. Barbara reasons that that's good, but she wishes she could say the same for Sienna's clothes. She turns her attention to Jonathan, alerting him that he's got 5 minutes. I was like, she really is making him go to school. Sienna sinks down into the chair across from her brother, lost in thought. But when she looks up at him, she freezes. Jonathan is chowing down on some Wacky Jacks. And for just a moment, she sees the dead little boy who had been so excitedly eating his Art Krispies. She focuses on the box of Wacky Jacks with its cartoon clown, and we hear an echo of the wild laughter of the announcer from the Clown Café. But in his lair, Art is dumping out the contents of his bag and getting to work, hammering things together and slicing off the tip of a serrated blade. The little pale girl pulls his TV over and sits in front of it on the floor. She picks up the cord and finds the wire frayed and broken. Undeterred, she lifts the antenna and pats the top of the TV. Her face glows with the static. When she's able to pick up a program, she watches, rapt, her fingers laced beneath her chin as Art works at his table with his back to her. On the screen, a host, Monica Brown, played by Katie McGuire, shares that she's sitting with the sole survivor of the Miles County Massacre, which occurred 1 year ago today.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody still have a tenuous grasp on the timeline?
Yeah, no, but I'm here.
But onward we move.
Mm-hmm.
She tells her guest that despite having worked on this show for years, she's never sat down with someone who has a story to tell quite like hers. Art is using his torch to attach nails to the end of a blunt piece of wood. Monica Brown thanks her guest again for taking the time to sit down and speak with her. Her guest answers in a croak that it's her pleasure, but when we cut to her, the TV is clouded with static. Still, Art turns at the sound of her voice and laughs silently. Monica moves the interview along, reminding her guest that when they left off, they were talking about the moment she woke up from the coma. She asks if her guest would like to share what she was thinking in that moment. We finally see Monica's guest, Victoria Hayes, played by Samantha Scafidi. Her right eye is suspended in its socket with no lid, skin, or muscle to protect it. The left side of her face is melted down, obliterating her other eye. Her teeth are exposed with no lips to hide behind, and she answers Monica's question, "I wish I was dead." At this, Art laughs harder, his whole body shaking with his mirth. But Victoria continues that people are frightened by the way she looks, especially children. It's really difficult for her to deal with that, so isolation is ideal for her. Monica asks about her attacker, who is only identified as Art the Clown. At this, Art stands up and walks over to the TV, towering over it. Monica continues that there's a lot of speculation surrounding Art's supposed death because authorities issued a statement that his body disappeared from the coroner's office the morning after the attack. Victoria asserts that he is dead. She saw it happen. Art kicks the TV, shattering its screen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So all of this should seem very familiar.
Right.
Yeah.
And
minus the little girl.
Yes. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is what Leone said on commentary was the point of doing this scene again, because this is the same exact situation from the first Terrifier.
Right.
And so it's to kind of show the presence of this little pale girl was there, period, with art during this.
So we just didn't see her.
We didn't see her. And this scene is kind of the bridge, I guess, from 1 to 2, because this takes place after the events of 1, but it's shown in 1, if you recall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of giving proximity to this timeline.
Right.
Okay.
I think that the placement, even in this film, is weird of this scene, because I feel like it should be placed after Sienna's nightmare or vision or whatever.
Right.
The same night.
Yes.
Okay.
Because that's when that was broadcast.
Yeah.
I don't think that it should be shown after they're having breakfast at the Shaw's house.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, he's got an eye again.
Well, that's also a problem.
Oh, yeah, he sure does, doesn't he?
So that's kind of what confused me, too, because I did remember this again, but no little girl, demon kid.
Uh-huh.
But now we do, but then he's got his eye again. So it's like, so when did this happen?
do you guys think that to lend more to us kind of feeling at the time like what she was experiencing was a dream? What if she fell asleep watching the Monica Brown interview, Sienna?
Right.
And then she dreamed about the Clown Cafe.
Okay.
Keep House on Haunted Hill for a second. Then
Yeah.
she switches over to the interview because I did like that.
Yeah.
But I think that would have worked better. And then you can have, when she falls asleep, Art also watching it with this little pale girl.
Right,
I
right.
guess.
Yeah, in conjunction.
Yeah.
You're right.
Because it is out of place here. I think that's why I was like, wait, what? Because it is the same thing from the first one, but we were just at breakfast.
Yeah. And you're not watching a tape of the interview.
Right.
Yeah.
Jonathan arrives at school and looks at the clusters of chatting students before finding his own friends behind the dumpster. Sean and Eric, played by Owen Meyer and Griffin Santopietro, are poking at a dead possum with a stick, lifting up its limp tail and letting it fall back down. Sean jokes that it's their new mascot and says it's right up Jonathan's alley. No reaction that he gives during this makes it seem like this is up Jonathan's alley.
Yeah.
Like they seem way more into it than he
Yeah.
is.
It almost feels like a complete character shift from
Yes.
the day before.
Yes.
Yeah. That's kind of what I thought, because he is very like, oh, guys, leave it alone.
Yeah.
And please, children, get away from
Stop.
it.
Yeah.
Stop
Good
it.
Lord.
Go wash your hands.
Yes. Eric wonders how it died, and they laugh when Sean suggests that it was from eating the school meatloaf. But Jonathan isn't laughing. He thinks that they should leave it alone. Sean asserts that the possum doesn't mind, so what should they leave it alone for? Eric tells Jonathan that he should have been here earlier because birds were eating its asshole.
Too specific.
Yeah.
It's the whole. It's the whole. Sean tells the group to watch this. He calls over to Stephanie, played by Devin Roth, who stands with her friends. He tells her to come over, ignoring Jonathan when he tells him not to. When Stephanie comes over, Sean says that a cat just gave birth behind the dumpster, and he invites her to come look at all the kittens. She looks down, and Sean uses the stick to pull the possum's belly open, displaying its guts inhabited by maggots and wriggling worms. Eric and Sean giggle as Stephanie runs away, horrified. Sean calls after her. What's wrong? Maggots need love too. But Stephanie is still running. She sprints past Miss Principe, played by Felissa Rose, who shouts her name in concern before getting her associate to go check on her.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
Yes!
Sleepaway camp.
Yeah. Leone said that he and David Howard Thornton met her at a con, and they all just hit it off immediately. They were
That's
like
cool.
thrilled when she said yes, that she would be in this.
Mm-hmm.
And he only lamented that she was only on set for one day. But everyone said that she was so nice to everyone. She was really friendly and like super kind. Everybody said it was great just like being around her.
I did expect to see her more after seeing her.
Yes.
But on set for one day, I understand.
Yeah. But she turns her attention toward the boys clustered behind the dumpster, booming, "What's going on?" Sean and Eric panic as Miss Principe comes over. She is disgusted when she looks down at the possum. She scolds Sean, telling him to go get Mr. Curtis right now to remove this. And she tells Eric and Jonathan to get to class. When Sean lingers, she pulls him by his backpack and pushes him away from the dumpsters, telling him emphatically to move it. She takes another look at the possum and sighs before walking away herself.
For what we see in just a moment, what happened to Mr. Curtis?
He's busy. He's like, I'm not touching that fucking possum.
That's disgusting, dude.
Gross. In class, the students sit quietly as they take a test. Jonathan looks across the aisle at Stephanie. She looks back at him with anger, but when she sees the look on his face, her features soften, and she subtly shakes her head before looking back down at her work.
The framing of finding Jonathan in the aisle reminded me of Halloween.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Laurie Strode. I expected there to be that moment here, but
yeah, there's not.
no.
Jonathan is still looking at Stephanie when Mr. Whalen, played by Mark Langston, calls him out from the front of the room, telling him to keep his eyes on his own paper. Jonathan looks sadly at his paper before quietly getting the teacher's attention and asking if he can be excused.
He wasn't cheating. He was falling in love.
Yeah, he clearly wasn't cheating. Fall in love on your own time, Shaw. I don't know.
Pencils down. I don't know why the test is over now.
He ruined it for everyone. He walks down the hall with the giant pass clutched in his hand and stops to take a drink at the water fountain. As he drinks, just out of focus, something that looks like a little girl dressed in black and white with wild hair skips by. Jonathan looks up at the open doorway with confusion as he wipes the water from his lips. He takes a lingering look at the empty doorway before going down the stairs and heading back to class. But when he rounds the corner, the score goes wild. Art the clown and the little pale girl sit in the middle of the hallway, crisscross applesauce. Art holds the stick and the little girl cradles the dead possum in her arms. They're both having the time of their lives, pretending to play with and tickle the dead possum. Art takes him in his arms and the girl watches with giddy delight as he thrusts his hand into the possum's open belly, pulling out a handful of slimy guts. Art and the little girl both play with these guts, staining their hands red, and the girl smiles as she eats some of them. Jonathan has been staring at this with fear, and when his trembling hand loses grip on the hall pass, it clatters loudly on the floor. Art and the little girl's heads snap up toward him, and Jonathan looks at them in horror. Art picks up the possum and throws it at Jonathan. It lands against his shirt, staining it, and Art and the little girl laugh silently but hysterically when Jonathan sprints away.
Firstly, I do want to point out that I don't understand how this is happening.
Yeah, I don't
know.
either.
I have an issue with Jonathan being able to see the little girl.
Mhm.
Yes.
Because I thought this was just for Art.
Right.
And I think the more that it goes on, there is just not confusion, but confusion on my part. Maybe it's understood in Terrifier 3 how this happens exactly, how this figure is able to be seen, but was not seen by the guy at the laundromat.
Right.
Yeah.
I do want to point out where this was filmed. It was interesting.
Okay.
Leone said that it was filmed at Monsignor Farrell High School in Staten Island, New York, and he said that they had to kind of tiptoe around what they were doing in order to film here, which I completely
I
understand.
bet. Yeah.
But I do wonder if they found out what happened. Because, I mean, you're throwing like it's a pretty gruesome scene.
Yeah. Well, how cool would it be, though, to be a student there and watch this and be like, that's my fucking locker. Like, that's cool. But Jonathan runs right into the principal, played by Stacey Dickerson, who reminds him sternly that there is no running in the hallways. Jonathan rights himself and continues to run toward the exit, ignoring the principal when she tells him to get back here. She rounds the corner that Jonathan just ran away from and finds the dead possum on the shiny floor, its blood and guts streaked across the tiles. And again, she does not see Art. She doesn't see the little girl.
No. And please wash your hands.
Yes.
Please.
And so that is why I'm like, okay, clearly either the spirit of Art and this little pale girl are connected specifically to the Shaws.
That's what I think.
And that's why, again, I'm thinking more and more, I'm like, your father,
Right.
Yeah.
you know?
I think we got to let go of that.
Yeah, I
and
know.
It took me I was pretty deep into the movie before I was like, bitch, let it go. So he's not their father. Let that one go. In the cafeteria, Sienna gets her tray and starts to walk toward the tables alone. But Allie, played by Casey Hartnett, rushes up behind her, lifting her hair and wishing her pretty a happy Halloween. She wears a green witch's nose, has rubber blue fingers with red-tipped nails pulled over her own, and munches on chocolate. When Sienna points out that it's too early for chocolate, Allie reminds her that she's talking to someone who eats Count Chocula on a regular basis. Sienna just asks sullenly that they please not talk about cereal. Allie responds with a confused, okay, as she pulls the nose off.
And it's literally never too early for chocolate, so...
Yeah, jot that down.
Yeah.
We have a lot of Mac jokes today. But I am hoping and assuming that this is college.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And not high school, because I thought it was high school.
I will be honest too, I was a little confused with her age and what, how much older than Jonathan she's supposed to be. But I did think that too, getting here. I was like, oh, this doesn't look like a high school or...
Right.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is high school.
I don't know.
How old are they supposed to be?
That's my question, because we do buy drinks later.
Yes.
So that's what I'm hoping,
Yeah.
because we do see like some side boob and like just stuff that I think that if she is like supposed to be like 16 or 17, maybe we don't need to.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Well, if they're buying drinks, then
I'm assuming 21.
Right.
Yeah.
And I feel like Barbara, the way she treats Sienna, it is like your kid's always your kid, but not like she is a kid. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
As they head outside, Allie realizes that someone is in a mood this morning, and Sienna apologizes, citing that she barely slept last night. As they sit down on a concrete slab, Allie ventures a guess that Sienna was up until 4 a.m. working on her Halloween costume again. But Sienna corrects her. It was more like 6.
Real quick, I do want to make a comment. This was something that I know I had said earlier. I wanted to see more of Sienna. I would like to see that instead of, because it's said again later, stop telling me that she's staying up till 4 a.m. working on her stuff. Just show me. Let me get a little more time with her. Let me see a little more personality. Let me see you mess something up and then figure out a way to fix it. Or anything to know you're resourceful or this is what you like. Not just, oh, you can never get to bed on time. And then I hear it again. Like,
what's funny is the time being the same both times.
Yeah.
That was always funny to me.
The time
I'm
is wild.
She's just notorious for 4 a.m. Sienna's gonna be up working on her costume.
Maybe she's texting and she's like, hey, I'm still...
Yeah.
Or she's like tweeting at 4 on
It's
the
like,
dot.
Sienna!
We have school. But I feel like maybe seeing the little montage,
yeah.
it was the attempt of being like, see?
Yeah, but it doesn't show that she's not sleeping or that she's like... Because I think that's the focal point of what they're saying, because even her mom was talking about bottling stuff up and like, you know what I mean? So
Being told instead
yes,
of...
Right.
exactly. But Brooke, played by Kaylee Hyman, comes over asking if they heard about what happened to Monica Brown. Allie asks, that bitchy talk show host? And Brooke drops the bomb. That bitchy talk show host totally got her face torn off. Sienna immediately looks uncomfortable, but Brooke sets the scene. Monica Brown had on that Miles County survivor, the one who was in the coma and had her face mutilated. What was her name? Victoria something? But Sienna knows and offers Victoria Hayes. Even this scene, I feel like would have worked better if she had been watching that interview the night before.
For sure, because it would hit harder.
Yeah. Not sensing her friend's unease, Brooke continues. Victoria Hayes had a meltdown on the show, and then backstage, she mauled Monica Brown with her bare hands. Allie is in disbelief, but Brooke chuckles. Sienna asks if Monica Brown is dead, and Brooke quips coldly if she's lucky. She asks if they've ever seen pictures of transplanted faces that look like Mr. Potato Head. She dismisses it. Fuck that shit. Allie is horrified and asks if it's really that bad, but Brooke grins that she hasn't seen any pictures, but from what she's heard, Monica Brown looks like the inside of the cookie she's eating. She giggles that her eyes were gouged out and her nose was falling off her face. And she heard that a little bit of her cheek was found on the bottom of Victoria Hayes' shoe.
Okay, from what I heard, this happened last night.
Yeah.
Unless your father's the chief of the Haddonfield Police or whatever. I don't think so.
She's got her ear to the ground, man.
I will say this is the moment where I kind of had to pause for a second. I'm like, okay, what is this timeline?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I took a minute to figure it out, and it did actually line up and make sense, but it did take me a second.
Yeah. I think it's the way it's presented.
Mm-hmm.
Sienna's breathing has been increasing, and now she teeters on the edge of a panic attack. She gets up and hurries away, leaning against the chain link fence as she struggles to catch her breath. Allie and Brooke rush over to check on her, and Brooke immediately apologizes. She didn't mean to freak Sienna out. Still trying to compose herself, Sienna assures her friends that she's fine. She just needs a second. When Brooke catches people nearby staring at Sienna, she asks them with attitude to mind their own business, please. Thank you. They immediately turn away. Allie implores her friend to talk to her and tell her what's going on, and Sienna shares that they had a fire last night. When they ask where, Sienna says that it was in her room. She must have left the candles burning when she fell asleep. She says that it was pretty bad, and when Brooke asks her to define that, she does. Flames touching the ceiling. House could have burned down bad. Allie asks if everyone is okay, and Sienna says that they are because her mom put the fire out in time. And Brooke muses, Barbara to the rescue. She swears that Barbara is a superhero, but Allie wants to know if she was pissed, though. Sienna says that she was livid. She yelled at her for like an hour and a half this morning, but Brooke counters that that's not so bad, considering Sienna did almost torch the family in their sleep, which is a fair point. Allie points out the important thing, though. No one got hurt, and in a few weeks, they'll be laughing about the whole thing. Brooke thinks it'll probably be more like months, and Allie concedes, okay, a couple months. And Brooke reestimates, probably like a year. But Sienna is still staring at them intensely when she confides that it wasn't just the fire. Something really strange happened last night. When her friends want to know what it was, Sienna just dismisses it as nothing. She assures them that she's fine and suggests that they go back and sit down. She laments that her food is probably ice cold now. And when Brooke offers her a piece of her Monica Brown cookie, Sienna finally laughs and tells her friend that she hates her.
I appreciated her friends a lot.
Me too.
I did too. I just don't understand why she didn't say anything. They just defended you. You told them what happened last night. They're obviously really your friends and they care about you. Say something.
I would prod as if my friend's like, it was something else. No, nothing. I'd be like, nah.
Yeah, what? What?
At home, though, Jonathan sits on the stairs while Barbara speaks with the truant officer played by Gilbrando Acevedo. Barbara apologizes for causing him trouble, and he tells her to have a nice day before shooting Jonathan a look on his way out. As soon as the door is closed, Barbara turns to her son and tells him angrily to get to his room. Jonathan tries to explain, but she yells again to go to his room. She doesn't want to hear another word out of him until she says so. Jonathan scrambles up the stairs, and Barbara tries to compose herself.
So when I saw this credited as a truant officer, I thought that he just ran out of school and bailed.
Yeah.
They found him, took him home or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't think they're pinning all of this on him.
Yeah.
Bringing that dead animal into the hall.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel this is why I would love if we had just a better grasp on Jonathan as a character.
Mm-hmm.
Because does this sound like something he would do?
Right.
I know that Sienna just said, don't be surprised if you but whatever. Like, even if someone said that, I don't know. Knowing my kids the way that I do.
It's that.
If somebody was like, oh yeah, Ari brought a dead possum and was throwing it around. No, she fucking did not. No, she didn't. I wouldn't be like, Ari, go to your room. Like, I feel like, is this what you expect of him? Does this sound like something he would do?
Yeah.
And think about it for a second as the principal, right? What sense does it make that he would bring it into the school and then fucking run away from it?
Yeah.
He was horrified.
Terrified.
He
no pun intended.
was. And maybe if it has gotten to this point, let's talk instead of yelling.
True.
Yes.
Let's figure out why you did this. If let's just say you did or whatever. Let's talk about it.
And we have so many witnesses of his friends being the ones playing with it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that little girl did. They called her over there.
Yeah.
But at a costume shop, Abracadabra, Sienna stands disappointed as she tries on a pair of wings that pale in comparison to the ones she made.
Something very cool that I learned is that this is an actual costume shop in, I think, Manhattan, New York.
Okay.
That's fucking cool. It looks very cool.
It
Yeah.
does.
She laments to Allie that she can't believe she's reduced to a pair of cheap store-bought wings. Sienna asks if she thinks they're too small, but Allie wonders how big she wants them. She's going to be knocking people's drinks over all night. She assures her friend that they're cute, and Sienna guesses that they're not terrible, but Allie reminds her that she doesn't really have a choice. Allie's phone rings, and she sees that it's her mom, but before she answers, she asks where Sienna told her mother that they were going tonight. Sienna grins deviously when she says, Meg and Melanie's Halloween party. Allie laughs and leaves to answer the phone, promising to meet Sienna up front. Sienna takes another look at herself in the mirror as dark chuckling echoes from one of the decorations in the store. Allie walks away talking to her mom, explaining that she's in town with Sienna and wondering when her mom will be home, but she walks right into Art the Clown. He smiles down at her and she instantly apologizes, but after taking a look at his costume, she commends, "Nice," before walking away. Art tips his tiny hat to her, but his smile immediately disappears once she's gone.
So first I thought, I was like, wouldn't you say or wouldn't you recognize or whatever? But the more that this plays out and what she says later, it's like, even Jonathan
Yeah.
Yeah,
was planning.
exactly.
And so it is very reasonable to just be like, oh, it's just another poor taste.
Mhm.
Yeah. And on Halloween and in a costume shop.
Yeah.
It's like, I
Come
get
on.
it. Yeah. Sienna is still wearing the wings as she looks at the other accessories in the store, but she turns to see Art leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching her. Her serene smile fades and she stares at him. Sienna approaches slowly and skirts past him to get to the front of the store. She heads upstairs where the electronic laughing starts again, louder. The costume shop owner, played by Jonathan Davis, calls out to her, asking if she's all right, and she stops for a moment, looking around fearfully before acknowledging him. She goes over to the counter and sets down the choker in her hand for him to scan. She places her hands flat on the counter, trying to calm herself, but the owner points out that he's going to need to scan the wings she's wearing. Sienna didn't realize that she still had them on, and she pulls them off, handing him over with an apology, but he assures her that it's all good. The shop owner gives her the total, and as Sienna pats her pockets, she realizes that she left her bag downstairs. No sooner does she say this than does Art slam her bag down next to her on the counter with a musical sting.
Leone said on commentary that was a matter of circumstance because of continuity. They had forgotten that she had a bag when she went downstairs. And David Howard Thornton was like, well, I can bring it back because I haven't come back up yet.
That's great.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that because it does give a really good moment.
Yeah, that's really good. And I love that they caught that.
Yes.
Because a lot of movies would just be like, well, she didn't have a bag. Get over it. She looks over at him and he makes his way to the glasses rack. Sienna and the shop owner exchange a glance, and Sienna is trembling when she opens her bag to get the money. She trembles a lot in this film, and she said that part of it was her leaning into it to try to sell being afraid, but a big part of it was that it was freezing when they were filming this. And so she was genuinely shaking from the cold.
Oh, wow.
That's
God damn. Behind her, as she rifles through, Art takes a pair of sunglasses shaped like two big flowers over each eye and slides them onto his face. When Sienna shoots a nervous glance over her shoulder, Art is just standing there with them on, looking back at her. When she looks back again, he is smiling big with his hands splayed out. The shop owner is patient as Sienna takes out a book, a handful of markers. She looks back again, and Art is wearing a pair with dangling, bulging eyes on springs. They bounce and hang from his glasses as he whips his body back and forth, making them dance. Finally, Sienna finds her wallet and hands cash over to the shop owner. This is when Art starts whipping around a noisemaker and finally blowing into one. This is when it's too far. This has gone on long enough.
Yes.
Leone said that all these poses with the glasses, he just had a rack of random, like, silly glasses, over-the-top glasses, and kind of just let him go nuts. And he did it for so long with so many pairs of glasses that Leone could just pick and choose what he wanted. But all the poses and everything were improv from David Howard Thornton.
Okay.
And that's what I thought the noisemaker was an homage to Pennywise.
I see. Yeah. I read that the flower glasses were an homage to Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Interesting.
Hey, there you go.
But rightfully so, this is when the shop owner has finally had enough, and he calls out to Art that if he's going to put that in his mouth, he needs to pay for it. Art lets the noisemaker fall from his lips, and Sienna starts to stuff her things back in her bag as the shop owner counts her change. Art is looking at a black and silver horn now. The shop owner offers to get her a big bag for her wings, and although Sienna says that she doesn't need it, he insists and disappears behind the counter. I'd be like, no, fucking for real, dude. I will carry them.
Don't leave me alone with them.
Yeah, I can just wear them.
Yes,
yeah, that's fine.
I already had them on.
Isn't that the little horn? Isn't that what he had in her nightmare?
Oh, yeah. I think you're right.
Okay.
Art saunters over now, standing right next to a trembling Sienna. He slowly raises the horn next to her head, and although Sienna whispers, "Please don't," he honks the horn continually in her ear. Sienna begs him to stop, and the shop owner comes over, his patience depleted. He demands that Art quit causing trouble. Art freezes, but his eyes remain on Sienna. The shop owner hands the bag over, and Sienna takes it gratefully, hurrying out of the shop, returning the sentiment when he wishes her a happy Halloween. On her way out, she passes decorations depicting a cluster of clowns fighting over a horrified little girl in her pajamas. Art sets his horn down and heads toward the entrance after Sienna, but he stops at the door and turns the open sign to closed. He locks the door and grabs his bag.
Sienna is well aware what this clown is capable of, so much so that she was very fearful and rushed out of there as quick as she could.
Mm-hmm.
Does not warn the costume shop guy at all.
Well,
which I thought was pretty fucked up. Thank you. And then
Yeah,
Be careful with that one.
yeah, seriously.
Something.
Keep an eye on that dude. I heard on an interview that Leone said that this scene in the costume shop was a nod to Art in the pizza parlor.
Right.
Because that was his favorite part of the first Terrifier.
Okay.
Of just like giving him room to kind of do his thing before he does his thing.
It is very funny to think he was just in there shopping for shit.
Yeah. He's like, let me stop off. I could use a horn, you know? But Art carries his bag over to the counter where the shop owner points out that they're about to close. He asks if he can help Art find anything, but instead of answering, Art sets his bag down and pushes the horn he left on the counter over to him. He smiles big as the shop owner scans it and tells him, $8.99. Art squats down to rifle through his bag, just like Sienna did. But instead of a notebook and markers, Art pulls out a chain, nails, tools. The shop owner is like, are you serious right now? Which did make me laugh. But he asks Art point blank if he can pay for this or not. Art just sets an empty bottle on the counter, a mallet, a handful of chains. The shop owner has had enough.
I will say all these items are bound to be worth more than what?
Than the horn?
Yeah, he's like, I'm trying to haggle with you.
He tells Art that he's going to call the police, but Art finally stands with bloody cash in his hand. He sets it on the counter and starts to carefully count out the coins, but he's cartoonishly startled when the shopkeeper slams his hand on the counter. He asks Art if he heard what he said, but Art's comedic look of surprise shifts to a big smile. It was funny to me that he was counting out coin by coin. Like, that's a lot, dude. You're the worst kind of fucking person to be behind or be taken care of. The shopkeeper tells Art to get out before he fucks him up, but Art grabs the bottle and breaks it against the shop owner's head. Art grabs him and pulls him over the counter where he lands on the ground, his head bleeding. In a convenience store, Allie tells Sienna that that's crazy, but Sienna asserts that it was him, right down to the little black dot at the tip of his nose. So you're right, T. She was just like,
That's your problem.
I'm getting the fuck out of here. The shop owner groans as Art raises him up and immediately grabs the broken bottle and jams it into his face, cutting in around his eye. But in the store, Allie reminds Sienna that she herself even said that hundreds of douchebags are going to be dressed up like him tonight. She says that even Sienna's brother was going to dress like him. Not that she's calling Jonathan a douchebag. In the costume shop, the shop owner falls to the floor, sobbing and writhing, his face swollen around his left eye and his head slick with blood. Art descends on him. At the store, Allie is sure that it's just a coincidence, but Sienna wants her to explain the fire then. Sienna dreamt it and then it happened. Art grabs up a rusted butcher's knife and brings it down hard, embedding it in the shop owner's skull. Blood spurts and the shop owner goes still. Allie lowers her voice and asks Sienna if she's changed medications recently, but Sienna fires back that she's not crazy. Two shoppers, played by Mish and Sarah Brill, look over at them, and Allie advises her friend nervously to take a breath. Creepy decorations preside over Art as he pushes the blade down further into the shop owner's skull. His fingers twitch, and when Art finally pulls the blade out, blood spurts and the shop owner's remaining eye lolls sightlessly. Allie gently broaches that maybe the fire caused Sienna's nightmare and not the other way around. And Sienna's like, what?
That's plausible.
It really
Yeah.
is. The music is mounting chaotically as Art brings the blade down onto the shop owner's neck, and then it goes silent. Art brings the butcher's knife down again and again until the head is removed from the body. He picks it up and takes it, innards spilling out from the newly stumped neck. At the convenience store, Sienna is frustrated when Allie proposes that the fire started and worked its way into Sienna's nightmare. Her body must have felt the flames. She reasons that shit like that happens all the time. Sienna can't dispute this, and Allie changes the subject. She asks if Sienna is getting candy. What are they even doing here? Which did make me laugh. Sienna takes something off the shelf and counters that even if that were the case, it still doesn't explain how the fire started. But in the costume shop, a mother and son, played by Tamara Glenn and Reed Richards, try to push the door open but find it locked.
That name sounds incredibly familiar.
It should.
Recent, too.
Yeah.
That's right. Halloween 5.
That's right.
Yeah, she's the one in the costume. They go in the bar and I think Samantha, maybe?
It's not Carrie?
No. When I was doing research for this film, obviously, it was a really huge announcement that she and Felissa Rose and Jason Lively from Night of the Creeps were all going to be in this. It was huge announcements everywhere, but he's not.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. I couldn't find anything. But the son peers through the glass and is amazed when he sees Art standing there, holding the shop owner's head in his hands. Art stands still, but even when he's playfully sticking his tongue out at the boy, the kid's like, cool. It's like, dude. His mom pulls him away from the door and they walk off, disappearing from our view. Art shakes his head and tosses the shop owners away, where it splats loudly. And I think behind him here, there is a clown that looks a lot like Tim Curry's Pennywise.
Oh.
Okay.
But Leone said that he learned a lot about blending practical and really subtle digital effects by studying Guillermo del Toro, who is another master at it. So he enlisted Josh Petrino to do the vis effects. He also worked on Barbarian.
Oh, cool.
So Petrino said that when his job is done right and it's good, you don't even know it's there. This is a good example because he spent over 100 hours on this scene with the shopkeeper. They put the actor's face on the dummy, but they couldn't get it to work. So they tried to get help from a VisFX team. But when that team wanted to be paid more than the entire VisFX budget, they had to retool obviously.
Yeah.
So Leone reframed the shot. They behead the dummy, and then Petrino traced on the actor's face with his reactions. So when you see his eye rolling around and stuff, that's the actor. His face put on a dummy's head.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I was going to say there were moments that were very impressive technically.
Yes.
And I was like, I don't know how they did that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there's in that really big scene that everybody remembers from this film, this guy went in, he erased rods, he erased wires, like he did a lot. And he's exactly right. When his job is done right, you don't even know that he's done it.
Yeah.
His goal, Leone said, was to do, because he's never seen a film do a like one shot beheading. And so that was his goal for the shop owner. He wanted you to see it from start to finish. You stay on the head, Art brings it down until the head is decapitated. But the dummy's head was moving around so wildly, putting the actor's face on it, it didn't look convincing.
Right.
So he kind of sacrificed that goal in order for it to look good, which I'm glad he did.
Oh, yeah.
But he said that that's still his goal, is to be able to pull off a seamless, cutless beheading.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he does it in 3, but as of 2, that was his goal.
I'll be honest here. I know he's already getting away with doing whatever he wants. But
He can't keep getting away with it.
But I'll be honest. This whole little scene, them coming and the mom and son leaving and him throwing the head, I wish he fucking talked. Because a really cool one-liner right here I would have been like, oh no, I love you.
That would have done
Yeah.
it for you.
And that's what I thought the purpose of the little pale girl was going to be.
Yeah.
That would have worked too.
Mm-hmm.
But when Sienna gets home, Barbara is on the phone with a client, offering to get them a broker in their area with their zip code. Sienna sets a candy bowl on the counter, and Barbara eyes her as she tries to open a big bag of candy, but spills it all over the counter. She goes upstairs to her room, but she pauses when she sees that Jonathan is sitting at his desk with the door open. She asks what he's doing home, and Jonathan just turns and tells his sister that he is here. So I'm presuming that it's still the school day, so maybe she is just taking classes.
Okay.
Like college classes.
Yeah.
Makes
Because
sense.
why are you home? You know what I mean? Sienna walks into her brother's room, and when she asks who, Jonathan tells her, the Miles County Clown. Sienna sits on his bed and asks what he's talking about, but Jonathan says that he saw the clown at school and something really bad is going to happen tonight. He sits down next to Sienna and starts to flip through the book we saw him looking in earlier, but now Sienna identifies it. Is that Daddy's sketchbook? Jonathan is still trying to show her something, but she stops him, demanding to know how long he's had this. Upset, she tells him that he knows how long they've been looking for this, but Jonathan implores her to just read something. He stops on one of the articles pasted in the sketchbook. Horribly mutilated body of 10-year-old girl discovered at local carnival.
I just want to point out very quickly, first in the byline, it says West Torrance. So you get 2 references there.
Oh, that's great.
And the article is a full written article, which is a pretty good attention to detail.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is.
And the lead was pretty decent, I will say.
You're like, I definitely want to read more. We see a picture of 10-year-old Emily Crane, smiling in black and white, in much better shape than we've seen her previously.
Mm-hmm.
But Jonathan says that he saw her today, but she didn't look human anymore. Flipping through the articles, he asserts that there's a connection between her, the old carnival, and the Miles County Clown.
Realizing in this moment that their father had collected these articles,
Yeah.
put them in his sketchbook,
Yes.
it was only lending more credence to
Art is their father.
Yes.
I'm like, oh, because the way that we saw it earlier, it looked like this was Jonathan's book.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so it's like, oh, maybe he isn't printing out articles and keeping them. Maybe he is trying to learn more. Maybe that was a research scene and we
Okay.
didn't realize it.
Yeah.
So, okay. Points. But Jonathan is emphatic that something really bad is going to happen tonight. Sienna asks if he put these articles in here, and Jonathan asserts that he didn't, but he tells her to look at this before holding up a sketch of Art the Clown. Sienna can't believe that their father drew this, but Jonathan tells her that that's not all. He flips a page and shows her a depiction of Ramon from the first film, screaming in futility, the guy from the pizza shop. He flips the page and it's Mike the Exterminator, dead and bleeding on the ground. He flips that page and it's Dawn, suspended upside down and naked. He flips the page again and it's a woman with dark hair and a smirk. She wears very familiar looking armor and wings. And in one hand, she clutches a sword. In the other, she presents a disembodied head.
This only raises further questions.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Part of me was like, is this like Corman's Calamity, that Tales from the Crypt episode?
Yeah. Oh, that one is so good.
Like everything, he draws?
He draws it and it happens.
Okay.
Sienna stares at this silently, but Jonathan holds it up and asks her, what if you're connected too? Sienna dismisses this immediately, standing up and declaring that her brother is acting crazy. But Jonathan reminds her that their dad created that character for her, and he gave her that sword right before he died. It's like he saw this coming. But Sienna says that their dad drew a lot of things for her, and he bought her a lot of shit. It's like nobody said that.
Yeah.
He gave me gifts all the time, dude.
Good for you.
He gave me sharp weapons all the time. He asks if she even hears what he's saying, but just as Jonathan hangs his head, that's when Barbara comes in, demanding to know what's going on. Sienna asks her mother if Jonathan showed her the drawings, but Jonathan says that she doesn't care. She's pissed because he might get suspended. Sienna is like, for what? But Barbara asks her son mockingly, oh, you didn't tell her? She tells Sienna that Jonathan brought a dead animal to school this morning. Sienna looks at her brother perplexed, but he is emphatically shaking his head, even when Barbara repeats herself. She laughs humorlessly, asking Sienna if she can believe it. He even vandalized the halls. She said that she almost had a fucking heart attack when they told her. Jonathan protests again that it wasn't him, it was the clown. The little girl brought it in. Barbara yells that she doesn't want to hear another word about the goddamn clown. She says that Jonathan's hands and shirt were covered in blood when he got home. The principal literally caught him red-handed. Barbara says that she should have listened to Sienna, who's been telling her over and over about this kid.
I have two problems with that. Firstly, this kid.
Yeah.
It's her son. Number two, you just sold out Sienna to her brother.
That
Yeah.
was what
Yeah.
I would be offended about. She didn't come to her talking shit. She came to her because she was concerned.
Yeah.
You know, she's like, you talk shit about him all the time, and now I know it's true.
Now he has no one to trust.
But Barbara says that she's calling his doctor in the morning because this stops now. And on her way out, she tells him to put his goddamn bowl in the sink. Isn't it funny when the kid's already in trouble and it's like, and your fucking room's a mess?
Yeah.
You can't win. As soon as she's gone, Jonathan promises Sienna that it was him and she's got to believe him. Sienna sighs as she sits back down. She reasons that it was probably kids at school messing around. She reminds him that it's the 1-year anniversary, which we all know and comprehend and understand.
Mm-hmm.
She even already saw a jerk wearing that same costume an hour ago, but this doesn't explain the articles and the drawings, and Jonathan asks about them. Sienna just tells him gently that they both know what happened to Daddy. None of it was his fault, and none of the ugly stuff in there is his fault. She tells her brother that their father loved him very much.
So is she buying Allie's explanation of everything? Because
Yeah.
she didn't seem to be.
Not at all. And so if I just had this encounter and I'm telling my friend and my friend's like, well, you probably just dreamed it or whatever. And then I come home and my brother's like, this fucking clown is here. I saw him today. I'm firstly throwing up.
Mm-hmm.
And secondly, I'm going to believe him.
Yeah. It just seemed odd because this is a moment to commiserate and be like, hey.
I saw him too. She places a reassuring hand on his shoulder and promises him that it will be okay. Sienna gets up to leave the room, but Jonathan grabs her arm. He begs her not to leave the house tonight. When Sienna is still sure that nothing is going to happen, Jonathan finally gives up. He goes over to his desk and slumps down in his chair, telling her not to be surprised when a bunch of people get killed tonight.
Wild.
That is a wild thing to say.
Well, we already did this in Halloween 4 or 5. the same thing. We already did this, so I was like, okay, whatever.
She is insensible if she can help it.
I don't like any of this because, for one, like what you're saying, I don't want to repeat that because that is a problem.
Yeah.
My thing is just the throwaway of an hour ago. I just know you were afraid of that person. Don't act like, and you just told your friend, no, it was him. He had the dot on his nose. So you're lying to your brother.
Why?
And you're lying to yourself. Why? You're here again. We have this evidence. Your dad drew this and then this shit happened after he drew it. Why do you keep acting like this doesn't mean anything? Oh, that's stupid. It's art. You just seen this. All of this should be this is serious and for real.
Yeah.
But it's treated as that book means nothing.
Well, you can't have both. That's the thing. She can't also have been afraid of him.
Yes.
And then dismiss it. Like, you can't have both.
Yeah.
Do we ever hear about this very popular costume shop being closed on Halloween and then maybe getting inside and finding the dead body of the guy that works there?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
In the kitchen, Barbara is still seething, sitting behind her laptop. After a moment, Sienna tells her that she believes her brother. Barbara can't believe her, but Sienna makes it clear. I don't think he vandalized the school. Barbara reminds her that just yesterday, she was talking like Jonathan was the Zodiac killer. She asks what changed. Sienna turns to answer her, but before she can, the doorbell rings, and Barbara is annoyed when she tells her to go get it. The news is broadcasting a romaine lettuce recall linking to an E. coli outbreak, but Sienna strides past the TV with the bowl of candy. But when the door opens, it's not Sienna, but Allie handing out candy on her own porch to Scarecrow Girl, played by Ava O'Donnell. When Allie compliments the girl's makeup, the girl's mother, played by Sarah Grace Sanders, boasts proudly that her daughter did it all by herself. After a reminder from her mom, the girl thanks Allie for the compliment and the two depart. Allie stands on her porch for a moment, spotting a black van parked across the street. But when she heads inside, we see the silhouette of the little pale girl through the windshield.
The van very conveniently bears the colors of art.
It does.
Yeah.
It does. I'm sure that has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, it's fine.
But Allie sets the bowl down and starts to walk upstairs. She doesn't make it but a few steps before the doorbell rings again. She opens the door and chuckles dryly. Aren't you a little old to be trick-or-treating? We see that Art the Clown is standing there, the crisp white of his costume and makeup spattered with blood. His only response is a smile.
Thought it might be him.
Yeah.
Don't you think, like, I know how this scene plays out and everything, but don't you think that he just smells like shit right now?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I feel like there would be a lot more concerns than this back and forth.
She's just like, aren't you a little old?
Because he washed his costume last year.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a year.
Yeah.
You got to look in the sky and make sure that thing's up there.
It is Halloween?
Yes.
But when she asks if he's the guy from the costume shop, he nods excitedly. Allie asks what he's doing here, and he opens his bag for candy. But Allie meant her question. Does he live around here or something? He shrugs sheepishly. Allie tells him, "You're really weird, you know that?" And he nods again, smiling. He holds his bag open again, and Allie tells him that she gets it. The creepy silent mime thing is really effective, and the blood is also a nice touch. He smiles proudly, but Allie looks down at his bag and tells him with a shake of her head that she can't give him anything. He opens his bag again and again, the contents inside clattering, but Allie tells him no candy for grown-ups. Art opens his eyes wide, but Allie just goes inside and closes the door. Give him the goddamn candy.
Yeah.
Give him the fucking candy. Just give him the candy.
Well, not only that, if you took the time to dress up and do this and you still can, I'll give you a piece of candy.
Absolutely. I cannot conceive turning somebody away
Yeah.
because they've reached an age limit. Like, just take the candy and buy, especially this dude.
Yeah.
Who clearly followed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Art rings the doorbell, and when she tells him to go away, he knocks. Allie calls him an asshole and tells him to go bother somebody else. He pounds on the door now, and Allie throws it open, asking if he's serious. She tells him again to get out of here. She means it. But Art opens his bag and thrusts it at her, his smile sour. She asks if she gives him candy, will he leave? And he nods that he will. So Allie grabs a handful from the bowl and throws it inside the bag, telling him coldly, "Happy Halloween." But this is when she sees what's inside of it. Rusted metal tools and nails, and on top, a bloody saw. She looks up at him and the two lock eyes for a moment before she goes back inside without another word and locks the door. When she looks out the window, Art is walking away with his bag slung over his shoulder. That was a funny shot.
Yeah.
He's a man of his word.
Yeah.
It's like, thank you. But at Sienna's house, her phone rings with an incoming call from Allie, but it's upstairs on her desk and she doesn't hear it. She comes back inside, closing the door behind her, but she pauses when she hears mention of Monica Brown on the news. The news anchor, played by Marissa Bertani, reports that Monica Brown is still in critical condition following a violent attack at the studio earlier today. After a live broadcast with her guest Victoria Hayes, she was violently assaulted in her dressing room. The anchor continues that Victoria Hayes is the sole survivor of the Miles County massacre of 2017, which left 8 people dead and Victoria in critical condition. She was arrested at the crime scene and taken into custody. She says that due to Monica Brown's exploitative tendencies, the announcement of the interview sparked controversy. Sienna sinks down into the couch as the anchor details that Victoria Hayes had been released from St. Michael's Hospital only yesterday after months of rehab and psychoanalysis. Like you, Sienna.
I was like, what?
Yeah.
I thought that was cool because it was so seamlessly normal and then not.
Yeah, but is this a dream or is this what the fuck?
She's having a moment, I think. Sienna's eyes shoot up at this, but the news anchor moves on, announcing that Halloween is finally here. She warns of the dreary weather to everyone planning to go to the parade in New York's East Village. But Sienna immediately rushes up to her room, grabs a prescription bottle, takes pills, and lies down, breathing deeply. She rolls over to her side and looks out the window, then over at drawings of her wall as a pretty cool score plays.
Indeed. The music remains undefeated.
Yes. There's a dragon, a sketch of her costume, pictures of her as a little girl with her dad sitting in the background. Sienna finally seems comforted, and she looks over at her bag from the costume shop. She takes the wings out and opens them up before looking over at the pieces of the costume splayed across her desk. More really cool music begins to play as the getting ready montage begins. Sienna takes a shower and does her makeup. She smears lines of gold on her arm and spray paints the same color on the tips of her new store-bought wings. Sienna bends metal adornments into her braid and paints streaks of gold over her right eye. She pulls on her costume and stands in front of her mirror to admire herself. Lightning crashes outside of the window, and her neon signs, a skull and the words reading, "There is no escape," flicker on the walls. But Sienna stands proud in the mirror, looking over her work. We pan out to show the top of the dresser, still decorated with a thick layer of ash, where the sword shines on its stand defiantly.
I was listening to this interview that Olga Turka, the production designer, costume designer, set designer, did with ATCAS chat, which I believe stands for Art the Clown Appreciation Society. But she was talking about how Sienna's costume was a design that Leone thought of, like you had mentioned, a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was his idea and his invention, but Turka worked with him to fine-tune and figure out the design, and it took about 2 months
Damn.
to make it. Obviously, a lot of thought went into it. The slashes across the face are, I guess, Leone has a very keen eye for asymmetry.
Okay.
And so you'll see a lot, he says, the use of 3 in different ways. Although he did mention that Art the Clown's costume is symmetrical.
Okay, well,
Except for the hat,
Yes.
No, yeah.
which
It's
makes it off balance.
jaunty.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the very interesting thing, like we had talked about earlier about the weather being cold during the filming of this, is that she is wearing this costume in full winter
Oh my God.
every single time you see her wearing it.
That's crazy.
It makes sense that she talked about actually being cold when she's trembling,
Yeah.
afraid in the film, because good Lord.
It does look really cool, but it doesn't cover much.
No,
No.
it's not exactly warm.
Yeah.
I saw an interview with Leone where he talked about creating the sound design for her costume, like the sounds of the leather or the jingling of the metal in her hair, the sound of her footsteps. He did the sound design for it, and it took over a month to sync up all the sounds every time she moves in this costume.
Good Lord.
He said that when you don't take the time to do stuff like that for stuff like all the sounds that would come off of this costume, the film is going to look cheap and you won't know why. It's just going to feel off.
Okay.
And I get what he's saying, because all of these things would make sound.
Right.
And even if you're not consciously like, oh, where's the jingling in her hair? Like
Yeah.
you, as a human that knows that sound should be there, would probably be like, well, that's a little off.
Yeah, but as a moviegoer, the montage doesn't have sounds after
Well,
the music.
after when she's walking around.
Right.
Not, not in the montage. But in Allie's room, lights outline the word dream on her dresser, and we pan over, past the open window, past the witch hat waiting on her chair, to find her in her mirror, putting on mascara. She looks worriedly over at her costume hanging from the back of a door before picking up a tube of lip gloss. But before she can even get the lid off, she hears the loud shattering of glass from elsewhere in the house. Ominous music swells as Allie gets up to investigate, leaving her phone behind on the dresser where it lights up with an incoming call from Sienna. Downstairs, Allie is horrified to find that the sliding glass door of the kitchen is completely shattered, its jagged shards littering the tiled floor.
I really liked this shot.
Yeah.
Seeing the weather outside, seeing the light pouring in through this shattered window.
Oh, yeah.
And hearing the rain.
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, I heard on commentary, Leone said that the sliding glass door for this section arrived shattered, and so they decided to use it like this.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Happy accident.
Yeah.
Allie stares in shock and terror as Art comes strutting into the kitchen, plucks up a glass from the drying rack next to the sink, and fills it with water. He takes a long drink, draining the glass, and when he sets it back down empty, water dribbles from his lips. It is funny, the insinuation that breaking into the house is thirsty work. Like, that's pretty good. But still, Allie stands staring when Art turns and picks up a pair of scissors and a scalpel. This is when he looks up and the two lock eyes. A big smile spreads across the clown's face at the sight of her, and he snips the little scissors playfully. Allie sprints away with a scream, but somehow comes face to face with him in the hallway. Instinctively, she gives chase, turning and running up the stairs.
I will say I did enjoy the potential for suspense at the beginning of this sequence. I do think the pacing of it, for me, is just a little bit off because we are watching Art do this gag for a very long time, and we keep cutting back to Allie with the same
I think
reaction.
that's the problem, because every time you come back to her, you're like, get the fuck out of there.
And I know we talk about fight, flight, and freeze.
Yes, of course.
So she's probably frozen in terror, but I was just like, come on, man.
We need to see her less. Yes, I'm getting frustrated. But Allie returns to her bedroom, not bothering to close the door with Art in hot pursuit. She pushes over a large shelf, but misses Art completely. And when she tries to go for the window, she's not even able to push it open before Art grabs her. She screams in protest as Art throws her down on her bed. Gripping her hair, Art slices down the left side of her face with the scalpel, right through her open eyeball, bisecting it. It droops as Allie screams, and when Art loosens his grip on her hair, she crawls across the floor toward her dresser. But Art meets her there. He grips her hair once again and thrusts the small but sharp scissors through the skin at her hairline. He cuts with them and pulls on her dark hair, scalping Allie so severely that her brain is exposed. Her robe is lost now, and she's only in her underwear and bra when Art throws her on the bed face down. He straddles her, plunging the scalpel into her back and slicing across deeply as she continues to scream. Abandoning this, he just stabs and slashes at her back, arms, and legs before dropping the scalpel and grabbing Allie's arm. He bends it backwards until the bone juts through at the elbow. Then he waves her arm playfully back and forth, furthering her agony. Once the elbow is loose enough, Art simply pulls the rest of the arm off at the joint. Art rolls Allie over and raises her remaining hand. He grips each side of her splayed fingers and pulls, tearing her hand in half. From a heart-shaped decoration on the wall, a black and white photo collage of Allie, Sienna, and Brooke smile as they preside over the carnage. Art raises his scalpel again and slashes, imbruing the soft pink and white color scheme of Allie's bedroom in splatters of cruel crimson, a display of white flowers, a framed photograph of Allie and her mother. At the sound of the slashes, we see her witch's hat in the chair, her costume hanging from the door, her phone on the dresser, the makings of a Halloween night Allie will never get to have. Suddenly, Art hops off the bed and jogs out of the room. A sign mockingly displays the word blessed, and her decorations are splayed across the floor, but somehow Allie is still alive. Imbrued with cuts and slashed, missing the top of her head, an eye, an arm. Her remaining hand is ripped in half, and her entire body is dyed a deep red, but Allie is still alive. She groans weakly as she pulls herself across the floor. When her phone starts ringing again with an incoming call from Sienna, she pivots toward her dresser with renewed hope. But just before she can make it, at the sound of a musical sting, Art rushes back in the room, carrying a bottle of bleach and a container of salt. Allie can do nothing but writhe and scream on the ground when Art upends the bleach, pouring its contents all over her bleeding body before tossing the bottle away. Now, he dusts her with salt before taking a handful and grinding it into the wounds on her back. Allie continues to scream, but for Art's grand finale, he reaches up and rips Allie's face off. Her scream fades away. There's a lot to...
There's a lot to talk about here.
There's a lot going on here. I just want to talk about a few technical things very quickly. So I had mentioned at the top that they were locked down at a certain point because of COVID. They couldn't film. Mm-hmm. And it was when they got to this scene that the lockdown happened. So Leone said he took this opportunity to rebuild the effects that he thought were lackluster and make them more gruesome. And then when they did come back, it was a very small crew because restrictions were just getting lifted. So they filmed this in 5 days during a blizzard. So once again, it is freezing.
Damn.
Not to interrupt you talking about it being these freezing conditions.
Yeah.
The sequences that we just saw were filmed in a barn in upstate New York. And very interestingly, the hallway that intersects between, like most hallways do.
Right? Yeah.
It actually separates the set for Allie's room and the set for Sienna's room.
Oh.
Okay.
And so 2 separate houses on film, but right next to each other in reality.
Right.
But all of the conditions that you're talking about were felt by the actors because you're literally filming in a barn.
Oh my God. What a fucking night. And she's in her underwear.
Yes.
Like, what a nightmare.
Yeah.
And Leone talked about that, her being such a trooper.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, can't we just have somebody like with the hair dryer constantly just like on full blast?
Right?
Give me something.
Just right next
Yeah.
to her. But he did say that eye slash, when he slices her eye in half, that is one of the gags that he added during lockdown, and that it took almost an entire day to film. And then the scalping, which we were talking off mic and we don't understand how her skull also came off. That's another conversation. He said that also took an entire day to do. The application for the, obviously not her real scalp, but the one that's torn off, took 4 hours to apply.
Oh, wow.
Just for them to spend all day making it look right when Art rips it off.
Right.
I just can't imagine 5 days
No.
of doing this again. And it's a lot, Robin.
Yeah. I like the way all of this looks.
Oh, yeah.
All of the effects and everything I do like the way it looks. I just feel like this goes on for too long. It does take me out of what's going on after a certain time. You know what I mean? It's like I get slashers are, oh, let's get it. And then, you know what I mean? Kill. And then let's move on. Let's go back to suspense or whatever. This, we're just sitting there the whole time. And it's like, okay. Oh, you're doing that now. All right. And it just kind of, it's like, are you done yet? It's like, can we, hurry up?
I agree 100%. It is an absolute showcase of practical effects.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive. And even like the face tear at the end, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
But I'm watching it and I feel the same way where it's just like, when it becomes too much of something, you're just like, I'm actively feeling a little like bored.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Which
And
sounds
weird,
but it's like, I totally agree.
And I feel like if you're going to this level of being so gratuitous with the violence, I feel like there are ways that something this brutal could serve the narrative.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I feel like it has to.
Yeah.
Like, you have to make it mean something.
And to me, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Because simply put, the way that it is set up and framed is we almost have where we're setting up kind of a battle between good and evil.
Right.
Uh-huh.
With Sienna versus Art, and I guess also this little pale girl on the side.
Right.
Yeah.
Featuring the little pill.
Yes. And so to me, I feel like this all could pay off if Sienna is the one to discover Allie's body.
Right.
Okay.
To
Yeah.
show Art's brutality and for her to, she already knows it through history of what happened last year, probably through Jonathan, who's talked about it endlessly.
Yeah.
Right.
But to actually see it like this and to see it happen to someone that you care so deeply about,
Right.
I feel like that could have worked narratively. But without it, it just does feel gratuitous. And I'm sorry, just for me personally, the bleach and the salt,
It's overkill.
It's a cartoon at that point.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And I think
I
that,
understand Art
Yeah.
Right.
is a demon clown situation or whatever.
Sure.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
But even so, to me, I'm just like, yeah, you lost me with that.
I feel like it's I guess that's what it is the tone, because I was really trying to think. Again, I love the effects work. It is so good. It is so impressive. I was literally like, why is this not working for me? Like, I don't understand. I think of a Mike Flanagan degloving and I'm crawling out of my fucking skin. I think that it's just tonally, you're taking us to these extremes and it doesn't mean anything. And then he comes back and he's fucking Salt Bay.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, like, again, like I said when he was reading the newspaper, I get why that is funny. I
Yeah.
get why I'm sure a lot of people enjoy it, find it funny. I'm just like bored by then. And I hate that I feel that way.
No, yeah, but you saying that, it did make me think it is what I can't remember if you or T said it, but the degloving was so she could get out. That's a point to it.
Right. I mean,
there's a point to why we're doing these. If you're just going and then running out and being like, oh, now I got fucking bleach and salt from your kitchen and I'm just going to pour it on you.
He went downstairs.
No,
He
yeah.
did.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
I'll be
he did.
right back.
Yeah.
Probably had another glass of water.
It just does. It's like, oh, that meant nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe this is to your point where you're saying at the beginning in our intro where you said that they were trying to capture like the gore and the extravagant violence of a part 6 of a
Yes.
slasher franchise.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I do get that and I understand that, but I don't know. I wanted it to serve the narrative a little more.
Do you know
Right,
what?
right.
And maybe, okay, I'm a person that has to work through it through talking. So maybe I'm touching on something, maybe I'm not. But would this be a better scene if we hated Allie?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because it's just like, what the hell did
No.
she do to deserve that?
I think that's my thing.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
if you if you connect it to Art's sworn mortal enemy situation for Sienna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the nightmare or not nightmare, the vision in the Clown Cafe and everything, you make it grander and where you're like, this isn't even about Allie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But when you don't connect it, it's all about Allie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what the fuck did she do?
Yeah.
She even
It's a lot.
apologized for
Yeah.
bumping into you at the fucking
Yeah.
costume shop.
She did.
And
No,
she threw the
yeah,
candy at him.
She
She
did.
She
yeah.
gave you your candy you asked for.
Yeah. I just,
Yeah.
I'm like, what is it that, I don't know. Again, extremely impressed with the effects.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
eye slice, because it's right at the beginning. I was like, oh, god damn. But then it just keeps going and going. And then it's like he's bored. He's just slashing at it. It's like, it's
Yeah.
not even, I don't know. I if you love it, I love it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just something missing here for me, for us.
Yes.
But in her living room, Barbara sits and drinks wine while watching The Night of the Living Dead 68.
Very good.
Just as Johnny teases, "They're coming to get you, Barbara." And his sister Barbara quips back that he's ignorant. Sienna comes down the stairs smiling. And I was like, thank you for choosing that part.
Yes.
I love that part.
I love that they chose that part just for our love of it.
Yes.
But I also love that they chose that part as far as foreshadowing.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, because what's mom's name?
Yeah.
Yeah. But Sienna stands in front of her mother and asks proudly what she thinks of her costume. Barbara tempers her shocked reaction and offers, "It's revealing." Sienna points out that this was 3 months of work, and all she can say is that it's revealing. But Barbara doubles down. It is. She cites that Sienna's tits are almost popping out, but Sienna denies this. And when Barbara tells her to turn around so that she can see the whole thing, Sienna obliges with an eye roll. But when she turns to face her mother again, she asks if Barbara realizes what this is. With a smile, she tells her it's Daddy's character. Barbara does realize this, but she admits that seeing it on paper and seeing it on your daughter are two different things. She says that Sienna looks like she's going to a strip club, but Sienna informs her that this is how people dress on Halloween now. She asks if she realizes how much work went into this, and Barbara does. She tells Sienna that she did a great job, but she just doesn't understand when Halloween became synonymous with sex. Sienna chuckles that her mom is such a prude.
I've been working on this costume for 3 months. You never came in my room?
And you recognize the drawing. Like,
Yeah.
that's what I'm making.
And you knew that.
And it looks amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it looks fine. It does. You're gonna be cold,
Yes.
but I mean,
You're gonna be
you're
trembling.
covered. You're ready to go fight.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
She doesn't know that yet, but
Yeah.
Well, you look like you can fight. But her phone chimes and she tells her mom that her ride is here. She leans down to give her mom a kiss on the cheek before walking to the door, but Barbara calls out her name and stops her. Barbara tells Sienna that her father would have loved it, and this elicits a small smile from her before she says goodbye and leaves the house. Barbara is smiling too when she looks back at the TV. But the storm is still raging when Allie's mom, played by Amy Russ, arrives home. She calls out for her daughter, asking if she's been handing out the candy because the bowl is still filled to the brim. She starts up the stairs but freezes when she sees the broken sliding door in the kitchen. She is bathed in the blue of the night when she goes to investigate. Horror dawning on her, she desperately calls for Allie again. Begging that she answer her, she sprints up the stairs. She opens the door to Allie's room and her face contorts in horror. Allie is propped up on her bed, slumped over. And before we get into it, this staging is based on one of Jack the Ripper's victims, Mary Jane Kelly.
oh,
And it does. Like it,
that is.
Damn.
I kind of felt like it might be, and it was. But Art is still there, sitting next to her on the blood-soaked sheets and filleting off a piece of her thigh. Allie's mother covers her mouth, denying what she's seeing. But Art looks up at her with an open-mouthed smile. He laughs silently before flaying his hands in an innocent "I didn't do it" shrug. Somehow, Allie's nearly nude body twitches to life, and she raises her head to look up at her. Half of the skin on her jaw has been removed, and the teeth are visible when she croaks. "Mom." Allie's mother screams with hysteria, matched only by Art's silent laughter. Once again, this is a lot. I don't know why Art is still here. I was not expecting him to still be here.
I think that was the other thing for me because I anticipated, and I'll talk about it much later, what I thought was going to happen with all this. And so the fact that he is, I thought she was just going to discover Allie when I saw her enter the house. I was like, oh, I guess that's what we're doing with it.
Yeah.
And she does, but the fact that he's just sitting crisscross applesauce.
No, he's just vibing. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest. When she went in there and he's still there, I'm like, that's enough. I like that.
I've seen it.
Yeah, come on, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah, and honestly, when it was her, and then she like is still alive, and she says "mom" and everything, I know it's a ridiculous thought to have, but I was like, this is so rude.
Yeah,
this is just so rude.
Because what have they done?
Yeah.
I know it's Art. I know he doesn't give a fuck. I know he has no morality, but it's like, god damn, dude. But Allie's body here, which again, how is she still alive?
I don't know.
But they made a full body dummy, and they literally had people underneath the bed with rods moving the arms and legs. And he said that he had the DP blowing air up into the chest cavity to make it look like she was breathing shallowly.
Oh, wow.
And again, we talked about the VisFX. He removed all the wires, everything that was in the torture scene, and this shot right here. But they shot the dummy sitting propped up on the bed. Then they shot the actress, same exact lighting, same angle, everything. And they added her actual opening eye onto the dummy. So that's her eye opening up. And so Leone was like, you get this sense of like, that doesn't look real. But when she opens her eye, it does look real. So like the audience, we don't fully know what we're looking at. And it is disturbing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I thought that was a really cool blend of, again, practical and really, really subtle VisFX.
The effects are fantastic.
Yeah, nobody's disputing that.
No, not at all.
But we cut to a party where a DJ spins pulsing techno and white and red lights strobe. Sienna and Brooke enter excitedly in their costumes, and when Brooke asks, "What did I tell you?" Sienna barely looks up from her phone when she assures her friend that she never doubted her for a second. Brooke pulls Sienna over to the bar and orders a vodka and Coke. And when Sienna is still looking down and texting on her phone, Brooke has to nudge her to order her drink, a rum and Coke. Brooke adds on 2 shots of whiskey, and when the bartender goes to get their drinks, Sienna asks if Allie has texted her back yet. Brooke immediately says no, but Sienna asks her to check. Brooke consults her phone and tells her definitely, negative. Sienna insists that this isn't like Allie, but Brooke implores her to just relax and have a good time for once in her life. She gets her drink and starts to sip from it, but Sienna is still looking at her phone, supposing that maybe she could text Allie's mom and then she'd have Allie get back to her. But Brooke says no. She declares that it's time for Sienna to put her phone down, and she reminds her that they're here to have fun in this stress-free environment.
I did appreciate her attempting to check in on Allie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they were very good friends and very attentive to each other
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah.
But the fact of Jonathan saying, "Hey, I also saw that clown today,"
Yeah.
I think I might do a little more.
Be a little more alarmed.
Yeah.
And her saying this isn't like her. Like, I think it would make more sense if Brooke was like, she always fucking flakes. Like, she always does this. Why are you worried? You know what I mean? But she's like, no, Allie wouldn't do this. But yeah, a shot of whiskey.
Yeah. Honestly, when you think about it, that reputation, we gotta get out of that because I could be dead for like 3 weeks and no one would fucking know. Like, I need to.
I'm early every single day to work. If it's literally 5 minutes before my shift, my friend will text me and be like, "Are you good?" Like, I'm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm notoriously early.
I'm glad.
So you gotta.
I'm glad for you. And I'm glad Jules knows where I am and what I'm doing. Because in the before time, oh no.
Sienna obliges by putting her phone away, and when their shots arrive, she and Brooke carry their drinks away from the bar as Black Lipstick by Powerman 5000 booms.
Oh, where have they been?
I don't know.
If I'm not mistaken, I heard on commentary Leone was talking about, I think he met Spider One, the lead singer of Powerman 5000, and also Rob Zombie's brother, by the way.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That is
I
crazy.
think that was the only thing I did know about them.
Really?
That was it.
we said, are y'all brothers? And they said, yeah.
When worlds collide. Literally.
Anyway, what Spider said what now?
But Spider, I believe, they met at a horror convention, and I think because he's a filmmaker in his own right as well, I think.
Okay.
And so they were talking, and they just kind of were very cordial with each other, and so this, I feel, was a nod to that meeting in their friendship.
That's cool. Don't you love when you ask a rhetorical question and somebody actually has an answer for it?
Yeah.
That's like very satisfying.
Good. I'm happy to help.
But Brooke leads them in a toast to a great night with my girls and happy Halloween. She and Sienna take the shots of whiskey, and when Sienna winces at the taste, Brooke lovingly calls her an amateur. Sienna sips her drink and comments that she doesn't know how Brooke drinks that shit, but Brooke barely has time to advise her to chase it before a chic ghost with glasses comes up behind her and lifts her off her feet.
We love this reference.
Yes, and it is a reference to Halloween.
Fantastic.
But he sets her back down and whips the sheet off to reveal Jeff, played by Charlie McElveen. Brooke calls him an asshole, but the two kiss. He compliments her costume, and she returns the favor, indicating his t-shirt boasting a knife crowned with a drop of blood and the words, "just the tip." The two giggle and kiss, and Sienna stands by, sipping her drink awkwardly. Finally, Brooke catches eyes with her and introduces Jeff to her best friend, Sienna. He tells her that her costume is badass, and Brooke agrees, sharing that Sienna is unbelievably talented. She says that Sienna made the entire thing head to toe, and it took, 5 months? Sienna smiles that it didn't take that long, but Brooke insists that it did. It took forever. She tells her friend again that she is unbelievable, and Jeff jokes that he feels upstaged.
Okay, real quick. So she said they toasted to my girls, but it's only one. So
well, Allie's on her way.
Wow.
On her way to heaven.
Yeah, she's going somewhere. But I'm confused as to why wouldn't you want to check on her?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to have a girls' night. My boyfriend's here.
We're supposed
to be hanging out. We're making out. Oh yeah, my friend's over here. Call Allie again. Let me call her. Let's try to get her over here.
Well, this is for you. This is a girls' night. You need to have fun for once in a... It's very Carrie Bradshaw. You don't send a boyfriend to do a friend's job, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, it was just weird. I didn't understand.
Well, because Sienna does not look like she knew he was coming.
Right.
Well, in all honesty, I feel like there is a complete 180 in the character of Brooke.
Yes, I was going to talk about that later because it really, really bothered me.
Yeah. So she's kind of starts doing that now, right now.
They're laying the groundwork.
Yes.
Sure, yeah. But Sienna smiles as she asks them to stop because they're making her feel self-conscious. But Brooke reasons that some more shots will help with that. Sienna declares that she can't drink anymore tonight, though. Her mom will be so pissed if she gets fucked up. But Brooke says that Barbara won't. She'll be asleep in 2 hours. Sienna insists, though, that she can't. Brooke gives up and instructs Jeff to take a picture of them. The two smile and pose, and Jeff fulfills his duty, snapping away. Power Man 5000 gives way to Everybody Knows by Wesley Johnson, and Brooke decides that it's time to dance. The three make their way onto the floor and dance in the glowing red lights as the music thrashes. But at Allie's house, a cluster of trick-or-treaters gather on her porch and ring the bell. Art opens the door, splattered in blood, and presents the candy to the children in Allie's hollowed-out head. As you do.
Right.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So rude.
I'm like, God damn, dude. Allie just did like for what? The kids are amazed as they each pluck out a piece of candy. But when one is disgusted, asking why her candy is so sticky, the trick-or-treater's mom, played by Brianna Calgano, assures her that it's only fake blood. When a little boy tries to take another candy, Art's expression grows stern and he slaps the kid's hand away, thrusting out the number 1 with his finger. The kids go happily, wishing Art a happy Halloween, and he waves at them. As they depart, he looks down at Allie's head in his hands and throws his head back in silent laughter.
So does he just live here now, or like what's?
I mean, he sure made himself comfortable.
He did.
I'm assuming that he killed Allie's mom.
Well, yeah. Well, yes.
Yeah.
Because that is Allie's head, right?
No, that's Allie's mom's head.
Oh, I said it was Allie's head. Okay, then yeah, he killed her.
Oh yeah. The scene didn't just end there. She's like, I'm gonna drive away. Here's the deed to the house. But trick-or-treaters will be fine.
Yes.
Well, he's taking care of him.
Yeah, he is.
She's like, that candy is filled to the brim. But
That
yeah.
was Allie's job, and it
Yeah.
doesn't appear.
So it's Allie's mom's head.
Yes.
Whose ever fucking head it is. It doesn't really matter.
We don't return. Really.
No.
We're moving on. But in Sienna's bedroom, Jonathan sits on her bed and looks thoughtfully at the sword. Barbara walks by and spots him through the cracked door. She leans against the frame and gently asks what he's doing in here. Jonathan lowers the sword, but he doesn't answer. And when Barbara asks if he wants to watch a movie, he doesn't reply. She steps into the room, offering that there's a lot of leftover candy downstairs. She even offers to let him stay up late, but Jonathan tells her quietly to go away. Barbara concedes that she's really sorry his plans got ruined tonight, but he should have thought of that before he pulled that shit in school today. She declares that enough is enough. Jonathan finally turns to her and says emphatically that it wasn't him. Barbara pushes back before relenting that if it really wasn't him, she sincerely apologizes, but she just can't believe him anymore. Jonathan sets the sword back down on Sienna's dresser and picks up his father's sketchbook. He asks her, "What about this then?" Barbara is like, again with this fucking book, which is wild because his father is gone. And that's his father's. But Jonathan wants to know why his dad was collecting these news articles. He shows her slain girl found at carnival before inviting her to look at the drawings. He is positive that this wasn't like daddy, but Barbara reminds him through clenched teeth he was sick. She asks why he can't understand. He didn't know who he was or what he was doing half the time. And this bullshit is nothing but a fucking reminder. She snatches the sketchbook from her son and starts to rip out the drawings, much to Jonathan's dismay. She continues to rip up the pages before tossing them all on the ground and deciding that she doesn't want it in her house. Jonathan immediately drops to the ground to collect the pages, and he finds the sketch of art is unharmed. Barbara looks guilty for a moment before her son looks up at her and states, his voice wavering with emotion, "You're such a bitch." Instantly, Barbara slaps Jonathan across the face and tells him to never say that to her again. Jonathan scrambles to his feet and flees the room, but Barbara calls after him and yells at him to get back here. But like most movies, she can't move from her spot on the front. Jonathan continues to run right downstairs and out the front door.
And again, I feel like this is exactly how you would react if your husband was actually Art the Clown and you were trying to...
You're trying to really sweep that under the rug.
Yes. So again, I'm at this point, I think I still was thinking that.
I did too.
That's crazy because I still didn't think that. To me right now, I think what kind of blinded me maybe was if it was your husband, he drew these things before any of this happened.
Yes.
Then something tragic happened. He's gone from us now. This did happen in real life.
Mm-hmm.
So for you to be like, he was sick, he didn't know. Mom, all this shit happened.
He knew something.
Yes.
Something, even if you say he was sick, he predicted the future.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty wild thing.
Yeah.
So to be like, this is bullshit, and then she starts freaking out and eating the papers or whatever. What?
Eating the
Yeah.
She got mad.
She might
She
as well
did.
have.
Yeah.
But that was what I was thinking. I was like, maybe it isn't like such a supernatural thing as far as like him predicting. Maybe it's a matter of him collecting these articles because this is what he did.
Yeah.
She
I can see that now.
trophy.
Yeah.
She just said that he didn't even know who he was at the end.
Right.
And so that is maybe Art the Clown as a persona.
Okay.
You know, or something like this, and I'm trying to put it together, and it's all wrong.
No, it's all wrong. Yeah,
It's all wrong.
I thought the exact same thing. Truly.
Because if he's drawing these things and they're so accurate, maybe they're plans,
Right.
Okay.
you know?
Okay.
And
yeah,
so,
yeah.
but none of that is real.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Sienna, Brooke, and Jeff are still dancing at the party where Machine by Kanga plays. Brooke and Jeff are dancing together, but Sienna is feeling herself, vibing and dancing to the music by herself. She seems a little dazed, but she gets Brooke's attention and yells in her ear over the music that she'll be right back. Brooke asks where she's going, and Sienna tells her to get a drink. She traces her fingers over her friend's skin as she departs, and Brooke laughs loudly before throwing her arms around Jeff. Sienna downs a drink, and on her way back to the dance floor, she seems amazed by the texture of the walls. She runs her hands along them before dancing her way back onto the floor. She looks around at the other people in wonder, and when a guy, played by Rick Stasinski, asks if he can take a selfie with her, she agrees and poses with a smile. He departs, and Sienna continues with a grin on her face, passing a couple passionately making out on the dance floor. But back at home, an emotional Barbara puts pills in her mouth and gulps them down with a swallow of wine, the glass shaking in her trembling hand. She pours herself another glass and breaks down in tears as she drinks it, but she's pulled from the moment when she hears a loud sound from further in the house. Quietly and carefully, Barbara goes to investigate, but she finds the source of the noise when she reaches the garage. The car that's parked inside to escape vandalism has been vandalized. The remains of smashed pumpkins are splattered across the hood, and toilet paper is stuck to the shaving cream used to cover the windshield. In this, the word bitch has been clearly written. Barbara drops her glass in horror. She looks over at the car, its shaving cream, pumpkin, and copious amounts of toilet paper, leaving her enraged.
I understand that was Jonathan's parting shot.
Right.
Yeah.
But she had to have heard him bounding out of the house like he was going to go chase the Wolfington brothers.
He
Yeah.
He
Right,
did
yeah.
right out the front door. Yeah.
No way that he had any time to sneak back in to do this.
Yeah,
Well,
that was my thing too. I was like, he's been gone. You've been here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't heard any of this.
He would have had to go back in to get the supplies.
Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't really add up.
Which is really funny because whoever did this did hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use that.
They knew what they were doing. But back at the party, Sienna stares in wonder at the decorations, pausing next to a grinning skeleton with glowing red eyes. Brooke comes over, and Sienna is elated to see her, clinging to her friend and sharing that she missed her. She grabs Brooke's hands and places them on the wall the skeleton leans against, inviting her to feel it. She gushes that she wants it, like she wants to live in it. Brooke is cackling. She leads Sienna away into a quieter hall where the synth score pulses. She asks how Sienna is feeling, and Sienna admits with a sigh that she feels good. She thinks that shot is finally starting to hit. Brooke agrees that whiskey can do that to you, but Sienna realizes how much she needed this. Brooke strokes Sienna's hair as Sienna goes on that Brooke is right. She needs to get out and stop thinking and worrying about every little thing in her life. Brooke nods in agreement, and Sienna points out that it's like this costume. It should be a happy thing because it reminds her of her dad. She shares that her dad used to draw this character for her when she was little, and he'd tell her that she would grow up to be like her one day, and she really believed it. But Brooke points out to look at her now. She is like her, but Sienna is adamant that she isn't. She's not courageous or brave. Even today, she literally had a panic attack at school in front of everybody. But Brooke interrupts to confess with a smile that she put Molly in Sienna's drink. Sienna is smiling when she asks, "What?" Brooke giggles that she put half a tablet in Sienna's drink and then half a tablet in her own. Well, not even half, really. It was honestly kind of nothing. Sienna's smile drops when Brooke assures her that she's on it with her, and that's why she feels like she's on Molly, because she is. Sienna tells her in a burst of laughter that she's a fucking bitch. She says that is so messed up, but Brooke points out that it made Sienna feel better. Sienna is still chuckling when she asserts that she's fucking pissed, but Brooke points out that she can't be pissed if she's still smiling. Sienna denies that she is, but she's denying it through uncontrollable laughter.
You know what this drug does, you fucking fool.
Like, you can't hold that against me.
That's not fair at all, and I'm very upset.
That's dangerous
That's
as fuck.
crazy.
Like, if we take it together, or like, hey, look, take half of
You
this.
have to know. You have to know.
Cool. But don't spike my drink, friend.
Podmortem PSA.
Podmortem PSA. We are no longer friends.
Yeah, don't spike people's drinks.
I'll do it with you. Just tell me. You don't have to put it in
It's
there.
called consenting.
Yes.
But Brooke says again that she's smiling, so now they have to go out there and they have to dance. But Jonathan is having a very different night. He is sprinting down the street and pauses to catch his breath. When he hears the honking of a horn, he turns around to find that black van with a white hood. He stares at this, only to be startled when a group of kids run past, knocking into him. But once they're gone, he starts to cross the street to investigate the van. The windows are down, and when he gets closer, he can hear the garbled chirping of the radio. He looks down the street, and the horn honks again. The static of the radio morphs into a plea for him to get back. But when Jonathan looks back through the window of the van, the little pale girl sits in the shadows, her eyes opened impossibly wide and glowing a bright and sickly yellow. Jonathan runs away. Now, we see these glowing eyes a few times going forward, and they are a reference to Salem's Lot.
Okay. I can get with that. I was thinking demons.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Yeah.
Which made me happy.
Yes. I thought only Art was supposed to see her.
See, I'm still very confused by this.
Mm-hmm.
What I was thinking is maybe, again, it would make a lot of sense if Art was his father. But he's not.
No, yeah.
But he's not.
We've got to let that go.
We do. So to me, what I thought is, especially with what I learned about what that Clown Café was supposed to signify, and we'll talk about it a little bit later.
Okay.
I thought that only Sienna would see what Art could see.
Okay.
And so for Jonathan to not really have any connection to this really at all, aside from, and yet he is just as connected.
He's a demon.
Sure.
Fuck it.
Well,
yeah.
Jonathan saw her at the school too.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is kind of confusing to me. The only thing I can think is that through their dad, who is not Art, apparently. I don't know. They both are. I don't fucking know. I'm trying. I don't know.
If Sienna was the only one seeing this little pale girl with Art, sure.
Yeah.
But she's not.
No.
But back at the party, Brooke is giggling, but Sienna breaks the mood by finally checking her phone. She reports that she has 6 missed calls from her mom. Brooke tries to take her phone and advises her not to call back, but Sienna keeps a hold of it and shushes her friend, bringing the phone to her ear. Barbara screams on the other end. "He's dead, Sienna!" Sienna steps into a hall to hear her better, and Barbara screeches that Jonathan covered the entire fucking car in shaving cream. Sienna doesn't understand. At home, Barbara screams that he covered the whole thing in shaving cream, toilet paper, and eggs. She gets paper towels and cleaner to take care of the mess, but she asserts again that Jonathan is dead. Sienna is taken aback. After a reflective moment, she tells her mother that Jonathan wouldn't do that. But Barbara is next to the car in the garage now, and she agrees sarcastically that Jonathan didn't do this, just like he didn't vandalize the school this morning. Sienna giggles quietly as Barbara continues to rant, saying that she can't deal with this anymore. She's taking Jonathan to see a psychiatrist. Sienna asks if she's really sending him to a shrink because he put some shaving cream on her car. But Barbara says she's glad that Sienna thinks this is so funny. Sienna continues to giggle as she reasons that it's only shaving cream. It's not like he took a baseball bat to it. Barbara demands to know if Sienna is drunk, and Sienna's smile drops when she denies this with a no. But Barbara insists that she is. She can hear it in her voice. She wants to know how many drinks Sienna's had. But Sienna's like, I thought we were talking about Jonathan.
Deflect.
Yes.
He's the kid.
Barbara threatens that if Sienna comes home plastered on top of everything else Barbara's had to deal with tonight, but Sienna promises that she's not drunk. She'll even take a breathalyzer. Barbara asks if Sienna knows that she's killing her and Jonathan both. But Sienna has a quiet smile on her face when she tells her mother that she loves her. Barbara continues to rave, but Sienna tells her that she's serious. She really loves her, and she doesn't say it enough. This quiets Barbara's rage, and she tells Sienna, I love you too. She tells her to go and enjoy the party, and she apologizes for bothering her. Sienna promises her that everything will be okay with Jonathan. Barbara implores her to just remember what she said and to be careful getting home. They end the call.
I'm certain that this won't be their last conversation.
Definitely not. This did get me a little bit. Like it was a touching moment because I think that both of them performed it really well. Yeah. And it's just like, I was like, wow, but you know exactly what you know exactly what this means.
I think it was the jarring shift in tone of the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, they both really needed that moment.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah. Well, it's a good thing they got it right now.
Yes, it's very important.
Sienna finds Brooke standing where she left her, smoking a cigarette. And when Brooke asks how it went, she says it was fine. Brooke offers her Somali etiquette. Rule number 1, you never, ever call your mother when you're rolling on Molly. Not Sienna's mother. Never. And rule number 2 is that you don't let it go to waste. She pulls Sienna back on the dance floor.
I think rule number 3 is you don't fucking drug people.
Yeah. That should probably be rule number 1. Let's put that up at the top. But in the garage, Barbara scrubs the shaving cream off the side of the car with a sponge, asking herself if Jonathan really thought he was going to get away with this because he's in for a rude awakening. As she moves up to the window, she muses that things are going to change. She drags the sponge across the window, clearing a streak of shaving cream and revealing Art, who is sitting inside the car. Barbara gasps, but Art promptly takes out a gun, presses it against the glass, and pulls the trigger. Barbara's head explodes. Art smiles as her scalp thuds wetly against the wall.
I gotta be honest, I could not be less of a fan of this kill.
Yeah.
I feel like there was so much dramatic weight that could have been used in Art killing Sienna's mother.
Yeah.
I feel like we wasted it all on Allie.
Okay.
Yeah. So I will say that Leone said that he said that he gave Barbara the mercy of a quick death because he wanted it to be jarring and shocking, but also because he really liked her character and he didn't want her to suffer.
Okay.
I mean, that's honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So he fucking hated Allie, I guess.
Yeah. Why?
And every other character he's ever made.
Bitch, what did you do? Because god damn.
Yeah, I didn't like it either. She didn't deserve that right after having this touching moment.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be honest, I know we've said it before, Art and the firearms, you got to do something else.
Not a fan. I feel like also it being right on the heels of that conversation, all that was, because if you would have stretched it out a little bit more and had her die in a few scenes, maybe we'd be like, oh, well, maybe not. Like, because it feels very, kind of mid to late Walking Dead when it's like, oh, we're spending way too much time with this dude. He's not making it out of this episode.
No.
That's what it felt like. And then to be proven right in the very next scene, it's just like, oh, okay.
I really do feel like how elaborate Allie's death scene would have worked so much better for Barbara. Maybe you do space it out. You have her go inside, and then we have that suspenseful thing, chase up the stairs, and she dies in Sienna's room.
Right.
Okay.
And maybe Sienna goes back to get that sword or something. I don't know.
Something,
Yeah.
I feel like it would have definitely had more weight.
Yeah.
Because we got like 2 scenes with Allie before it happened. You know what I mean? Like, but I will say, obviously, again, with everything else in this film, it did look really good.
Yeah.
Leone said that this was his tribute to Tom Savini, who is, his idol when it comes to effects. But he said that inside of her head was goat brains, silicone, and of course the Savini way, blood-filled condoms.
Oh, you knew it.
Oh, yeah, it's the best. It's the only way.
It really.
You know what? Actually, I'm thinking of the headshot in Dawn of the Dead 78.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or Maniac, the original.
Savini worked on that.
Yeah. Hey.
So, yeah.
There you go.
But at the party, Sienna dances to Pain by Boy Harsher, completely oblivious. She stops when a gap opens up in the dancers and she sees the little pale girl standing there and staring. Sienna looks at her in confusion, but when someone passes by, the little girl is gone. Sienna looks around, getting scared, and she sees the girl again on the other side of the dance floor. When she disappears again, Sienna asks Brooke if she saw that, but Brooke is busy dancing with Jeff. The girl appears again, and Sienna points right at her, asserting that she's right there, the little girl. Jeff doesn't know what Sienna is saying, and Brooke asks what she's talking about, but the girl has disappeared again. Sienna insists that she was right there, and Brooke decides that it's bathroom time. She tries to pull Sienna away, but the little pale girl appears right next to her, smiling up at her with wide eyes. Sienna screams and falls to the floor. Brooke drops down to tend to her as Sienna tries to catch her breath, and others on the dance floor, including Jeff, are staring at them. Sienna is still struggling to get herself under control when we cut back to Jonathan. He returns home, running into the house and immediately calling out for his mother. He goes toward the stairs, but he stops when he sees someone sitting at the table in the dining room. It's his mother, her shirt stained with her blood and her head kind of put back together, but the face is an unrecognizable, flayed open mess. Blood continues to pour down, and Jonathan stares in shock as his legs carry him into the dining room. But Art the Clown comes out of the kitchen, carrying a covered dish, wearing a frilled apron, and playfully ringing a bell. Jonathan gasps for breath as he stares at Art in horror, but Art sets the dish down and serves Barbara a helping of mashed potatoes. Pleased, he holds up a glass of red wine with a smile. But when Barbara doesn't move to eat her potatoes because she's fucking dead,
Right.
Art grabs a handful and shoves it into the hole where her face used to be. He smiles, proud, laughing silently and dusting off his bloody hands, sending bits of potato flying.
I just want to say that everybody who works with Art opposite him is a really good comedy scene partner because they really let him get all his shit in.
Yeah.
Like, I'm watching this and I'm just like, we keep cutting back to Jonathan, the same like frightful shake of the head. And he's like, no, let him finish.
I think that's the same thing. We need to stop cutting back. Let us react.
Yeah.
We know that Jonathan's horrified. We don't need to see the same shaking. Again, though, David Howard Thornton, him wearing this apron, ringing this bell, like he's eating it up. You know what I mean? And he is great at what he does. It's just like, and I know that there was potatoes at the beginning. Like this is kind of a full circle moment. Was Barbara making potatoes?
Yeah.
Or did Art go in there?
Well, how long has Jonathan been gone?
Yeah, we don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
We
we
don't
don't know. Yeah, this was just silly as fuck.
It is very silly.
And again, we'll give her a very quick death because we love her so much, but let's go ahead and shove some
Yeah, but then
potatoes.
we'll rub potatoes in her face.
Yeah. I saw an interview with her and she says that her mom continues to troll her about mashed potatoes because of this movie, which I thought was pretty funny. But Jonathan continues to pant as he watches, and Art pulls out a giant syringe from his apron and points behind Jonathan. I was like, what the fuck is that?
I feel like that little bag of his is just endless. Like anything.
He's Felix. It's like Monkey Island.
Yeah.
Like, there's anything in there. Jonathan turns and finds the little pale girl standing there. He screams, and that's when Art runs, chasing Jonathan up the stairs. Jonathan is able to get into Sienna's room, but Art stops him from closing the door. He grasps out at Jonathan, grabbing at his head, and Jonathan tries to fight him away, screaming. But his eyes go wide when he spots the sword and the ashes on Sienna's dresser. Art finally wins the fight, bursting into the room, the force knocking Jonathan onto the floor. He's able to drag himself over to the dresser, but as soon as his fingers fall upon the sword, Art is on him, holding up his syringe. He holds Jonathan down, turning his face to the side and bringing the syringe down to his neck. The little girl watches excitedly as she chews on her fingers. Jonathan tries to fight, but apparently loses, and Art stands triumphant because we don't see it happen. He stands triumphant, still holding onto the syringe, chuckling when he looks over at the sword. He picks it up and admires it with a big smile, even silently appraising. Ooh. In the car, Jeff drives and Brooke sits next to him. She tells him that she's sorry he had to leave, but Jeff tells her that it's not a problem. He looks at Sienna in the rearview mirror, who leans against the window in the back seat. He asks if she's okay, but Brooke demands to know what the fuck was that back there. Sienna says that she's fine, but Brooke angrily refutes this. She's not fine. She's so completely far from fine right now. She completely freaked out. Sienna fires back sarcastically, "Gee, I wonder why." But Brooke refuses to accept the blame for this. She reminds Sienna that she's on the same shit as her right now, and she's not freaking out. This is all news to Jeff, who asks what shit they're on. Brooke shares that she put a pinch of Molly into Sienna's drink. It was almost nothing. But Sienna adds, "And Xanax." Brooke staunchly denies giving Sienna Xanax. Sienna was already on Xanax, and she wants to make it clear that she did not know about that. Sienna points out that Brooke could have fucking killed her, but Brooke maintains angrily that she was trying to do something nice for her. She's like Miss Morbid all the time. Sienna just quietly says, "Thanks." She asks for them to just take her home. Brooke is concerned when she turns to Sienna and says that what just happened back there wasn't normal. She could have had a brain aneurysm or a seizure or something. She asks, what if it happens again? Jeff wonders if she wants him to take Sienna to the emergency room, but Sienna is tearful when she repeats that she just wants to go home. Just take her home. Her phone starts to ring, and Brooke warns that if it's Barbara, she better not answer it. So we're going to get into this phone call in a second. But I was like, who the hell is this? Because that's not the Brooke I know.
Right.
Yeah, I first off, you, again, I know I don't want to keep going back to it, but you spiked my drink.
Yes.
So for you to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Dude, come on. I took my own medication because I needed it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you spiked my drink. And plus, she wasn't like, she was on the floor scared, screaming like she was scared. That's a little different than if she did have a medical issue or something.
Yeah. Well, and you already saw her have one panic attack today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like where is the empathy or even sympathy? There's like nothing.
Yeah.
And I get that, like, being scared and kind of like lashing out because you're scared, but it's like, why do fucking know you were on Zit? Like, it's like, why are you mad at me?
Yeah.
Well,
that's crazy.
Even from the start, the vibe of it was very like, I told them you were cool and this is how you act.
Yeah.
Like, very like fucking up. Just terrible.
Because when she was having her moment at school, Brooke was the one that was like, can you mind your own fucking business?
Yeah.
So it was just, I was like, what the hell was that? I don't like you anymore.
No. And it was weird because it seemed that she was getting a lot more sympathy from her boyfriend.
Yeah, from Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then Jeff,
well, yeah.
later, I'm like, I don't, all of these, most of these characters are kind of like what they need to be in the moment. And that's it.
Yeah.
But I was just disappointed because, but you know, aside from the spiking, I thought Brooke she was really supporting her and really trying to be a good friend.
Yeah.
But this is a little different. But Sienna answers to Jonathan's voice on the other end, telling her fearfully that he's in trouble. But Sienna says that she already knows this. She calls her brother a little asshole because their mom already told her what he did to their car. But Jonathan isn't talking about that. He says that he needs her help. She needs to come get him. Sienna asks what he means. We cut to the van where Jonathan lies unconscious in the back seat. Art drives cheerily, and the little pale girl sits in the passenger seat with Jonathan's phone. His voice comes through her mouth when she tells Sienna, "I'm at the old carnival. Eric and Sean left me. I'm all alone." She fixes her face into a morbid smile as Sienna asks what's wrong with him. But in Jonathan's voice, the little pale girl begs Sienna to just come get him. He's scared and he can't call their mom. He doesn't know what to do, and he warns that his phone is dying. So very quickly, I believe we all watched this on Prime, right?
Yeah.
The subtitles, when Sienna answers the phone, and Jonathan's like, "Sienna, like I'm in trouble or whatever." The subtitles say "Demon Girl."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a wild giveaway.
I was like, "Oh, okay."
It's not him. Something else, by the way, I know we've only known Jonathan for like a day and a half at this point.
Yeah.
But every single thing that he is being accused of lately, people really believe it immediately.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what don't we know about this kid where they're like, yeah, he brought that possum in here and was fucking around with it. He definitely vandalized this car. He's clearly like every single thing. Even Sienna on the phone, she's like, "Mom told me, and it was definitely you."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
you're
that's
right. Because
crazy.
when she was talking to Barbara, she's like, "Jonathan wouldn't do that."
Yeah.
She's like, "I heard what you did, you little shit." It's like, Jesus.
And that's not what we've gotten from him at all.
Not at all.
Yeah. And I maybe it was just me, and I told your sister he kind of reminded me of Reese from Malcolm in the Middle, just younger. So I was like, that's kind of distracting.
Distracting.
I wonder what Malcolm's doing.
Brooke's jaw drops when she hears Sienna say, "I'll come get you." She tells him to wait by the front entrance, but when she calls her brother's name, she finds that the call is disconnected. Brooke asserts that he's bullshitting her, but Sienna is sure that he's not. Brooke argues that he is. It's Halloween. She asks if it would really be beyond Jonathan to pull some twisted shit like this at the old carnival. Again, accusations against Jonathan.
It's wild.
But Sienna says that she knows when Jonathan is lying. She could hear in his voice that something is wrong. Brooke starts to argue with this, but when Jeff says that it's just a few miles from here, Brooke relents. She chuckles bitterly that that's fine and she doesn't care. It's not like this night can get any worse. She puts a cigarette in her mouth and Sienna looks sullenly out the window in the back seat. A dark and intriguing score plays as they pull up to the old carnival. Sienna looks pensively out the window, and when Brooke asks coldly, "Well, where is he?" Sienna says that she told him to meet them out front, but the call was probably disconnected, which is to be fair. Jeff is concerned when he asks how old Sienna's brother is. Sienna says that Jonathan is 12, but Brooke adds that the fact that Jonathan was even out here should tell you something. Didn't a little girl get murdered out here a couple years ago? This triggers something in Sienna, and she decides to go look for Jonathan. She gets out and shuts the door behind her, but Brooke tells her to get back in the car. She calls out for her friend angrily when Sienna ignores her and enters the gates of the abandoned carnival. Brooke just sighs to Jeff that Sienna is crazy. Sienna walks through the grounds, calling out for her brother and consulting her phone, even though it's no use. In the car, Jeff wonders if they should go with her, but Brooke says no. She guarantees that Jonathan is going to scare the shit out of Sienna. In her words, he's turned into a complete psycho ever since his father killed himself. Jeff is like, ever since what? But Brooke doubles down. Their father had a brain tumor that made him do a bunch of fucked up shit. He was seeing things and he got really abusive, especially towards Sienna. But one day he drank a bottle of Jack, got in his car and drove into one of those transformer things. The car caught fire. He was stuck and he burned to death. The way that she's saying this is like, yeah, this fucking happened or whatever.
It sounds fake. It sounds like you're making this up on the fly.
It sounds like her father is Art the Clown, and nobody wants to talk about it.
I'm still not giving up. And her callousness.
It's that.
I just couldn't believe it. Again, this is your friend.
Yes.
Yeah.
Supposed to be?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, are you making this up? You don't even sound like you really care about telling the story.
Not at all. Even Jeff is like, wait, what? But Jeff has been staring at her in disbelief and sympathy, and Brooke's voice finally falters when she adds that you could hear him screaming from a mile away. Jeff admits that he's only known Sienna for a few hours, but he chuckles that explains a lot. But Brooke says, all things considered, she thinks Sienna's doing pretty well.
You've lost all speaking privileges.
Yeah.
Please don't talk anymore. Sienna is still walking the grounds of the carnival, begging for Jonathan to answer her. Finally, her phone rings and she answers immediately, demanding to know where he is. But Jonathan's voice is garbled on the other end. Sienna asks if he can hear her, but the response is unintelligible. Sienna tells him that she's going to wait by the merry-go-round. She tells him to meet her there, and when he doesn't respond, she tells him to text her back. She looks down at her phone where she has messaged him multiple times trying to find him, and a reply finally appears. I'm stuck. Sienna asks, what do you mean stuck? Where are you? A reply comes through in all caps. The Terrifier. Sienna looks up and a scream echoes in the distance. I will say though, when he said the Terrifier, I was like, oh. Jonathan finally comes to on the floor of a room without his glasses. He holds onto his pained shoulder, looking around at the dozens of scary decorations and dolls peering down at him. They move electronically in their giggling echoes. Finally, he starts to get up, but he freezes when he sees the little pale girl sitting in a chair in front of a vanity mirror with her back to him. We realize that the giggling is coming from her, and she reacts physically to something causing a squelching sound. Her bloody fingers set down a sharp metal tool in a pile of blood in front of her, and she finally turns to face Jonathan. Her face has been mutilated, torn away, and missing flaps of flesh. She turns to him with gouged out eyes, but her face lifts in a smile, dark blood seeping from her mouth. She brings her hands up to her face and happily peels more flesh away. Jonathan finally runs. I don't know why this is happening. It did look cool.
Yeah.
It looked cool.
I feel like that's the reason why a lot of things are happening, really.
Yes, yeah.
But in the car, Brooke and Jeff are making out to I Want to Spend the End Times With You by Devereaux. I was like, oh, okay. She's still on Molly.
Yeah, but I thought we were sad about her friend.
No, we got over that pretty quick.
Yeah, Brooke was never sad.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff stops them to take a baggie of something out of his glove box. When Brooke asks what it is, he grins that it's a little pick-me-up. Brooke warns him not to let Sienna see him doing that, but Jeff reasons that they can just finish it before Sienna gets back. Brooke protests that she's not doing it, and Jeff snorts some, laughing. He asks if she's ever tried it, and she answers that she did once and she didn't like it. But Jeff insists, bringing some to her nose. She takes a bump and immediately winces and groans. Jeff laughs at this, and just as Brooke complains that it tastes weird, he silences her with a kiss. But at the abandoned carnival, the red lights of the Terrifier strobe out into the night. The door and window are the wide open mouths of a clown and devil, and the Grim Reaper presides over everything, the name Terrifier glowing within the crowning blade of his scythe. Sienna searches inside for her brother as the creepy sounds for the attraction play at full volume. She's using the light on her phone to see, but she still gets the shit scared out of her when a giant clown prop with the bloody mouth, glowing eyes, and grasping hands pops out at her. But Sienna continues forward, annoyed, through a plastic divider and into a hall, its walls black and white, swirling and mesmerizing.
So I did hear on commentary that these scenes filmed in this area, it's actually Fright Factory, a real haunted house in Philadelphia.
Okay.
Oh!
And I guess Leone had initially asked for 3 days to film there, and they eventually actually took 2 whole weeks.
Damn.
God damn. Well, a lot goes down.
It does,
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
needed the time.
Yeah.
But this Terrifier sign, the Terrifier, I was very intrigued by how it looked, and I thought it looked really elaborate and pretty cool.
Yeah.
What I learned reading in Bloody Disgusting is that this is actually a, I guess, modern version of a matte painting.
Get the fuck out of here.
You had the sign, it was created by this artist called Steve McGinnis, but Leone went in, and it was like the exterior of the barn that they had been filming all the other stuff in.
Uh-huh.
And he basically, for the lack of a better term, cut and paste and put this design of this thing that they had built. It was really only about 2 by 3 feet. And he basically just put it on it.
Okay.
That is fucking cool.
Yeah.
It looks really good, too.
It
Yeah.
does.
Like, that's badass.
Yeah.
But in the car, Brooke breaks away from the kisses to wonder where the hell Sienna is. And Jeff asks, who cares?
What's that?
I thought Jeff,
I know.
was compassionate.
I know.
Okay, whatever. They continue making out, but Brooke pulls away to ask seriously what time Sienna left. Jeff asks again, who cares? And Brooke agrees at first, but she stops again, stating that she's just going to call her really quick. Jeff sighs and opens his door annoyed. When Brooke asks where he's going, he says that he's got to go pee-pee and asks if she wants to hold it. Brooke, disgusted, does not, and she tells him to go. She tries to call Sienna and mutters, unbelievable, when the voicemail picks up. But suddenly she jumps when Jeff slams against her window, screaming and wagging his tongue. Brooke tells him sarcastically that that's so funny, but she invites him to guess what's really funny. She plucks up his baggie of Coke and presents it to him from behind the window. She warns him playfully that he better say he's sorry. Jeff immediately apologizes as Brooke wonders if he can sort this out of an ashtray or not. She starts to pretend to open it and pour it out, asking if he's really sorry. Jeff assures her that he is, and Brooke finally relents, reminding Jeff that he's still a jerk. Jeff goes to the back of the car and sighs contentedly as he pees. But inside the car, Brooke notices something written in the dust of the driver's side window. Just the tip. Which was kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's giving urban legend.
Okay,
like, look from the door.
yeah.
That's what this sequence was to me.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I heard on commentary, and you would never guess at all, but the writing of just the tip was digitally added to the scene.
No,
Really?
I wouldn't guess that.
No, not at all.
See, when it's done right.
Yeah.
Jeff is still peeing, smiling with his head thrown back, but we get a closer look at his unzipped pants, where the pee is streaming from, and the flow is quickly dammed by a knife. Jeff cries out, but it's Art, stabbing him in the dick again and again. So I've never seen anyone enjoy a pee more.
No.
He was lost in the sauce.
Yeah.
But Art, like, this was truly low-hanging fruit. Like what? Well, I mean,
And it is wild because I don't know what kind of fucking maneuvering Art had to do.
like army crawling.
Yeah. Where the fuck did he even come from?
I don't know. But it's
He
just
sprinted up. I don't know.
it's funny to even imagine it, but Godspeed, little doodle.
Yeah.
Brooke hears this and turns around to see Jeff's bloody hand flailing as he falls. She's terrified, but even more so when Art pops up into view. He quickly gets down on the ground and continues stabbing Jeff. Brooke screams, but manages to climb into the driver's seat and frantically searches for the keys. The keys! Art is still stabbing Jeff before finally reaching into his pants, grabbing his penis and ripping it off. Jeff understandably screams. Inside the car, Brooke has finally found the keys and starts the vehicle, but Art runs up, holding Jeff's pilfered appendage and rubbing it along the window. Really insult to injury, honestly.
Yeah.
He crashes through the glass and Brooke screams as he rips her from the car. With the moon high in the sky overhead, Art throws Brooke to the ground and goes back to get his knife. She screams helplessly, but just as he descends on her, she kicks out at him, knocking him down against the car. Taking this opportunity, she sprints away into the abandoned carnival. Meanwhile, Jeff is still lying on the ground behind the car, writhing and screaming. But Brooke limps away, screaming. Art is close behind with his bag of tricks slung over his shoulder. Brooke quickly loses her footing and falls in a pile of trash bags. When she inspects her leg, the gashes are deep and concerning. But she thinks quickly when she sees Art coming and pulls off her high boots. She's able to run away. But Sienna passes a chuckling animatronic clown in the Terrifier, and she wanders into an area made up into a circus theme. She screams for her brother again, but the clown's laugh echoes back in return. We get a lingering shot of a rendition of a clown's face displayed up on the wall, and Sienna is frustrated when she checks her phone and once again sees nothing from her brother. But outside, Brooke is still running and screaming for help. She finds her way into a creepy-looking alley with the words "Go back" scrawled on the wall in red and light fixtures swinging dramatically overhead. She screams out for Sienna, and in the Terrifier, Sienna hears her. She turns at the sound of Brooke's voice in slow motion, her hair swinging. Brooke takes off down the alley and Sienna screams for her friend, coming back the way she came. Sienna is backtracking down the hypnotizing hall, and Brooke is inside too, screaming when she's startled by a giant rat animatronic jutting out at her. She finally falls screaming into a horrific bathroom. The walls are splattered with bloody handprints, crimson smears, and the proud sentiment, "Art was here." Something horrific and organic is piled in the sink, but Brooke turns sobbing when Art enters the room. She begs him no, please, and she tries to run away, but she screams when she can go no further than the wall at the end of the room. Art advances quietly, stepping on a lost piece of the hair extensions from Brooke's costume. Desperate, she grabs a piece of wood from the sink. She warns Art to get back, brandishing the useless weapon. But Art holds up his own weapon, the piece of wood that he was hammering nails into earlier. And behind his back, he clutches the bottle of fluoroantimonic acid. Brooke begs him to stop, but Art flings the acid into her face, where it sizzles and smokes.
That's acid in your face, you fine-ass bitch.
I was waiting on it.
Wow. We don't get it a lot. Yeah,
No, it's been a long time.
Yes. It is funny to me that he's been holding on to this for the whole movie.
It's like Chekhov's jar of acid.
Yes. She covers her bubbling face with her hands as she shrieks, but Art proceeds to beat her with his weapon until she's on the ground. Brooke keeps screaming, the skin completely peeled from her face, and Art brings the club down on her knee, obliterating it. He brings it down on her chest, and a cascade of blood launches from Brooke's lips. She chokes for a moment, but goes quiet. Art continues to swing, beating Brooke's limp body flat. Art lifts his eyebrows playfully as he lowers himself onto the floor. He plunges his hands into the yawning cavity where Brooke's chest used to be, and he pulls out viscera. He tosses these to the side and rips the cavity open wider. Art reaches in and finds what he's looking for, Brooke's still beating heart. He holds it in his hands for a moment before bringing it to his mouth and sinking his teeth in an enthusiastic bite, and blood sprays.
You gotta be joking me, dude.
Eat your heart out, huh?
Yeah. Very good, very good. To me, this is in the same league of the salt and the bleach.
Yes.
Where it's like, come on,
dude, it's enough. And why is it still why is it still bleeding?
Yeah.
Why are you still bleeding? It's like, dude, what the fuck? I'm tired.
Yeah,
It's a lot.
It's a bit much. And again, we saw her mom just very quickly get dealt with. And then
Yeah.
it's just
But
so
this
strange.
we needed, yeah. Sienna is still running back and yelling for Brooke. She screams and trembles when she finds her, or what remains of her. Sienna sinks to her knees on the bloody ground, sobbing and shaking, but Art watches all of this from the doorway, leaning casually with a big smile on his face. When Sienna looks up at him, snapping back to reality, he offers her a cheeky wave.
So I don't want to say missed opportunity or anything, but I will tell you where I thought all of this was headed.
Okay.
I was kind of imagining more of the climax of John Carpenter's Halloween, where Laurie discovers all of her friends' bodies in the house.
Right.
And it's almost like this house of horrors as she escapes.
Like you would have set it up in the Terrifier.
Yes.
Right.
Well, because they lured her there.
Yes. I thought that that's what the Terrifier was going to be. I thought that's why Art has a van, is he's going to take all these bodies of all the people he's killed tonight that are close to Sienna.
Right.
Yeah.
And bring it here for her to see, because she's like his arch enemy or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, and him having the van, just make it a food truck or like an ice cream truck.
Oh my-
It goes with the song.
You're right.
Yes, it does. That's really fucking so huge missed opportunities.
Because even with him smugly leaning against the thing, like, wouldn't that have been so much better if she had just gone through everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
And everyone?
Mm-hmm.
And they're talking about how awful the food is. Like it could, instead of
yeah.
food, he could have the bodies in
Yeah.
there.
Yes. That's like a bit of foreshadowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
What a bummer. But Art steps toward her, grinning and breathing heavily, and Sienna's entire body trembles when she looks up at him, but her eyes grow wide when she catches a glimpse of someone behind him. It's Jonathan, standing in the doorway, his eyes bulging in fear. Sienna calls out for her brother, and Art turns to look at him. Jonathan is still in the doorway, panting and petrified, so Sienna thinks fast. She picks up the dropped piece of wood, a long nail poking out of its end. She screams at her brother to run before grabbing the wood and bringing the nail down into Art's leg. Art reacts in pain, and Sienna twists the piece of wood, driving the nail in deeper, but the clown retaliates by grabbing a fistful of Sienna's hair. I don't know what is, but it's funny to me every time when Art is struck or hit or something and he reacts in pain. It is funny to me that he can feel pain. I don't know why. Because he's like this unstoppable killing machine.
Yeah.
He's just ruthless. And so she drives a nail and he's like, oh, fuck.
And the silence of it.
Yes. But Jonathan runs past the animatronic rat that growls as it thrusts out at him. But back in the bathroom, Art is throwing Sienna around. He slams her against a stalled door multiple times until the door gives way and she falls through. He pulls her back up, only to throw her against the mirror over the sinks. The mirror shatters and Sienna collapses onto the floor. Art takes this opportunity to kick her in the ribs. Sienna's face is smeared with blood now, and when she tries to stand, Art kicks her again. Seemingly bored with this, he steps over her and leaves the bathroom. Sienna stays face down, her breathing shallow. Meanwhile, Jonathan has made it to a new area of the Terrifier. The walls are marked boilers and storage. It's adorned with hanging skeletons, but it's also decorated with countless wooden pallets and boxes.
Did he just leave her there?
She told him to run. He said, don't threaten me with a good time. You got it, boss. When he sees Art coming, he hides behind a small black curtain. Jonathan peeks out fearfully as Art scans the room. But when Art snaps his head in Jonathan's direction, he hides himself back behind the curtain. He watches through the sheer cloth when Art gives up the search and leaves the room. In the bathroom, next to her shattered phone, Sienna has to fight to pull herself up. She sees the weapon that Art killed Brooke with, tossed into one of the stalls. Sienna pushes the door to the stall open and sets her sights on it. But Jonathan is finally creeping out from his hiding spot. Amid the decorations, he sees a sign hanging from the ceiling marked exit. He follows this advice and sprints down a hall, but he turns the corner and runs smack dab into Art, who holds up his scalpel. I was like, God damn it, dude. He grabs Jonathan by the throat and pushes him against the wall. Jonathan trembles as Art raises the blade and slashes him across the face. Jonathan twists and tries to run away, but Art continues to slash, catching Jonathan in the arms and back before the boy finally falls, clutching his bleeding cheek. Art clasps his hands and laughs silently, bringing his fists up to his eyes and twisting them in mockery of Jonathan's pain. He is so lost in his celebration and taunts that he doesn't realize Sienna is creeping up behind him, holding that lethal piece of wood. He's even swaying, playing an invisible violin when she screams and raises the club. She brings it down, the sharp bits of metal cutting into his back. He quickly turns and slashes across Sienna's stomach with the scalpel, but Sienna swings the club again, hitting Art in his side. He crumbles down to his knees, and Sienna brings the weapon down, sinking the metal teeth into the back of Art's head. His eyes open wide with surprise, and he reaches an unsteady hand up to loosen the club from the back of his head. Sienna takes this opportunity to run for her brother, who is still lying on the floor. Art watches them go, still trying to pull the club from his head. Their arms around each other, Sienna and Jonathan sprint down the hall, but when Jonathan tells her that they need to go through a door, Sienna falls behind, overcome by her pain. Jonathan rushes to tend to her, letting go of his own cheek and revealing the cut that Art left there. He asks if she's hurt bad, and she tells him that she's fine. She cries, inspecting the cut on his face instead and making sure that he's okay. She admits tearfully that he was right. He was right about everything. But Jonathan reminds her that he was right about her too. Art used him to get Sienna here. They need her here for a reason. Still gasping for air, Sienna asks her brother why he's saying that. Jonathan explains it's what their dad saw. He thinks that Sienna is the only one that can stop Art. Sienna doesn't understand why, and Jonathan admits that he doesn't either. So Sienna snaps into action. She says that they need to find a way out of here. She looks on the table behind them and finds a long pipe. Sienna takes it and decides that it's time to keep moving. They continue further into the Terrifier and stumble upon a set dressed up like a church. Organ music drones and hooded mannequins sit in the pews. The soundscape of a storm plays and the thunder cracks loudly. Sienna tells Jonathan to stay behind as she checks out what's ahead, and he does, clutching his injured face and trembling with his head on a swivel. Sienna holds tight to her new weapon as she limps forward, approaching a corner where an unlidded coffin is propped up. When she reaches this corner, she peers ahead and finds a long hallway. But back in the church, one of the hooded figures rises and removes its cloak to reveal its smiling Art. It was Art.
Yeah, I thought it might be.
Yeah, we could tell.
Yeah.
We could already, we knew.
From the hallway, Sienna hears her brother scream, and when we go back to the pews, Jonathan is fighting for his life. That cut was pretty funny.
Yes.
Things went downhill very quickly for him. Art has knocked him into a pew and is whipping him with a chain, cutting bloody ribbons into the back of his jacket as Jonathan shrieks. But Sienna has hurried back and beats Art repeatedly with the pipe. Art is undeterred, though. He turns away from Jonathan and swings the chain at her instead, taking chunks of skin from her arm and her cheek before knocking her into a pew and throwing her over the podium.
I just want to say very quickly, firstly, all of these environments are cool as hell.
Hell yes.
yeah.
And I think this is actually Fright Factory.
That's
Okay.
awesome.
But I felt very bad about myself because I think it's the length of time that we watch Art just beat the hell out of Jonathan. I don't know why, but it did get a laugh out of me, and I feel terrible about it. But it was
I
wild.
think that's what it is. It goes on
Like
so
he's
long.
still doing it.
And he's just reacting the same way every time.
It's
a lot.
It's too long. I'll be honest, for me, it just took me out of it.
I get it.
It just goes on, and where we're going, it goes on, and it's like, okay, dude, enough.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. It's almost like breaking of the tension.
No,
it's like, God damn, dude.
Well, no, yeah. It's like, is this still happening?
Again, what the fuck did Jonathan do? Sienna lands hard, though, grunting from the pain, and Art turns his smiling attention back to Jonathan. He ribs Jonathan from the pew and throws him to the ground, continuing to whip him.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Jesus.
As Jonathan pulls himself away. Sienna stops crying and snaps into action when she sees her brother being attacked. She crawls over to him, taking the brunt of the beating for herself and losing a chunk of skin from her thigh for her troubles. She throws her body over her brother's, taking Art's abuse as he whips her and silently laughs. He continues his reign of terror in slow motion, Sienna screaming with every impact from the chain, the white feathers from her costume fluttering in the air as they're dislodged.
This felt almost like a guardian angel.
Oh,
okay, yeah.
okay.
She does protect him.
Yeah.
And I thought it was like just so heroic of her because she is way less covered than he is.
Yeah.
And she's willing to put herself in harm's way for him.
Yeah. But finally, we return to regular speed. And when Art goes to whip Sienna again, she catches it this time. Art is stunned and she's able to catch him off guard, knocking him back. It's now Sienna who whips Art, unleashing her rage and fury as he cries out silently. She knocks him onto the ground and continues the beating, but when the scissors and metal pieces of his makeshift whip catch in his own face, she abandons this weapon. So I thought it was a chain when he started the whipping, and then now it doesn't look like a chain, so I was confused and I didn't go back and fix anything. So
That's fine.
So it's two things,
Yeah.
all right?
Well, it looks like the one that he made in the first movie.
Right. Yeah, it probably is. It looked metal.
It did.
Instead, she pulls a post from a small fence loose, and Jonathan watches raptly as she drives it right through the top of Art's head. Art seizes as blood pours from his wound, and when Sienna pulls it back out of his head, he collapses backwards. She leans against the wall, panting and trying to catch her breath. When she sees Jonathan, still cowering on the floor and shaking, she starts to call out to him, but she doesn't even finish saying his name before Art is back up, grabbing her from behind. He pulls her to the ground and crawls on top of her, strangling Sienna. This is when Jonathan finally enters the chat, throwing himself at Art but failing to pull him away. When he's knocked back, he notices a gun duct taped to Art's ankle.
I will say for a moment, I thought that was an ankle monitor, and I was like, dude, his PO is going to be pissed.
In hell?
Yeah, I don't know.
His PO's going to be PO'd.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I don't know how any of this works. I don't know what the fuck's going on, so sure.
He reaches for it and Art fights him off, but Jonathan is able to get his hands on the gun. The score is chaotic, but it goes silent when Jonathan cocks the gun and Art's eyes go wide. He turns to look at the boy, half of his black and white face a bright crimson, and he lets go of Sienna, raising his hands in surrender. But he holds both hands out and blinks dramatically, still smiling. Everything is silent for a moment until Jonathan finally pulls the trigger and Art flies backwards. Sienna lies on the ground, her eyelids fluttering until she finally loses her tenuous grasp on consciousness. Jonathan rushes to his sister and shakes her, sobbing and begging her to wake up, begging her not to leave him. But to Sienna, it's not Jonathan. It's Barbara shaking her. She sits up and looks at her mother, who cups her bloody face and promises her that it's okay. She's safe. Sienna throws her arms around Barbara and hugs her tight, finally letting out the horrors of the night in body-racking sobs. Barbara hugs her back, promising her again that it's okay. Sienna admits that she thought she'd never see her again, and when Barbara makes a pitying sigh, Sienna lets go and looks at her. Barbara asks, "Jonathan told you, didn't he?" Sienna doesn't understand what she's talking about, but across the room, Jonathan begs her, "Sienna, get away from her. That's not mommy." Sienna looks from her brother back to her mom. Her face now is pale and ghoulish. Dirty, sharp teeth hang from her gums. Her eyes are a pale and dead blue, and half of her hair is pulled up into a pigtail, hanging through a jaunty little hat. She grabs onto Sienna's face with both hands, and we see it all again. Barbara's head exploding in the garage. Art laughing at his own antics as he serves her body potatoes at the dinner table. The little girl watching it all, enraptured. And Art cackling silently from the inside of Barbara's car, the smoking gun still in his hand. Overcome, Sienna doubles over and sobs, and after a long moment, she pulls herself together and looks around to find that she's all alone.
I have to say the switch of the mother with that makeup was fantastic.
Very good, yeah.
Very effective for me.
Uh-huh.
You can't trust anything going on here.
No, not one thing. No. Sienna runs down the hallway and into another room where Art stands over Jonathan's still body. She looks down at her brother, his eyes closed and blood streaking down from his head. She screams, "No!" and rushes over to Art, beating him in futility with her bare fists. Once Art has had enough of this, he grabs Sienna by the throat and squeezes. He stands this way, strangling her for a long moment before Sienna manages to spit a mouthful of blood into his face. This surprises Art, and Sienna is able to croak out the sentiment, "Fuck you." Art lets go of her and places his palm against her head. With a simple push, Sienna falls backwards through a wooden pallet that breaks, and she falls far into another room below. I did read online that this room is featured in the Ninth Circle.
Huh.
Oh.
Which is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen that. I probably should.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen it. I just thought if that is a callback to that, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Art squats down to look through the hole at her and returns the favor by spitting down. Sienna is motionless until she springs back to life with a ragged gasp. She spots a hole on the ground, framed by glowing bulbs. A red light emits from the opening, and out of it billows a thick James Wan fog. Sienna pulls herself over to it and peers inside. A cacophony of suffering voices moaning and crying out echo up to her, and her face distorts in horror. She's finally able to pull herself up on shaking legs, but when she turns around, she is face to face with Art the Clown. Also, where did her braids go? Because they're gone right here and then they're back in a little bit. But without ceremony, he thrusts her sword into her gut. He smiles at her, a hiss emitting from his lips. Sienna falls to her knees, blood leaking from her lips, and when he rips the sword back out of her stomach, a suffering Sienna falls backwards into the hole in the floor. Art stands triumphant. He holds up the bloody sword and looks at it before letting it fall from his fingers where it clatters on the ground. Art walks away, but a voice echoes up from the entrance in the ground. It's the host from the Clown Café. Speaking of surprises, kids, we have a very special guest with us today. Art climbs back up where he left Jonathan's body, and we see that he's still there. When Art goes to inspect him further, we see his eyelids flutter and his chest rise and fall with slow breathing. Art snaps in front of his face to wake him up, but Jonathan doesn't regain consciousness. But Sienna does, in a narrow tank filled with water. She immediately panics, letting loose a stream of bubbles from her mouth when she screams. She bangs against the glass and tries to swim up, but her leg is tethered to the bottom of the tank. When she looks through the glass, she sees the kids on the play area of the Clown Café. They've returned to their original spots on the swings, on the jungle gym, hanging from the top. They eat their snacks happily, but evidence of their deaths cling to them in the bullet holes, blood, and burns. Sienna glances over at the host, still engulfed in flames as she sways and plucks her banjo. She bangs on the glass, screaming for their attention, but the kids laugh at her, even throwing popcorn in her direction. Sienna continues to panic. But upstairs, Art is still trying to rouse Jonathan. He slaps his cheek lightly and even lifts his arm, letting it go to drop limply back to his side. Sienna still struggles in the tank, set up next to the mural of Art dancing with the children. The group on set, including the little cereal boy, sings a distorted version of the Clown Café song, their eyes pale and dead despite the smiles on their faces. As they smile and dance, Sienna is running out of air. She grasps desperately at her throat as the smiling depiction of Art grins down at her. Sienna's body thrashes, its supply of air finally depleted, and she goes limp. Now we see things as they are. The little cereal boy lying dead in his chair, blood still dripping from his lips. The group on the playground, slumped and motionless, their snacks forever lost in a pool of blood. Sienna floats lifeless in the tank, blood flowing freely from the wound Art stabbed into her stomach. But upstairs, Jonathan finally wakes to find Art gnawing on his hand. Jonathan's eyes go wide and he screams. This catches Art off guard enough for Jonathan to twist away from him, but Art holds tight onto his foot. Jonathan cries out desperately for his sister. But Sienna is still down below, and we get a lingering shot of her bloody sword before we see her floating in the tank. But when we see the sword again, electricity zaps through it and it glows red. Similarly, the wound in Sienna's stomach glows brightly, illuminating her, and somehow she opens her eyes. They said that the glowing sword was inspired by Conan the Barbarian.
All right.
Okay.
Not Conan O'Brien?
Unfortunately, no.
He's also a barbarian.
Yeah.
I did hear on commentary this water tank was actually filmed elsewhere and added onto the set of the Clown Café digitally.
Really?
That's really impressive.
Yeah.
Never would have guessed that.
No.
Not at all. I did want to talk for just a second about what Leone had mentioned about the Clown Café and what it was meant to signify.
Mm-hmm.
He had said, and this was going back to what we probably all thought at first was a dream sequence.
Right.
His direct quote from the commentary track was, "It's not merely a dream sequence, it's a divine test that manifests itself within Sienna's subconscious." And so that whole sequence that we saw play out, he had basically said that it was the good testing her. And so if she hadn't have fought back, if she didn't dig into that cereal box and go against Art or whatever, then she would have failed the test and she would not have been the chosen one, I guess. So just as the evil is with Art and that little pale girl,
Yeah.
there is a counterpart, and they chose Sienna through that test.
It's odd to me how blatant the violence and the gore and the torture is almost to the point of mindlessness. I will be honest. But these themes are so subtle. I mean, the imagery is not lost on me. Sienna is dressed as a fucking angel.
Yeah.
There's this horrific hole in the ground. I understand that we can absolutely take this to mean hell. I did interpret it in that way. But this divine test, this it's so subtle that it is almost, I think, very easy to miss. I won't say almost. It is very easy to miss. And so these two things coexisting in this one film is very odd to me.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I didn't pick that up at all. I was just I picked up the good and evil of it.
Right.
Which I'll be honest, I don't really like it too much, but I understand.
Unless it's Russell Wynn, right?
Right. Well, that's the only way.
And we don't talk about
We
it.
don't talk about that.
But it is easy to miss because I did miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought initially, until I heard that commentary track, this is just a dream sequence. The fact of her returning here,
Yes,
now,
a little confounding.
yeah, and I was like, what is going on? And then I was like, well, is this like her hell?
Yeah.
Because we literally saw this like entryway to what seemed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, is this supposed to be like, is this like the resurrection? Or like, and I'm like, God damn.
What are we doing here?
She's come back a couple times.
Yeah. I'm like, how far are we going?
Yeah.
Or even like a baptism.
Yes.
True, with the water.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what is this going on?
And she's got to sell that wine or they're not going to bring it out. But Jonathan is still fighting to get away from Art while Sienna's body is seizing with renewed life. Art brings his teeth down and takes a bite of Jonathan's leg, producing a piercing scream from him. But in the tank, Sienna is back. Now she easily tears the tether from her foot and swims up, and we immediately cut to her grasping hand, climbing up where her sword still lies. But Art is still taking a bite out of Crime, and by Crime, I mean Jonathan's ankle.
Right.
Blood gushes as he sinks his hungry teeth in further. Jonathan screams and tries to crawl away, but Art only yanks him closer. Until Sienna appears, a risen angel, her skin bloody, her wings charred and frayed. Sienna plunges her sword into Art the Clown's back. At his new freedom, Jonathan stares in wonder. Art's body goes stiff, and when Sienna pulls the sword out, he tries to crawl away. But Sienna isn't going to let him go that easy. Art brings his hands back to the wound in his spine, and she grunts as she brings the blade down again, embedding it in the side of Art's neck. Art grits his teeth in pain and tries to scamper away, but we watch their shadows on the wall as she does it again and blood sprays. Finally, Art falls to his knees, and Sienna drags her blade across his throat. Art's eyes bulge and his mouth gapes in surprise while he holds on to his wound. But when Sienna stands before him, his expression sours. As Jonathan watches, Sienna raises her sword. The two lock eyes for a long moment, but Art suddenly plasters on a smile and bares his neck. Sienna brings down the sword again and again, screaming until she finally decapitates Art the Clown. His headless body collapses to the floor, and Sienna stands above his severed head, panting with intensity. So the beheading of minnows that we mentioned earlier was a little bit of foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm.
And Leone was asked in one of those interviews that I watched, he was like, was Art fucking eating? Or like, what was happening? And Leone said yes, and that he wanted Jonathan to be awake for it, that he wanted to devour a human being, a living human being. So that's why he was like snapping in his face and trying to wake him up.
So he just always held this desire?
Yeah.
Or like,
He's like, look, I think she's waking up down there.
gotta make this quick.
Bucket list.
Fast food.
Sienna finally snaps her attention to her little brother and rushes over to hug him. He clings to her, commending that she got Art, and Sienna promises in a whisper that it's all over now. But suddenly, she lets go of Jonathan and grabs up her sword. The little pale girl now stands across the room, staring at them. Instead of approaching them, she goes over to Art's body. She plucks his head up from the ground and brings it up to her own face. She lowers her ear to Art's mouth, and she giggles as if he's told her a funny secret. She turns to Sienna and Jonathan, and her smile falls away, her face contorting in anger, and her eyes suddenly glowing that sickly yellow. But she turns back to Art's head and smiles, rising to her feet and cradling him lovingly. Inexplicably, the little pale girl just leaves the room, quickly lost in the shadows. I was like, bye.
Yeah. What?
I don't know.
We'll see what's up.
Yeah. Sienna sets the sword down and hugs her brother again as they both cry. The synth score begins. We fade to black, and the credits roll. But wait, there's more. The credits cut to a sign illuminated by the flash of lightning in a storm. Miles County Psychiatric Hospital, established 1951. We glide down the hall before stopping in one of the patient rooms. There, someone lies hunched over the toilet, retching and vomiting.
We do see that it's room number 3, which is very clearly teasing another entry.
Oh,
okay.
I actually like that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. A nurse, also played by Leah Voisey, who played the host at the Clown Café, which is pretty cool, walks down the hall with her clipboard. She stops at the nurse's station, where sitting behind the counter decorated with jack-o'-lanterns and paper bats, Burke, played by Chris Jericho, sits watching Plan 9 from outer space with a smile.
Chris Jericho.
Yeah, it's that Fozzie guy.
Yeah. Well, other things, I think.
The nurse pleads with him to say that the coffee is pumpkin spice, but he bursts her bubble with not a chance in hell. The nurse chuckles anyway and pours herself a cup. She looks over at a snack plate that houses what looks to be a brain decorated with eyeballs. She asks what it is, and Burke tells her proudly that it's a zombie platter. His wife made it. In the cell, the patient has finished vomiting. Our view is on the floor as she paces, a steady stream of blood pouring from between her legs and leaving a trail on the floor. Back at the nurse's station, the nurse calls the platter disgusting. Creative, but disgusting. Burke advises her not to say that before she tries it because it's pretty tasty, but the nurse still politely declines. In the cell, blood is gushing from between the patient's legs now, and she's using it to write on the wall. We see her draw the letter N and finish the word who with an O before returning her hands between her legs to get more blood. She chuckles as she draws a T. At the nurse's station, the nurse admits that although the brain does look appealing, she doesn't have the stomach for it right now. Burke asks if everything is okay, and the nurse shares that she's been tending to their celebrity patient all day. When Burke asks if that's bad, the nurse explains that her face doesn't exactly stimulate one's appetite. In the cell now, we see that the patient is Victoria Hayes. Lightning flashes outside of her window, and we see what she's been working on. On the wall, she has scrawled in her own blood disjointed words: cunt, whore, pig, slut, bitch, filth. She chuckles as she returns her hand between her legs for more blood. But Burke asks the nurse what Victoria is like. The nurse replies that she's tame and actually pretty cooperative, to the point where it's hard to imagine her ripping that woman to pieces. In the cell, Victoria caresses her pregnant belly and steps away from the wall, revealing the sentiment framed in a heart at its center: Vicky plus art. The storm continues raging as Victoria falls to her knees, cradling her swollen belly and screaming as blood gushes. At the nurse's station, Burke bids the nurse to pass him one of those eyeballs with some brain jelly on it, and the nurse obliges with a grimace. I'm like, she just said she was nauseous.
Hey, give me the grossest part of that.
Yeah. As she serves up his brain-jellied eyeballs, Victoria is still in the throes of labor on the floor in her room. She screams as she pulls forth a rope of viscera from between her legs, and she lets loose an echoing scream before she goes quiet. At the nurse's station, Burke is savoring his eyeballs. The nurse is looking over her clipboard and humming the Clown Café theme.
She was humming it so well that's when I realized that it was the same. So that's too good. You probably sang that, I think.
She was. This piques Burke's interest, but when he asks what she's humming, she admits that she doesn't know. It's in her head because Victoria's been singing it all day. Burke is like, oh. But when the nurse goes down to the patient's hallway, the Clown Café song floats over to her from Victoria's room, broken off by cackling. When the nurse goes to inspect, Victoria screams the word cunt over and over the closer she gets to the door. Finally, the nurse pulls open the window slot and her eyes go wide in horror. Victoria sits crisscross on the floor in a puddle of blood with that organic rope trailing from beneath her gown. Her head is lowered, her hair obscuring her face, and she appears to be licking something. In a panic, the nurse drops her clipboard and fumbles with her keys to get the door open. But when she runs inside and Victoria looks up, the nurse freezes and screams. In her lap, Victoria Hayes cradles the severed head of Art the Clown, which grimaces at the nurse. And once again, this is a dummy's head. VisFX was used to put Art's face on this dummy.
Wow.
Okay.
How incredible does that look?
Yeah.
Flashes of lightning brighten Victoria's face as she begins to laugh. Art smiles and laughs silently at the nurse cowering in the doorway. Victoria throws her head back in unbidden laughter, her remaining eye glowing a sickly yellow.
So does that mean little pale girl is like possessing her?
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's all I have.
We're trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I will say the ending was very different that they had originally filmed.
Oh.
Victoria is feeling the back of her head and she sees blood on her hand and screams. The nurse comes in and inspects her head, but then the nurse's fingers are bitten off. Everything is chaotic, and Victoria reaches back and peels her scalp open to reveal Art the Clown growing out of the back of her head. Then Malignant came out.
Yeah. Sounds familiar.
I was going to say.
And Damien Leone is like, we have to reshoot everything. Like, they completely changed the ending to her giving birth. He had no idea.
That sucks.
Yeah.
I would be I'd be so mad. But so they reshot it with this new ending of her giving birth to Art's head.
I heard on commentary that it was through a conversation with Olga Turka that new ending came about.
Oh.
Okay.
Like they were grossing each other out and
yeah.
trying to figure out the way to solve this problem.
Yeah.
It is gross.
Yeah.
And I feel like, as odd as this is to say, it does even align more with the tone of the film.
Yeah.
Of just how what the fuck and gross and everything else. But we cut to black and the credits resume with the cheerful theme for the Clown Café before it gives way to that sick ass synth score. So, what did you guys think of Terrifier 2?
The movie's really pretty.
Fair?
Yeah.
It's really pretty. I do remember enjoying the first one. I know that when we first watched this one, I was kind of like, huh. And then watching it for the show, the effects do look really good. I do appreciate the little more of a story here. I just don't feel like I got enough of it for me to not care, but for certain things to have weight. So when we do spend so much time slashing somebody or stabbing somebody or whatever, for me, it took away from the other kills. So I was just like, oh, we're still doing this? Like we said when he's whipping Jonathan and Sienna. It goes on way too long.
It really does.
Him with Allie, that took way too long. And I get it. We're supposed to be like, oh my God, it's gory and it's whatever. But I think that, and I did say it too up top, for me, I just feel like the sadness was able to do the gore and story and what was going on just a little better.
And that was gratuitous.
And oh yeah. But I mean, it is, if you like this, it is a good time. You know what I mean? If you're just in it for like, oh, we're just going to see what Art's doing. Cool. You know what I mean? And I want to like Art so much. I really do. I just want him to talk. Even just tell me hi. Even personally, Art, just like, hey.
Well, he has.
Yeah. No, he has.
We got a cameo.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
Very nice guy.
He is.
No, I agree. I think that the technical side of it carries it for at least the things that I like about it.
Right.
And it is very, I don't know. I don't want to say disappointing regarding the construction of this narrative, but I feel like there are so many opportunities to have things mean more.
Yeah.
And maybe it is a problem with pacing as well, because when you have a giant, prolonged kill scene like they did for Allie, fairly early into this runtime of the film, it's like there's really nothing you can do to top that, really.
Yeah.
That's a really fair point.
You know? And so I feel like that, if you're going to do something like that, I feel like it should be reserved for something that's going to hold more weight narratively.
Yeah.
Because for Sienna, she doesn't even know that Allie's dead.
Right.
And the movie's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
you're right.
that's wild. Especially with what we're setting up with this battle between good and evil, with Sienna being the good.
Right.
You would think that this would be intentionally done to fuck with her specifically. But not really. No, I mean, you know, there are a lot of positives that I can point to, but I think that there are just things that simply are not for me. And I am very happy for all the people that this film is for.
Yeah.
But I think that this franchise just might not be my franchise.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
I think that's what gets lost sometimes, because I know that we all have films that we ride so hard for and we love, and just because somebody else doesn't like them, that doesn't make them less special to you.
Yeah.
That doesn't make, you know what I mean? That doesn't detract from it. I think that gets lost sometimes. Having said that, I think that we've outlined, you know, everything. And I think that honestly, we're kind of all on the same page with what does work and what doesn't work for us. And I will say again, it's very confusing to me to watch something with the effects so on point, so impressive. So, I mean, they're just so fucking good. I love them, and still walk away being like, unsatisfied. And I think that maybe it is the method that it's presented, that Allie sequence. I think that I agree that I almost could have, I think you're the one that said it, T. I almost could have been fine if he didn't come back with the salt and
Salt and vinegar.
If he didn't come back with salt and vinegar chips.
That's the best chip flavor.
It is arguably until your mouth starts to
I
hurt.
don't know about that.
Even so. Keep eating.
Salt.
Eat your way through the pain. You're fine.
I think I'm hungry. Salt and bleach. That is it. It's, and like you said with the whipping, there's so many times it just goes on for too long.
I will say salt and bleach, not as good of a chip flavor.
No.
We don't need that.
No.
But you know what I mean? It's like, I was very conflicted rewatching this film, because for everything that I really liked, Sienna's relationship with her brother, Sienna's relationship with her mother, Sienna's relationship with her friends, Sienna herself, for all of these things that were really successful for me, it feels like almost everything, something would come along to undercut it or make it less impactful, make it way less. Something fucked with it. Every time that I'm like, oh, okay, I'm in, something would happen and I'm like, God damn it, I'm out again. And I really want to be in. I want to surrender to the ridiculousness, to the gore, to the blood, to the over-the-top silliness that is art and is this series. But I feel like when you're introducing these familial themes in this narrative, which I do appreciate him doing, I don't want that to be misconstrued. This is probably, I think, more successful for me than the first one, because it does have characters that have a motivation, that have something to care about or anything, you know?
Okay.
When you're introducing those themes to the for lack of a better term, mindless violence, it is a difficult balance. And I just don't think that Terrifier 2 hit that balance for me. I think that we can slide into ratings too. And again, this is very tricky. There are things that I did like. I will never say, oh, the Terrifier movies suck. I will never say that. There is value in them. I think the effects for a modern day horror film are up there with the best, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
I think that Leone and whoever else helped him with that, extremely, extremely talented in that regard.
And you think about the budget.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's extremely impressive. The independent spirit of these films, of art, of this franchise, of the crowdfunding, of people being like, no, we fucking love this clown and we want to see more. I could not love that more. I think that I just have an issue with maybe the presentation, or maybe we're trying to do too many things at once, and maybe these two things cannot coincide in a way that's satisfactory. Maybe it can, and this just wasn't it for me. I'm confused. I've said it before. We did, I believe it was like a horror hot takes thing or something on Talk Mortem, and mine was, art has got one more film to win me over. I feel like I'm really straddling a line here of getting what is good about these, of enjoying a lot of it. I want to fall over to the side where I'm like, hell yeah, I'm in. And I don't know what that would take. And I haven't seen the third one yet. And I'm hoping the third one takes me there. Because I don't know, man. I just don't know. I don't know. I do want to one more time shout out the music.
Yes.
I absolutely love that 80s ass score that they came up with.
Mm-hmm.
It is a highlight of the film for me. Lauren Levera, incredible performance. As always, David Howard Thornton shows the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
I there's a lot here to like. I feel like I'm missing a chip or something, why it is not hitting with me, and that makes me sad. Scoring this one was difficult for me because when we do franchises, we try to go off of what we've rated the other films. I will 1000% be changing my ratings when we get to Terrifier 3, because I think that I was very hopeful with art in the first one, and I think I rated it too high. Because I really do think that I enjoyed this one more than I did the first film. But I cannot in good conscience rate that higher than I did the first one, because that would be incorrect.
Right.
I'm going to match my score for Terrifier, and then when we cover Terrifier 3, I'll do some finagling. So as of today, on a scale from 1 to 10, supernatural psycho slaying swords.
Wow.
I am matching my score for the first Terrifier, and I am rating Terrifier 2 7 out of 10 supernatural psycho slaying swords. That is only for today. Please don't get married to that number. If you love these films, I fucking love that for you. And I hope they let me join them. And I will now open up the floor to you.
No, I get it. And you know, like I said up top, for me, he's a serial killer clown. I should love everything he's doing.
You especially.
But I think you're right. It was anytime I got pulled in the direction of okay, there was something else to be like, no, hold on, back up real quick. And it's like, oh, okay. How many times are you going to do that to me? It's like, because I don't want to go in the club anymore. It's like, I'll just go home, dude. It's like, I got the club at home. It's like, I don't. But it is something that I wanted to like too. And I understand what I don't want to say disappointed, but it did. I don't also let down, because I did really, really want to like this. But I think it, for me, is just like I stated earlier. None of these characters hold enough weight for me. Yeah, they all did a really good job and everybody did what they were supposed to, but I just feel like we're too much in this kill cam. You're just in the kill feed too much. It's like, okay, I got it. You got MVP in this match. I don't want to watch it over again. You know what I mean? Just let's move on. And it does take away, like you said, T, from the other kills that mean something. We're sitting here watching this shit for so long. Then you take care of Barbara really quick when that should have been a bigger kill.
Mm-hmm.
That should have got the attention. And it is just stuff like that that's like, okay. And then something else happens, then something looks really cool. And again, back and forth. But it is just that. And I agree. I know a lot of people like this, and I wanted to be one of those. And again, like you said, babe, when we get to the third one, I know we will move our scores around. But for me, I do remember really enjoying the first one a little more when we watched it.
Okay.
But again, I do want to go back and watch that to make sure. But if we're going off of those scores, for me, I think I have a number. So for me, on a scale from 1 to 10, supernatural psycho slaying swords, I'm going to give Terrifier 2 a 6.5 out of 10. I'm only going to go 1 point down from the first one because I do want to watch it again and see. And hopefully, like you're saying, in the third one, I mean, hopefully it's just like, oh shit, it all makes sense.
I
and
get
this is
it
whatever.
now.
Yeah. We'll just have to see.
Yeah.
I am very hopeful that there will be something in the third one that we can really latch on to. Because I think that I like it taking more of a narrative turn and trying to create these characters.
Right.
Even building a little bit of mythology and trying to have something grander going on behind the scenes. But I feel like the way that it's implemented, it is in such a way that is a little confusing still.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what the hell that little pale girl's doing, period.
Nobody does.
Okay. So I hope maybe something will show up in the third one that they're like, okay, well, this is what this is.
Yeah.
And try to explain it a little bit more. And still, dude, I don't have any idea what art is even.
Yeah.
Frankly. So I'm left with so many fucking questions. Then that's why I said earlier, I was like, it really does feel like the middle of a trilogy.
Yeah.
And then learning that there's a fourth one,
Ugh.
I'm like, maybe not getting all of our questions answered. Unless it's leading to this like big final showdown in the fourth film.
We'll see.
Yeah.
And then we spend most of the time with somebody else trying to be art.
We'll see.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Yes,
I'm
yeah.
referencing another trilogy.
Yeah.
That upset me greatly. But I feel like I would just be repeating everything that we've said previously. I just want to give another shout out to the music and to the performances of Lauren Lavera and David Howard Thornton.
Yeah.
People showing up.
Yeah.
Very committed. I don't even know. I feel like there's some stuff that art does. I think it would frankly make me sick if I had to play if I had to play art, even knowing that it's all fake.
Yeah.
So that takes a lot of commitment, and I'm very proud of him.
Yeah.
And another thing, I know a lot of people aren't really a fan of the lighting in Terrifier, but I feel like it is such a nod to, I want to say Inferno, Argento.
Is that a critique?
I've seen.
Really?
Yeah. I personally, I enjoy the use of colorful lighting and accents,
Yeah.
things like that. So I have no issue, and especially if it is an homage, I'm like, that you're taking from the best.
Yeah.
But I just don't vibe with this movie, man. And I want to as well, because there seems to be such a really, really passionate fan base.
Yeah.
And when you see something like that and people sprouting up around a horror property, a new original
Yes.
property, that's really cool.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate how passionate the fans of this film are. And I'd love to be one of them. But for me, in keeping with the ratings as we're going to reconfigure what these numbers are in the future whenever we cover Terrifier 3. I will say it's very difficult for me because I do want to rate the first Terrifier lower so that I can also rate this lower.
Yeah. Well, you can't yet.
I can't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just follow in your footsteps, Nay, and out of 10 supernatural psycho slaying swords, I am going to give Terrifier 2 the same score that I gave Terrifier, which is 6 supernatural psycho slaying swords out of 10. I can't wait to fix that.
We'll get there. Well, that's all from us at Podmortem. What would you rate Terrifier 2 and what should we watch next? Let us know on Instagram at the Podmortem. Be sure to follow us on Twitter and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Instagram and Blue Sky at Blood and Smoke, at Juggalo Daddy 84, and at Travis MWH. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll get over 200 hours of bonus content, our monthly schedule, access to our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. And if you're looking for Podmortem and Stairhole Productions merch, follow the link in our episode notes. Stay tuned until after the music for a special shout out to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, always trust your intuition. If you don't use your head, you may just end up losing it. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah!
Very good. A special thank you to
Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis Anissa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Andy Teague, Applin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Kimberly Kleindienst, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Eden, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Dave Burke, Emma Hagel Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr, Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah,
Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S., Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Kim H., August, Vengeance Spirit, Kelly Glazyface Mac, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith,
Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Karen with the Y, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, Ghastly Granddad, Megan and Alexandra Saldivar, Lisa Sykes, Sunny Jonas, Kelsey Niemeyer Cook, Robin, The Face Flowers, JG, Morgan Novello, Ashley, Alex M., Brandon C., Gordon Sutherland, Georgia Renlin, Ashley Poe, Najee P., Seth Schaff, David Kermavner, Diana Joe, Connor Gormley, Carrie Parker, Katie Face, Yuko Imada, Jane Pillsbury, Caitlin Asher, Mia Franz, Dale Harley, Annabeth Carter, Pooh Bear, Calderas, This is the Zodiac Speaking, Jason the Ghost, Moldy Tic Tac, Brian Ward, Tanner Rutgers, Gremlin Keeper 22, Sam Spade 666, Veronica, Kristen Rhodes, Daniel Laurent, Garmito, TVR, and T. Heron. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. We appreciate you.
We sure do. And when we say that we love you all, we are not clowning around.
Yeah, like that art guy.
Not like him.
No.
No, not like him. Until next time.